Good evening, everyone. We will go ahead and call to order the June 9th special meeting of the Garden Grove City Council. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Here.
Councilmember Tran.
Here.
Councilmember Muñetón.
Here.
Councilmember Aristegui.
Here.
And Mayor Klumpenstein.
Here.
And Councilmember Dovin is absent.
All right, if I could have our Mayor Pro Tem George Brightingham lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Didn't call me.
Councilmember
But
Brightingham.
I am here. Please rise, everybody. Face the flag, hand over the heart. If you're wearing a hat, please take it off. Begin. I pledge allegiance
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, that will take us into presentations. Item 1.
Item 1 this evening is the hazardous materials incident update, and City Manager Lisa Kim will introduce that item.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. As we continue our efforts to keep our community informed and connected with available resources related to the GKN incident, we are fortunate to have two partners joining us this evening. First, I would like to introduce Sue Parks with Orange County United Way, who will provide an update on the community resources as it relates to the Orange County Community Resiliency Fund and support services associated with supporting our residents and families who were impacted. Following Sue's remarks, I would like to also introduce Joe Lucas with the South Coast Air Quality Management District, who will share information regarding air quality monitoring and regulatory oversight. I'll turn it over to Sue.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. For those of you who don't know, Orange County United Way is a 501c3 nonprofit serving the people of Orange County. We also operate 211, the social services hotline for Orange County. On June 1st, 2026, Orange County United Way activated our Orange County Community Resilience Fund to help applicants who are impacted by the potential chemical incident and evacuation. As we know, thousands of residents and small businesses have experienced unexpected financial and personal hardship. When we created the fund, we initially received a small amount of donations, and then we received the $3 million philanthropic contribution from GKN Aerospace. That contribution will allow us to help 6,000 residents in the evacuation zone. As of this afternoon, we have received nearly 4,500 applications for assistance since last week, with an estimated 22% from Garden Grove. Residents and businesses seeking assistance can call 211 and select option 7. Eligibility screening includes verification that the applicant is located within the impacted evacuation area through a cell phone or utility or other bill that includes their name and address, along with a photo ID. This assistance is intended to help address some of the immediate needs resulting from the disruption caused by the evacuation. Qualified residents may receive a one-time $500 electronic gift card following eligibility verification through 211OC. Assistance is limited to one benefit per impacted address and will be provided while the funds remain available. Callers to 211 can access information in 200 languages, and we are translating the FAQ into Spanish and Vietnamese, which will be posted on our website. This was a major operational effort that we assembled in 48 hours, having to pull in resources from other parts of our organization, as well as other 211s from neighboring counties to assist with the volumes of calls. Despite the short timeline, the team is working around the clock, and after receiving the major funds just yesterday, financial assistance has already been provided to over 150 impacted residents. We anticipate that all funds will be committed to callers by this Thursday, at which time we will need to stop this effort until we can identify additional funding. We welcome additional funding from the community so we can serve more people affected by this crisis. As a reminder, 211 can also connect residents to a wide range of support services, including food assistance, housing support, health care resources, child care resources, transportation assistance, and more. Our goal, based on available resources, is that every resident is connected to help wherever possible. We appreciate the efforts of the City of Garden Grove to help share information with impacted residents. Your partnership has been instrumental in ensuring those affected are aware of available support and understand how to access it. We encourage you to help raise awareness on the ongoing fundraising efforts that will allow us to continue supporting residents impacted by this incident. For more information and an FAQ on the fund, please visit unitedwayoc.org under Get Involved. We invite you to share this page across your networks, and thank you for your commitment to the communities we collectively serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. And now I'd like to call up Joe Lucas with AQMD.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Joe Lucas. I am a toxicologist with Ontaris, a consulting firm that's working closely with South Coast AQMD and the Orange County Healthcare Agency. I'd like to just briefly talk about the air monitoring program that we have in place at the facility and the public dashboard that we've made available earlier last week. Our air monitoring program operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have 4 stationary monitors around the facility fence line, as well as field teams roaming the community using handheld instruments or a mobile monitoring van to assess the air quality. Our real-time instruments look specifically for volatile organic compounds, also known as VOCs. VOC sensors are commonly used in emergency response incidents because they can detect hundreds of chemicals that can be commonly found in household products, paints, fragrances, and they make them a very easy and effective way to quickly screen areas for the presence of VOCs, which includes methyl methacrylate, or MMA. We are also conducting monitoring specifically for MMA, both with handheld instruments as well as analytical sampling canisters that are shipped off to the lab. And these provide a confirmation for the VOC monitoring, as well as allow us to achieve extremely low detection limits. To date, all of our VOC monitoring, both at the fence line and the roaming community monitoring, has indicated that VOC levels are within typical background concentrations you find in outdoor air, and we have not detected MMA in the community, either with our real-time instruments or with our analytical sampling. All of our data is shared with US EPA as well as South Coast AQMD and is now also publicly available on an air monitoring dashboard hosted on the Orange County CUPA's website. That dashboard is updated twice a day and includes filters on the left side of the dashboard to either look at data from a specific day of interest, as well as if you want to just look at the VOC data or the MMA data, or by the type of monitoring, such as if you only want to look at the mobile van monitoring data. We are continuing to share that data with AQMD, and as part of this response, working closely with AQMD as well as Orange County to continue to monitor the air during this response and cleanup effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, this concludes our presentation at this point.
Very good. City Manager Kim, just for point of reference to the community, the information, the dashboard that he's mentioning, I believe it's occupainfo.com. Is that correct? Yes. Thank you. All right, with that, we will head into oral communications. As we move to open the floor for public comment, I'd like to ask that you keep your comments respectful and within a 2-minute time limit. Any person making impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the City Council will be called to order. If the conduct continues, you'll be barred from addressing the City Council any further and removed from the meeting. Madam Clerk, go ahead and call the cards.
Thank you, Mayor. We will queue up our first 3 speakers. First is Sophia Peng. Next will be Zuri Rashad. And next after Zuri is Tin Vu. Sophia Peng.
Hi, I'm Sophia from Stanton. Showing up is the first step. The residents now need transparency, accountability, and plans for measurable change from both Garden Grove and GKN. We have heard assurances that audits were being conducted and this was an isolated event. However, if the existing procedures were truly effective, how did this happen and why? What was inspected? How often were inspections conducted? And were there any previous concerns and warning signs? Will there be change? Will there be changes to ensure this doesn't happen again? Trust cannot be rebuilt through statements alone. It must be earned through independent audits, disclosures of inspections and findings, stricter and more frequent enforcement, and a commitment to keeping this community informed. Lastly, Garden Grove needs to properly enforce policies to ensure manufacturers are being rigorously audited and held to the highest standards, because companies will always put profits over people, and it's your job to protect us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Zuri Rashad.
Hello. My name is Zuri Rashad. I'm a PhD candidate in the Department of Chemical and Biomolecular Engineering at UC Irvine. To the city members of Garden Grove, city council members of Garden Grove, the hazardous chemical spill that occurred on Thursday, May 21st was a result of the negligence of GKN Aerospace. You may be asking, what should the repercussions be for this corporation? What will happen to the city if we force them to leave? I would argue that allowing GKN Aerospace to continue operating their facility is a greater threat to the economy and the environment. The presence of methyl acrylate evaporating in the air causes respiratory illnesses for surrounding citizens, which leads to a greater burden on the health services the city provides. The damage to the air and the potential for a catastrophic explosion required the mandatory evacuation of 50,000 citizens, both inside and outside of Garden Grove, which disrupted the livelihoods of community members that pay taxes to the city. Even the present cleanup process is a financial burden, as the city does not have anyone willing to accept the toxic waste and transport it elsewhere. The appropriate response to an environmental disaster of this scale would be for GKN Aerospace to compensate citizens who are forced to evacuate, pay for all current and future healthcare needs that result from this incident, bankroll the cost of hazardous waste decontamination, and remove their facility from the city so that future incidents cannot occur. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Tin Vu. Now it's our next three speakers that we're going to go ahead and queue up. Andres Rubio, Alexis, Puyaro, and Julian Puyaro. So next we have Tin Vu.
Hello, my name is Tin, and I'm a student at Rancho Alamitos High School. I want to start off by saying that I feel it is unacceptable that the same company that was the reason for the chemical incident is allowed to operate within our community. Families were forced to evacuate their homes, businesses had to close, and many people were left wondering if they were truly safe. During that time, I had friends and family who were worried and unsure if they would even be able to go home safely without the worry of any dangers or damages done to their homes. Today, I'm not speaking for me. I'm speaking for my community and those affected in this incident, and those that fear that this could happen again. When a facility like GKN has the potential to impact thousands of lives like it did a few weeks ago, we have to ask if this is really worth the convenience or profits over the lives of people living in the community. So I ask of you, please shut down GKN. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Andres Rubio.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. I'm a senior at Rancho Alamitos High School, and I was personally evacuated, so I want to add to my demands for GKN to be shut down. As someone who lives less than a mile away, I do not feel safe in any way, knowing that we literally have a bomb in our backyard, because companies like GKN treat fines as just another business expense, instead of fixing the problems that put people's life at risk. Any company that repeatedly chooses to pay penalties rather than prioritize public safety has no place surrounded by thousands of families, homes, and schools. Just a little reminder, these happen in a school day. There's an elementary, middle school, and high school less than a mile away. It would have happened a couple hours earlier, thousands of students could have possibly died from an explosion. The reality is that our community was lucky. Luck is not a safety plan, luck is not accountability, and luck is not leadership. So today I'm demanding that the mayor and city council members stop taking a passive approach and start taking meaningful actions against GKN. Our community deserves more than statements of concern and promises. We deserve leadership that puts the safety of residents above corporate interest. The people of Garden Grove should not have to live in fear that another preventable incident could happen tomorrow, next month, or next year. Take action, hold this company accountable, and make it clear that safety of our families, students, and neighborhoods is not negotiable. Thank you.
Alexis?
Good evening. My name is Alexis, and I am a Garden Grove resident. I live in the neighborhood directly next to the GKN facility. My home is approximately 1,000 feet from the tanks involved in this recent incident. I am here today to share my experience during this evacuation. This evacuation was the most stressful experience in my life. Throughout our displacement, my husband and I genuinely believed we were going to lose everything we had worked so hard to build. We watched news updates and emergency briefings, knowing the facility was only a few minutes' walk away from our home. Every morning, I woke up around 4 a.m., grabbed my phone, and frantically checked our security cameras to see if our house had made it through the night. I also live with inflammatory bowel disease and take immunosuppressive medication. Because we were displaced from our home and forced to rely on restaurants and takeout for nearly every meal, I contracted enterotoxigenic E. coli during the evacuation. An already frightening experience became even more difficult as I dealt with this serious infection while away from home. Since returning home, life has not been the same. When I hear sirens or helicopters approaching the neighborhood, my body reacts before my mind does. My heart rate rises, I get a stomach-wrenching sensation, and I am immediately brought back to those days of uncertainty and fear. I do not sleep as easily as I did before this incident. I know my experience is only one of thousands. No resident should have to spend days wondering whether their home, pets, or memories will survive a preventable industrial emergency. I am asking the City Council to do everything within its power to hold GKN accountable and pursue long-term solutions that better protect the residents living around this facility. The people of Garden Grove deserve to feel safe in their homes. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Julian?
Good evening. I live about 1,000 feet from the GKN tanks, inside what the Orange County Fire Authority designated the most severe blast zone. Over Memorial Day weekend, I lived with the knowledge that everything I owned, everything I worked for, sat next to the tanks that officials told us would either explode or spill. That one of these outcomes was inevitable. For 6 days, everything I owned sat in that blast zone while I checked my phone every hour to learn whether my home still stood. I'm here because I'm afraid of what comes next. And I have 3 questions for the council and GKN. First, what happens after the tanks are drained? While removing stabilized MMA is the right step right now, it's not a plan, it's a pause. Will GKN be installing new tanks? Will MMA be stored at this site again? Second, how close did we actually come? That tank held 7,000 gallons in a 34,000 gallon vessel, and the emergency ended only because it cracked just enough to relieve pressure. What would a fuller tank with less headroom have done? That is the true risk this neighborhood was and may yet again be exposed to. Third, and this is the heart of why I'm here, I'm asking this council to ensure that the bulk storage of MMA does not return to this site. Not with newer tanks, not with better sensors, not with a promise to communicate better next time. Use the city's permitting and land use authority to prohibit bulk storage of this chemical next to a residential neighborhood. If GKN's operations require it, those operations belong somewhere where people don't sleep. We were lucky once, and I'm asking you to make sure our safety never depends on that luck again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Willie Burkhardt, Bert Ashland and Charlene Cuellar. Willie Berghard.
Hi, my name is Willie Burkhart. I live in the Westminster area of the evacuation zone, and I was evacuated on Friday, May 22nd at 11:18 while I was at work with my preschool children. I had to leave midday to evacuate my house. My youngest son had to stay home from work. He missed work hours that day. So we could take the animals to a family member's apartment in Huntington Beach, while my other part of my family, there's 6 of us that live in my home, it's expensive to live in California, had to go to a hotel at Knott's Berry Farm where my son works, was employed. It was a lot of money going out, probably up to about $2,000 by the time we had to stay at hotels and feed everybody, because we had a little time to grab things because we had little notification. And there was a lot of nerves, obviously, as well. As a family, though, we were the lucky ones. I had neighbors who never left their homes. That scared me. I've got a lot of friends in that neighborhood. I've been in that neighborhood since 1991. So it was a scary time for all of us. They didn't have a place to go. I did. I was lucky. My insurance company called me yesterday and told me they can't reimburse me for loss of use because there was no physical damage to anything in the area. I've tried calling 211. I've called them since Saturday and have not gotten a response yet. I realize they're probably backed up, but I may be one of the people that doesn't get reimbursed because I'm not getting any phone calls back. There's other people that probably need it more than I do anyway. So like I said, I'm one of the lucky ones. I think that GKN, your company is based out of Canada. You guys could do better, eh? It would be really nice to see you guys, sorry, I need to laugh. It would be really nice to see you guys actually set up a better fund system for everybody. Everybody should be reimbursed for what happened to them. I never want to be that scared again. It was bad enough when I got locked down for COVID. I was going to miss the last week of school with my preschoolers, and I hate doing that because I've already done it once in my life, and I don't want to do it again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bert Ashland.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, I'm here to say that as a 50-year resident of our community, I've never been prouder of your staff, of the police department, of our fire department, of all the emergency services that the city was able to corral and bring to this issue. I know we have the chief of police here. They did a good job. OCTA exceeded my expectations. Everybody here on the dais should be proud of the people that work for you. And that's all I have to say. This is really, when it comes to land use, GKN's been there for a long, long time. The Garden Grove Industrial Complex should be thrilled to have aerospace companies like GKN as tenants and property owners. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Kloffenstein, City Council members, city staff, and all my neighbors here tonight and watching from home. My name is Charlene Cuellar. I am a very proud Garden Grove resident, a parent and community member who's deeply involved in our school communities here in Garden Grove. Tonight, I want to speak to my neighbors and city staff and city leaders, and to GKN, who I thought was going to be here tonight to listen to us all. I hope they're listening. Before we talk about what happened, and I'm sure we're all here to talk about our personal experiences, I think it's important to remember who we are. Garden Grove is a community of families. Some of us have been here for multiple generations, and others of us just arrived recently. But together we bring our culture, our communities, our languages, all of those things that make our communities so beautifully diverse and that we celebrate tremendously here in Garden Grove. I'm proud to raise my family here. Our children grow up alongside classmates from every corner of the world, and we are a city here where our churches, our temples, our neighborhoods, and backgrounds exist side by side. We're diverse and we're strong because of it. And that's why what happened over Memorial Day weekend and the days after affected so many people so deeply. People and families were evacuated. Residents were really in fear of their homes and their safety, and businesses lost revenues. Schools, neighborhoods, parents, and children were shaken. For many people, this was not just an inconvenience, it was frightening. I also witnessed our incredible support staff in our community who all rose to support each other. Garden Grove did its part, and I'm here today to ask that make sure that GKN Aerospace does theirs. As we move forward, I hope GKN Aerospace not only invest and make all of us whole that lost any part of it, but that we all are made whole. Thank you so much, Garden Grove. Thank you.
Next three speakers will be Terry Rocco, Sandy Ishii, and Mariela.
Good evening. First of all, I want to thank you, the mayor and council and all the first responders. And to GKN, I'm a community member whose family was evacuated, and yes, it was stressful and very uncertain. How long was this going to be, how bad it was going to be, but it was very difficult for me to see the trauma through my grandchildren's eyes, who worried about was their house going to blow up, their friends, their school, the confusion, and my 94-year-old father who had to go pick up because he was evacuated first, then got to my house, and then we were evacuated. So it was a very trying experience, but really I'm here for the voice of people who can't be here. I'm also on the school board for the Garden Grove Unified School District, representing Trustee Area 1, which was totally impacted. All 12 of our schools in that area had to close. I spent a lot of time on the phone or fielding emails from family members who were closest to Ground Zero. They were hit the hardest. They couldn't find shelters. Some of them slept in their cars. Some of them stayed home. I stayed a half hour, almost 45 minutes, trying to talk someone into leaving immediately. But where were they going to go? They lived paycheck to paycheck, so a lot of them lost a week's wages, or worse than that, lost their job because they didn't show. It was really the community who came together to provide a food drive for them, and we need to do more. The direct impact to our district made our superintendent, all our administrators work through the weekend to get information out, to assure families to have a plan A, B, and C, while the rest of the district was business as usual. We have 67 schools. To GKN, I just want you to know that just because the danger is over, families and businesses are still recovering, and you have a civic responsibility to fully restore all that was lost. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandy Ishii.
Thank you, City Council. Today I'll be directing my comments to GKN and hoping again that they're in the room. I'm Sandy Ishii, a retired Garden Grove principal, longtime resident, and here to speak in support in behalf of families and children in our community, as they are our city's most valuable asset. While the worst case scenario didn't occur, the community wants to know what led up to this crisis that put community members, first responders, and so many others in harm's way. What did occur was that GKN's policies and practices displaced tens of thousands of people at a time when school children should have been celebrating at end-of-year class parties with their teachers and their friends. Families were preparing for promotions and graduation ceremonies, as well as remembering our fallen soldiers and celebrating our hometown Strawberry Festival parade that was canceled. Instead, for Memorial Day weekend, memories will be those of fear, being evacuated and unhoused, and a lingering fear in our youth of could this possibly happen again? As a business leader, GKN must prioritize the community that surrounds you, especially those who suffered due to this evacuation. GKN is a stone's throw away from homes, families, children, and schools. I ask on behalf of the community, move all your high-risk chemical storage off-site to an industrial area that's appropriate to house volatile chemicals. Also, if that's not possible, relocate your operations requiring the use of MMA to a location that's suitable. We expect full transparency on all GKN's actions moving forward. This is not just about GKN, it's about their leadership. You owe our community for the displacement, fear, and danger, and the negative spotlight you put on our beautiful town. Work hard to rebuild our trust. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Mariella.
Hello, good evening. I was raised living in Garden Grove, a community that continues to prove their resilience and continues to protect each other when those who should don't. Community continues to show up and mobilize for each other, while council, you continue to hide in bureaucracy. But you're not the only ones. GKN is here, and hopefully not for long. On their website, GKN stated that they're sorry for the uncertainty and disruption this situation has caused. Imminent threat of a toxic chemical explosion is not just disruption. There were 50K residents needing to evacuate urgently, many of them leaving behind lifelines like medication, and our disabled neighbors not having the accessible transportation needed. There are workers getting laid off or not going to work in the evacuation zone, and ongoing language barriers that officials are not proactive in bridging. Our migrant community having to find safe haven amidst this public safety crisis, while this city continues to let ICE run rampant. All of that is not just a disruption, and is just the tip of the iceberg. This was a disaster that almost killed people, and it is a disservice that GKN continues to undermine the severity of that. Every life is sacred, from every resident here to the people in Palestine. GKN is an essential supplier to the war machine, manufacturing transparency canopies in the GG facility that is crucial for F-35 cockpit operations as a whole. The Zionist occupation, Israel, has used F-35s to continue committing genocide in Palestine, such as dropping 2,000-pound bombs in Al-Mawazi in July 2024, a designated safe zone that killed at least 90 people. These war manufacturers are in our neighborhoods, and the longer they stay, the more lives they endanger and will kill, here and abroad. We want these war manufacturers out. City Council, you have the power to put an end to it. Reject GKN expansion, shut down GKN, and adopt a moratorium now. Shame on you, GKN.
Next three speakers, Carlos, Colorado, Manda Z, and Kenny. Carlos, Colorado.
Good evening to the Honorable Council and to the ladies and gentlemen that are gathered here. My name is Carlos Colorado, and I'm part of the legal team that represents a wide swath of your constituents who are hardworking, deeply rooted families from this community who have joined together in a class action lawsuit stemming from this incident. As you well know, next month Garden Grove celebrates 70 years from the time that it was incorporated as a city. It is a young city, but I submit to you that it is a city that is at a crossroads. That is, it must decide whether it's going to continue to honor the principles that it was incorporated under, or whether it will allow newcomers, industrial interlopers, to hijack its destiny. The first settlers here christened this community Garden Grove, not Chemical Grove, not Industrial Park. And when someone said, you know, this place, that name isn't appropriate to the landscape here, your founders said, we'll make it appropriate by planting trees and making it beautiful. And that's the dream that brought so many people here, especially after the Second World War. when people came out here in droves and made it the largest growing community in the entire country. The Garden Grove dream requires this city council to hold GKN accountable so that that garden does not get traded in for an industrial park or for a barren wasteland. We hope that we will hold GKN accountable, and we're willing to do our part. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Manda. Manda Z.
Hi, I'm Em, and I'm with Resist USA War and UCI. In 4 weeks, we learned that GKN forced 50,000 Garden Grove residents to evacuate. But even with the evacuation order formally being lifted, their negligence has costed people their work, and they're laid off, and people are still financially recovering from these evacuations. While I've heard community members experiencing skin irritation, dizziness, side effects of MMA, and they're just facing the anxiety over the lack of transparency. Over the weeks, we learned that GKN has a long history of environmental violations and operating without correct permits, but the most common type of violation were worker safety violations involving injury prevention and machinery inspection. Not only do their violations cost the livelihoods of the workers of Garden Grove, but show that they neglect their own workers because they prioritize profit and not people. When the community is facing health issues from the chemicals, it was organizations reaching out with health surveys, while GKN had nothing to do to be transparent about it. Your destruction does not only stop in Garden Grove, but we know that GKN creates parts for F-35 jets for US-led war, military vehicles that conducted the siege of Marawi that killed over 1,000 people and displaced hundreds of thousands in the Philippines who still live in refugee camps today, and parts of the MH-60M Black Hawk that was used in military exercises in Long Beach just this week. It is clear where your priorities lie, and the impacts are not over with the false safety of an evacuation lift and a drop in the bucket of $3 million. We call for more. We demand to make GKN pay. We want the full transparency about the health and environmental impacts this chemical leak will have on us. They have exposed themselves to not be trusted, and we demand for them to be shut down. We call for Garden Grove to not approve any permits to enable expansions or increase production by GKN. We call for an immediate moratorium on new military facilities and to review their labor standard compliance. Thank you.
Kenny. Next speaker is Kenny.
Hi, I'm Kenny, member of VietRise and worker at Kosan College here in Garden Grove. During the Vietnam War, millions of people in the US engaged in direct actions against weapon manufacturers. So-called aerospace companies exactly like GKN were deploying napalm, otherwise known as liquid fire or the baby killer, against the Vietnamese people. The generation after of Vietnamese youth, current Vietnamese refugees, and working class immigrants who living through wars right now look at this crisis with rage but not without surprise. Crisis reveals what's always been there. Working class communities seeking refuge from one target of weapons manufacturers, forced to move into just another militarized geography. It's not just GKN. There's never been a moment in history in which a weapons manufacturer has been on the side of life. From the war in Vietnam to today, all weapons manufacturers are a fatal threat to life so long as they remain in our communities. Just as the genocide in Palestine has relied on our apathy, we must never accept the inevitability of destructive waste being able to be produced in our backyards. GKN wants us to drag our feet and wait this crisis out. They are a multi-billion-dollar company. $3 million is nothing to them, nothing. Literally each minute we wait to cleanse our city from weapons manufacturers like GKN, a F-35 they produce is already ready to drop a bomb on a family in the Middle East. And another one of their chemical tanks is waiting to explode in our neighborhoods. City Council, shut down GKN and ban all weapons manufacturers from the city now. Thank you.
Our next three speakers, Gina Wardlow, Alec Freeman, and Rayma. Gina?
Good evening. I'm Gina Wardlow, 20-year employee of Garden Grove Unified School District, Cook Elementary School librarian, resident of Stanton, and evacuee. I'd like to thank all of my family and friends for helping me during the evacuation. Thank you to WAGS for taking care of our animals. Thank you to the community for conducting themselves in a manner with patience and cooperation. I am really proud of us. Thank you to our first responders. Thank you, City Council, for having us tonight. GKN, you scared us. You put our elderly, our children, our pets, our homes, our jobs, all of it in danger. You made us feel stupid. You were allowed to conduct business here because of an unrealized trust given to GKN by our community. Over many years, facts show that GKN ignored problems and safety issues. Because of that, we are now living in a feeling of impending doom. We cannot sleep at night with the GKN monster under our beds. We cannot answer our children's questions with confidence because we have zero confidence in GKN's ability to function safely in our community. Well, the lights are on. Our eyes have been opened by fear because of the irresponsible greed of GKN. We are awake. The threat is real. And each of us are being willing to stop and to sleep with those lights on. And until the danger of GKN is removed and our families and pets are safe again, GKN needs to put on their big boy pants and start acting like a professional, responsible company functioning in a community with real, living, breathing people and animals. How did these chemicals even get here? In our backyard on the railroads? It will take time to get GKN out. We know that, but we are determined. And in the meantime, what is GKN doing to make sure that our community is safe? We do not want vague promises.
Ma'am, your time
we
is
want
up.
answers. We demand answers. And we want proof that GKN will follow through to a
Ma'am, your time
resolution
is up. Thank
that
you.
ensures our community safety. Thank you.
Next speaker, Alec Freeman.
Good evening. I'm Alec. My views are my own and do not necessarily reflect those of any organization. I'm speaking today as a concerned OC resident regarding the recent near disaster potentiated by GKN's plant and the Garden Grove City Council's lax review of GKN's prior safety violations. While we were fortunate to avoid a worst-case scenario, the incident exposed risks to our community's health and environment. Vulnerable members of our community, children, the elderly, and those with chronic respiratory illnesses were put at risk. There is also an economic cost to all this. Property values will decline, local businesses have suffered, and families who are already struggling to make ends meet have been forced to spend money they don't have to abide by evacuation orders. The $500 per family that has been donated so far by GKN is a drop in the bucket and will likely just be deducted by GKN for whatever taxes it pays. And, lest it be lost on anyone, the reason this GKN plant even exists right now is to help create weapons for Israel's genocide against the Palestinians. In other words, the violence that is being committed there is followed by assaults on the health of ordinary working people here in Southern California. We cannot afford to just treat this as a close call and move on. We must reject the proposed expansion of the GKN plant, cancel its permits, and prohibit the operation of weapons manufacturers in our towns and cities. Everyone's health, including our own, depends on it. Thank you.
Next speaker, Rayma.
Hello, my name is Rahma, and I'm a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement and a PhD candidate in bioengineering. GKN must not be allowed to buy their way out of accountability, especially not with a meager $3 million donation. The recent chemical crisis can't be treated as an isolated incident, and it can't be treated as something that can easily be resolved with a check. Tens of thousands of Garden Grove residents were forced to evacuate with no plan, no resources, and no certainty about when they could return home. Businesses lost income, families had to deal with unexpected costs for food, transportation, childcare, medication, and housing. Yet, Garden Grove city officials have continued to issue permits for GKN's facility expansion. The company announced in 2024 their plan to expand their facility here in Garden Grove in order to double their production capacity of transparency canopies for the F-35 fighter jet. This is a particularly important component of the F-35 fighter jet, which we all know has been used extensively to perpetrate a genocide against the people of Gaza, and has more recently been used in attacks on Lebanon, Iran, and in the region broadly. GKN is complicit in genocide, and they are poisoning our communities as they profit from war. Council members, your constituents are demanding accountability. Accountability is not a corporation paying money after a disaster that it caused. Accountability means confronting the pattern that made this disaster possible. If this council wants to truly hold GKN accountable, then implement at least a half-a-mile buffer zone between military manufacturing facilities and residential areas, and adopt an immediate moratorium on new manufacturing facilities and expansions to existing ones. Reject GKN's attempts to expand their facility and kick them out of our city. Thank you.
Our next three speakers, Vicky Lee, Mary, and Maido. Vicky Lee.
My name is Vicky, and I'm a resident of District 3, and I work just 1 mile away from GKN Aerospace. In the last 2 city council meetings, the people have demanded that GKN must be held responsible for their negligence, not only for the chemical leak, but given the history of 10 OSHA violations from 4 separate investigations, this weapon manufacturing world profiteering facility should not be able to buy their way out of accountability, especially when a meager $3 million cannot buy back the old livelihood. During the crisis, I was fortunate enough that taking a few days off of work didn't affect me on a detrimental scale, but I think a lot about my coworkers who were anxiously waiting for because they didn't know when they would be receiving their next paycheck. It agitates me to think about how, regardless of the health risks associated with returning back to a workplace that is located so close to 7,000 gallons of methylate, that they were cheering when the evacuation order got lifted, because this is their lived reality. The ability to work 1 extra shift could make the difference in being able to afford rents or not. Garden Grove is a working class neighborhood with almost 50% of its residents being made up of migrants. It is ironic to think about how our community, who were originally displaced from their homeland of Vietnam, of Mexico, of Palestine, of the Philippines, due to imperialist war and plunder, are now being threatened by the exact same war machine. It is baffling to me to learn that within the last 4 years, Garden Grove city officials have continuously and uncritically approved GKN expansion permit, including the one that got issued 2 days before the incident. And for my Vietnamese council member, you said voting for your community. You say vote for your community because it is community that got your back. But why does it matter to me if Ali, Anuan, or China is sitting up there, especially if sitting up there means being complacent in a system that prioritizes profit over people? And for those who can't help it but to complain that these public comments are starting to sound like a broken record, maybe take a moment to consider that the reason why these public comments sound so similar is because these are the demands of the masses. And we will continue to tell our story and show our faces and make it known that we are your constituents, not GKN Aerospace, not CEO.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Not any of these war profiteering companies. Make GKN pay. Stop the expansion. GKN out of Garden Grove now.
Next speaker, Mary.
Hello, good evening. My name is Mary Nguyen. I'm from the California Healthy Nail Salon Collaborative, an office that's located in Garden Grove near the incident zone. And we work with a nail salon workforce that is predominantly Vietnamese. In our work, we have educated the community about the health impacts of MMA, which has been banned in acrylic nail polish products in 2015 by the Board of Barber and Cosmetology, or BBC, due to the respiratory and skin complication it causes in its users. Many manicures have increased chemical sensitivity to MMA from the daily exposure in the workplace. Discovering that this banned chemical from nail polish products was being manufactured in our backyard was very shocking, and seeing how the responses for the community with the lack of language access to our Vietnamese community was very disappointing as well. While the evac order has been lifted, we still aren't sure how the city has made the decision to lift the orders, especially when we have heard from community members experiencing symptoms that have been harmful to their health. So I have a few things that I urge the city council members and the GKN to do, which is there needs to be a detailed report or more transparency on how the air monitoring was being conducted and how this lift was, why the lift was evacuated. The city, more transparency in how you made this decision for the evacuation to be lifted. City council members and the city state agencies must listen and believe their constituents when they share their story. Remove GKN from, and factories like GKN from operating in our neighborhoods that are creating toxic and harmful chemicals in the community, and GKN to compensate all their residents for all the harm that they've caused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Mai Do.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Dr. Mai Nguyen Do, Research and Policy Manager with the Harper Institute for Immigrant and Economic Justice. We know that GKN owes this community far more than $3 million, right? Local businesses owned by residents have lost revenue, and their workers were put in danger by GKN, not to mention the teachers, students, workers, residents in the immediate vicinity who are most at risk. Now, GKN and the foreign investment firm that owns it obviously factor in this damage. Millions of dollars is really just a slap on the wrist to Merrill's industry, which is expecting profits of over $1 billion in US dollars just this year alone. So real accountability for GKN means going beyond making whole the financial damage they've done to OC residents, which, to be clear, it's really critical that they do. Real accountability also means preventing this kind of crisis from happening again, which is why we continue to urge the city to take action and leverage its authority, its local control over land use to make sure people don't have to live, work, or learn next to this dangerous military weapons manufacturer. What is the point of bemoaning that you don't have more local control if you don't use the authority you do have in times like this? The city prohibits commercial cannabis facilities as a matter of public welfare. In fact, the council then had voted to reaffirm this ban about 10 years ago, a little over 10 years ago by now, which led to numerous dispensaries, local businesses being shut down. So this is more than possible because the city has done it before. That's why we're confident that the city can use its authority to give residents peace of mind so that they're not having to live or learn near these dangerous manufacturers. Thank you.
Our next three speakers will be Rosie K., Rodrigo Garay, and Katerina. Rosie K.
Hello, my name is Rosie. I was born and raised here in the beautiful community of Little Saigon, and I demand a moratorium, a shutdown of GKN Garden Grove facility, more transparency from GKN facility and MMA for GKN to actually pay for everyone affected. The thought of your constituents, your workers, your friends and families having to live or work near an extremely toxic chemical facility that actively makes parts for fighter jets and helicopters to massacre and terrorize people in Palestine, in the Philippines, in Iran, and recently in Southern California, and everywhere else that its missiles and wings can reach should be infuriating to you, especially when you all represent a community where over 40% of the population are migrants, people who had to flee from ecocide and war to come here. Then came the GKN spill, and those people had to flee again only to come back to learn that it's still lingering here. What steps will be taken to protect us in the long term? What's going to happen to our health? And to GKN, who apparently is not here, will they pay for the lost wages, for the hotel rooms, for gas, for emergency clothes, food, baby formula, diapers, detergent, blankets, etc., and etc.? Are people and the workers themselves going to be listened to and be compensated? Will GKN actually face consequences, or is it the bloody stained money that smells more enticing? These people, your people, including I, call this place home and would like to continue to call it home, but it shouldn't cost our lives. People over profit, implement a moratorium, make GKN pay, and GKN out of Garden Grove. Thank you.
Rodrigo Garay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Rodrigo Garay. I live in District 1. Our family had to be evacuated immediately. And we were affected, obviously, emotionally. My family, every time they hear it, now that 4th of July is coming up, we hear loud bangs, and we kind of figure, is this it? If this is going to happen again. I did a quick review, and you know what, GKN, the grifting is over, seriously. The grifting is over, and what I got to say is that you are not our brother's keepers. You really disappointed Garden Grove, District 1, and the whole community. One of the things that I have in mind here that throughout reviewing our community is that, like realtors say, location, location, location. A lot of those homes are not in a good location, especially I gotta say, Wakeham Elementary. When we were asked to be evacuated, my thoughts were of the Teamsters that are in there, working hard. And the next thing was the children, the elderly in our community. I had families that could not leave Beach Creek Apartments because they just couldn't leave. So again, the directors here make $200,000 to up to $260,000. You know, we have to make sure that Freedom of Information Act, we activate everything from the city up, and that this whole row of military hoods that I call is that they no longer operate in these sections. We have, obviously, again, I'm concerned about the elderly. By the way, this is what I used for a whole week to sleep on at a cot. This is what I used. Not only I, but I had a veteran, a retired police officer that I had to help that had no leg. I had to help him walk at Golden West College so I could sleep.
Sir, your
Okay?
time is up.
This is what I had to sleep on. And GKN, I'm sure that you slept on really nice beds with your $260,000 a year salary.
Next speaker, Katarina.
Mayor, if I may.
City Attorney?
Yeah, Mayor, it's close to 6 o'clock, and we do have additional items on the agenda, and then later a closed session. So I think it'd be appropriate to at this point take a break from the public comments and maybe hear from on the next item.
Okay, we'll be able to pause oral communication, then come back to finish oral communication after item 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, we're going to pause oral communication. We're going to move into matters. Item 2.
Item 2 is discuss and consider communications to GKN demanding accountability.
City Manager?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. One of the key priorities following this incident was to ensure that our local businesses receive support and accurate information and direct access to available resources. I want to introduce our Assistant City Manager, Ursa Luna Reynoso, who will provide some updates relating to business development outreach to our businesses that were affected in the area. Following, we would like to invite Mr. Steve Carlin from GKN to also provide remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Initially, the outreach consisted of a web page being stood up very quickly so that we could provide information to both residents and businesses. As we continue to get more business resources versus residential resources, we started to separate those to make it easier to navigate. I'm going to be focusing on the business resources. The state of California, through CalBiz, was one of the first entities to send us a comprehensive list of some items that we could make available. The Small Business Development Center conducted a webinar. We put that onto our website. So this business resource page provided recovery resources, county assistance information, and also eventually we added the Small Business Administration Economic Injury Disaster Loan Eligibility Workshop. We were soliciting businesses to fill that out if they had economic injury in order to prompt some additional SBA resources. So we did also do some direct business engagement. The economic development team continued to do this direct engagement with first businesses directly impacted in and around the incident site. We also created a business outreach email inbox specifically for the incident, and as we approached businesses, we gave them this email asking them if they have any follow-up questions to contact us, and we are monitoring that daily. On May 28th, we created a business resource information survey. This was added to the business resource webpage and promoted in collaboration with the Community Relations Office. We continue to promote this survey. It has been translated into 3 languages and also includes recovery resources. As of today, the survey has received 78 responses, 73 in English, 3 in Korean, 2 in Vietnamese. On May 28th, we had our first direct business contact. So we did all of the businesses that were directly adjacent to GKN. We also identified employees that had 100 or more employees within the immediate vicinity. And we also contacted major commercial property owners along Valley View. Businesses were informed of the survey and asked to reach out to the email that was created. They were also told about the SBDC workshop, the business resources page, etc. On May 29th was the webinar. 88 businesses attended. 14 were from the city of Garden Grove. Again, participants were told about the link to the business resource information survey, our email, our webpage, and the business outreach email was shared. Staff then worked in coordination with business license and the IT department to compile a contact list of 1,158 businesses located within the evacuation area within Garden Grove. The impacted area was divided into 12 outreach zones, and staff was assigned to each zone so that direct outreach could occur. Outreach efforts and responses are being tracked through a centralized spreadsheet. As of today, over 300 businesses have been directly contacted. Key findings, the majority of responses so far, which is only 300 of the 1,158, is that they experienced minimal to no impact. So most businesses were simply closed for the long weekend, and they reopened Tuesday without issue. If you recall, the evacuation area was condensed on Tuesday, so this kind of makes sense that in large part, many of the businesses were able to reopen on Tuesday, with those being closest to GKN were not able to. A few reported brief Friday disruptions, but recovered quickly. That's the majority of what we've received. There were a few significant impact and notable cases. So the businesses closest to GKN bore the most impact. Several of those businesses reported multi-day closures. One business reported a 60 to 70% sales loss and inability to pay rent. There were a couple of unique circumstances that were reported. One was a pharmaceutical delivery company that they had to relocate their refrigerated medications. An auto shop had its grand opening delayed by 5 days. And then there are some pending unreached businesses. A number of calls went to voicemail or had disconnected numbers. We followed up with emails to the extent we had those emails. We are also working with Cal EOS to see if the SBA, the Small Business Administration, will declare an economic injury disaster. If this is done, a business resource center will be stood up by the SBA within the vicinity. To my knowledge, Garden Grove is the only city that raised their hands to say we would like this within the city of Garden Grove. What this would do, it would provide a place for businesses to go to learn more about business resources, and it would also open up what's called the Economic Injury Disaster Loans, or EIDL, and those are working capital loans for economic injury. That concludes the outreach we've done to date, and we continue to want to get to every single one of those 1,000 plus businesses within the evacuation area. Thank you.
Thank you for the update. That's a very robust list. Sure.
Thank you so much, Ursula, for that update. I do want to flag, and I don't know to what degree you've been in communication with Congressman Tran's office. I watched him on the House floor a few days ago. He did make a call for an emergency declaration from our Small Business Administration at the federal level as well. So to any point that we could get any updates from his office with regards to that progress as well, I think that would be something beneficial for our community.
City Manager?
Thank you.
Of course, we'll be happy to follow up, and thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This is, again, an update, not only from Sue, who provided an update on resources that were being provided to our residents affected. In this incident, we also are working directly with our businesses so that they have a direct liaison with city staff if and when additional information and support that we can provide. At this time, I would like to invite Mr. Steve Carlin, representing GKN, to speak before the council.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, larger Garden Grove community, thank you for the opportunity to come speak with you tonight. I know there are a lot in the community who want to hear from us. Try this a little better into the microphone. Better?
Maybe put it up on the...
This one?
Yeah, put the whole mic on top of it and then pull it. I think that'll be easier.
Better? Can everybody hear better? Okay. I need to speak up. So, Madam Mayor, City Council, members of the community, thank you for the opportunity to come speak with you tonight. I know a lot of people have been wanting to hear from us, so I'm happy to have this opportunity to come talk to you. First of all, before I begin, I want to say a thank you to the brave firefighters, law enforcement, and first responder community, many of whom are in the room right now, for guiding this incident to such a successful and safe conclusion. Thank you on behalf of GKN. In the same moment, I'd like to recognize the local leadership, both at the city level, the regional level, state level, for guiding this community through this event. Your tireless efforts to look after your folks, I thank you. On behalf of GKN and the Garden Grove plant, I want to say I'm sorry that this event and this incident occurred. I understand and I realize sitting here tonight, understand what a disruptive event it was and how unsettling it is to the greater community. It's particularly unsettling to us at GKN because of the long history we have with Garden Grove and how connected we are to this community. As you know, over 500 people work in that plant, the majority of which live in Garden Grove and the surrounding communities. Additionally, that plant has been there for 60 years on Western Avenue. In many ways, the plant and the city of Garden Grove have grown up and prospered together. Generally speaking, though, the one thing about this plant and our history of going through is we are extremely proud of our association with Garden Grove. And the best way I guess I can explain that is that plant is known throughout the world. It is literally the #1 producer of aerospace transparencies, basically windows. Whether there's a new window out there that's going on a spacecraft or it's going on a new passenger cabin airliner, immediately that industry goes to Garden Grove because we are the experts. We make the most high quality and most technically complex windows out there. But the interesting thing about that is they don't say, I'm going to go to GKN Aerospace or GKN Transparencies or GKN Windows or anything like that. No matter where in the world somebody needs the most complex window, the most difficult optics problem solved, they say, we're going to go to Garden Grove. That is literally how that plant is referred to around the world. It is simply Garden Grove, and that's how it's known. We are tremendously proud of that. We are tremendously proud of that lineage. We are very much aware that we have broken a trust in the last couple of weeks, and we have a long way to go to earn back that trust. But you have my pledge that this company will do whatever it takes to earn back that trust, make you as proud of us to be part of Garden Grove as we are to be simply known as Garden Grove around the world. With that, Madam Mayor and City Council, I believe you have some questions.
I appreciate your comments. We do. I believe it's important. We're going to ask some questions of you and then obviously make sure we get back to the remainder of our oral communication. Obviously, you've heard quite a few members of the community get up and speak, and I've taken sort of an index, if you will, of some of the questions, concerns, and comments that you've heard this evening, as well as I think some of our own questions. I think my first one of the things I was hoping to hear tonight, and I think as we look at what that accountability question means and what the residents of Garden Grove are looking for, I think at some point in time, although you stand here tonight, it's not the same as really looking at the residents eye to eye and allowing them the opportunity to ask questions of you directly. We're afforded that opportunity this evening. Our residents are not. And so I hope, and I ask, and I know in our letter we sort of demanded that you be here this evening. And so once again, I'm going to demand, if I may, that you hold a town hall, some opportunity for a deeper level of accountability, an opportunity for the community, as they've shared tonight, to share their disruption, their pain, their fear, their loss. I feel that you need to shoulder that burden, and they need to have the opportunity to look you in the eye and have that conversation with you, to be able to talk to you directly, and then you be able to share back with them. This is a step forward, but to me, this isn't the solution, and this isn't going to be good enough long term. So that's the first thing. I hope tonight that you can share with the community that you will hold something like that soon, so that the community has that opportunity to speak with you directly and share their concerns, similar to what they did tonight. In this list of questions that was asked, what was inspected? Were there warning signs? Will there be changes to ensure that this doesn't happen again? Will there be disclosures and audits? What sort of negligence and opportunities and what sort of threat is MMA long-term? What kind of compensation to the residents? How you've impacted thousands of lives? How you've shut down businesses? How this plant is near schools? People demanding, again, accountability. What happens to those tanks once they're drained? Will there be new tanks? And I think one of them that struck home with me is, would you be willing to remove these chemicals from your facility altogether? And so I think for me, right now, the two questions that I have is, one, will you hold a town hall, and would you be willing to remove those chemicals from your site altogether?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think from the first question, yes, we'd be willing to hold a town hall. This is a first outreach of us to the community on your invite, and we definitely are. This is something we're going to have continued community outreach. Secondly, the second question, we are still very early in the stages of actually investigating and reviewing exactly what happened on May 21st. So it'd be too early for us to draw any conclusions one way or the other. What I can promise to you is that we will be completely transparent. You, the City Council, you, the folks of Garden Grove, will be very much aware of the results of that and any actions we may take based on that review.
I look forward to hearing more about that. I think one other thing I'd like to, and I want to make sure my colleagues have time to share as well. Charitable donations are not the same as compensation. And so, although we know that United Way was able to stand up the Resilience Fund, and there is a small portion of money going out, it's not enough. I think we all know that. We all agree with that. But again, a donation, a charitable donation, compensation, would you be willing to set up some sort of a claim opportunity that you could shoulder that would then help residents become whole from this situation? Is that something that you can do? What I'd like to see is not necessarily hiding behind a nonprofit, but standing up some sort of a claims process directly through GKN that then would be able to hold account for the residents and what they experienced and what that monetary loss was.
So we are continuing to evaluate a number of alternatives and also a lot of different alternatives to figure out ways to better serve the community. We continue to do that. At this stage, we chose to go with United Way for the first stage of this because of their actually experience of working in these types of things and their outreach across all of Orange County. But we are continuing to evaluate different ways to move forward.
Well, we hope with your continued community outreach and your town hall and all of us here continuing to ask questions and hoping for that accountability, we owe it to our community to ask for it and to demand it. So with that, colleagues, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, good questions. I didn't really get, I don't think the second one was answered, but much more needs to be done by GKN. Obviously, $3 million to a nonprofit. It was good to be able to get some of the money out there to help people who are just struggling, and for that, we're thankful. But that's just such a minor amount. And, you know, our assistant city manager just went over the business aspects. Some of your neighboring businesses that were, you know, and most of the things that she talked about are actually loans, where these businesses who suffer have to go out now through these programs and get loans. I don't think I heard one grant. Was there a grant in there?
No.
Okay. you know, a lot of these businesses aren't as, you know, they're mom and pop businesses. You know, they're not GKN, they're not, you know, and they're struggling too. And so I think just as rapid, we should be looking at helping some of those businesses in you know, their losses as well. Way more needs to be done for the community, way more. And I think the town hall, please, if you do that, don't do it on site. Rent a room somewhere else, because there's a lot of people you heard here today, they have legit PTSD. And to hold that at your site there, I think that would compound that.
Understood.
All right. So I think if you're going to do that, rent the community room, rent something that you can use, you know, for the, you know, that people will feel safe in their dealings. But my question, my last question, and I know the first one was more of a statement, but what are the other things you're planning to do, or are you exploring, should I say, to help the community and the businesses?
Right now, there's a whole bunch of different things we're looking at across the board. Some of them, quite frankly, are complicated by law, legal proceedings that are ongoing right now, and that limits some of the things and how quickly we can do them. But we're looking at a whole host of things that look at how do we get more support directly to the community itself at large, to individuals, as well as some of the businesses.
And briefly, accountability. You know, there's multiple layers of accountability. There's accountability to the community, but there should also be accountability to your business. I mean, and by that I mean, if you have, as been reported in newspapers, different things, a lot of different incidents have happened in the last couple years. At some point, somebody in the business is responsible. Is that a safety officer? Is that a vice president? Whose head is going to get chopped for this? I mean, honestly, somebody needs to be held. They're not doing their job. If they're having this many incidences and it keeps going down one after another, it's either the company's being lax or careless as a whole, or you've got somebody who's very incompetent on your staff. It's one of the two. So I think there's some soul searching that needs to be done at GKN, and hopefully you'll, you know, I don't want to see these tanks resume there. That's my backyard, and I don't want to have 7,000-ton bombs in my backyard. All right, so I personally don't care about, you know, all the other ancillary stuff. But I think we should explore what we could do with how we can get rid of those chemicals. If there's a methodology to make it safer or a methodology to get rid of it altogether, I think that would help a lot of animosity for our community.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, we're gonna go here, and here. Okay, perfect.
Hello. My question is the same with Mayor and the Mayor Pro Tem. So I'm not going to repeat it. The only thing that I'm concerned today, as you're here today, let people know how you proceed in your company. And you heard our resident expression, request, and demand. That is our request and demand, that we want that answer from you, and we want your support just like we asked for. So one thing that I'm concerned, that I know a lot of my residents would like to know, I don't know if you have the answer today, but will you willing to move the tank to somewhere else away from the community, yeah, so you can practically ship back and forth the material that you need, and the company still operate, but the tank had to be somewhere far away from the resident. My question.
So as I said, we're still in the very early stages of evaluating what happened in review, but there's a whole host of, depending on how that review goes, I would say all alternatives will be reviewed, I think they say.
So I agree with the mayor actually captured a lot of the question that we have. I just want to point one thing. So all the time, the one thing is that we have to demand you to be here. We were waiting and waiting. The community was outcrying. They came to the council meeting and we wait. And finally you're here. So from today, I hope that you will be accountable and you will respond to the community, not just today, but after this, you're gonna have to, as Mayor Pro Tem already mentioned about the town hall or whatever, but we want to make sure that you understand that earlier you already listened to many speakers talking about the hardship that they have to go through, and we want to make sure that you understand that after today, you're gonna take action. And the one thing that probably everybody wants to know if you're gonna remove the tank, and you already mentioned that you don't know yet, and so I just want to make sure that if we don't hear from you, we're gonna demand you to come back here again. So please take that in consideration. Thank you.
You do have our,
So I do have a couple questions that I wanted to ask. What procedures does GKN have in place for this kind of accidental release scenario, both to prevent it or to respond to it if it occurs?
so we are one of the most highly regulated industries. We have severe regulations in place at both the local, state, and federal level. All of our operations are constantly evaluated and overseen by a whole host of regulatory agencies. Anytime there is an issue or something like that, we immediately resolve it and continue to maintain our regulatory stance.
What outstanding environmental and safety compliances issues is GKN aware of as it is in Garden Grove facility? If any, how is GKN working to remedy those, and what timely manner and to address them?
So as I said before, we're highly regulated, so any issues that we have, we work quickly with the regulatory authorities to resolve them quickly.
What does a future look like for GKN in Garden Grove, given after this incident? Is there a plan to expand in Garden Grove? Is there a plan to support the community aside from just the OC United Way Fund?
So, two questions there. The first one, I'll take the plan. As you know, it's well publicized that there was an expansion in progress when this incident occurred. As far as the other plans, I think I've addressed those with we are continuing to evaluate a number of different opportunities and things to better serve the community moving forward.
Yeah, and I think the last one, which is basically what, Mayor Pro Tem and everybody on the dais is asking us, aside from today, what other opportunities, if any, would you allow the public to interact with GKN to answer any of these, more of their questions as well?
Yes, I think so. I think we've heard and knowing through this, I think some sort of public event is definitely in order.
Yeah. So as we continue to recover the recovery process, I want to be very clear. Accountability remains a top priority. A few weeks ago, I called for a moratorium followed by this incident, and I continue to stand that position today. A moratorium is about responsibility and prevention. I continue to support the staffs to work on this matter, and I would look forward to reviewing that in the future. The people of Garden Grove deserve more than just promises. They deserve transparency, they deserve answers, and they deserve confidence that everything possible is being done to prevent an incident like this from happening again. So I will continue to advocate for transparency, for accountability, and strong safeguard to ensure that this community remains the top priority with safety. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Carlin. I'm glad that you came and stood up in front of our community, and now I ask you to stand on business, as our youth would say. That means that I expect your actions to meet your words. There are so many of our residents that have been deeply and severely upset by this entire incident. I look to my colleague, George, who represents that district and is someone that has been affected by this instance, and I follow his suit, and I follow just how upset he is with this entire situation. So many of our friends, some of my friends that are in this audience that are residents of George's district that have had to be displaced, their loved ones were displaced. It's not a happy situation why we're here, and I have several questions for you, actually. So I'm going to start off and let you kind of know what I'm going to ask. First, I want to make sure that you're taking care of your house, and then I want to make sure that you're doing your part to take care of our house. So first, I want to ask you, you said in your letter you have over 500 employees. How many of these employees were affected by the evacuations?
I believe around 40%, but I have to get you the exact number.
Now, of these employees, are you still paying your employees, and are they still receiving benefits during this time that they are not working?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Next, and this is the same question that our mayor asked and so many of my colleagues asked, will you be reimbursing our residents in full? And will you be creating a portal for them to receive reimbursements?
We continue to look at a number of different things and evaluate as ways to better serve the community.
You know, when we receive assignments at school, we're often given deadlines, and we have to meet those deadlines. I think it's important as a part of accountability for us to get an idea of what that time frame is going to look like, because we are dealing with being able to regain our community's trust. Mr. Carlin, I ask that you give us a time frame for us to be realistic about when we can expect answers from you. I think that that's what our community is owed. We want to know when we're going to get a response from you guys. At least give us a ballpark. Are we talking a couple of days? Are we talking a couple of weeks? Are we talking a couple months? Would you be able to give us an estimated ballpark?
Given the amount of factors that play into that, I don't think I can give you a ballpark at this stage of the game.
Mm-hmm. We heard a lot from our residents today, and one of the things that I kept hearing from our constituents was the word luck. Luck, luck, luck. They were lucky that something worse didn't happen. They were lucky that they were able to find somewhere to stay. They were lucky that something didn't happen. I don't believe that we can have trust with luck. Mr. Carlin, I look forward to some concrete answers from you. I look forward to you meeting our community again. I look forward to attending this town hall with my fellow friends and neighbors. And I look forward to being able to get this accountability. And like George, I don't like the fact that there is a tank that could blow up at any moment in my friends' and neighbors' backyard. And if there's anything we can do, as George said, to make sure that that's not there, by all means. Thank you for your time, Mr. Carlin.
Thank you.
Mr. Carlin, if I may quickly, thank you. Yeah, thank you again for your time. I agree with the idea of time frames, a time frame for the town hall, a time frame for compensation. If that's something that you can work on internally and try to give us parameters, a timeline, a time frame, the community is owed that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, with that, we still have, I believe, a handful of pink cards. I want to make sure everyone has, I'm sorry? Well, go ahead. Yes, please.
Okay. To start, we have Katarina. Then our next three speakers after Katarina, it's Alex Ramirez, Nathan Tran, and Myra El Ajuz.
Hello, my name is Katarina. I'm somebody that works at GKN, and my family too was displaced, but luck played a part because my family is also from all of Orange County. So we had family members that lived outside of the evacuation zone and family members that lived inside the evacuation zone. So luck played a part in them But luck also plays, am I going to get lucky? Because my job is my livelihood. I take care of my kids. That's what I survive on. Everybody here wants GKN to close. I don't want GKN to close. 500 people or plus don't want GKN to close because that's our livelihood. Many husbands and wives, sons, daughters all work there. So it's not just one paycheck that's affected. It could be a whole family. And a lot of them live in Garden Grove or the surrounding area, Stanton, Cypress. Like, everybody lives in that area, and everybody's paychecks are worried. So people are lucky that nothing happened. Yes, everybody wants answers, but luck played a part. You guys get to go home. I don't know if I'm going to be lucky and have my job at the end of this because you guys want them to leave. I don't want them to leave. I want to have my job. I want to return. And lucky for me, Teamsters is helping as much as they can to do that with GKN. But I don't want them to leave. They've been in your guys' community 60 years. That's a long time. One oops or luck or whatever, I don't want them to leave. I think they deserve an opportunity to fix or change or whatever and earn your guys' trust back. Earn our trust, my family's trust. But I don't think they should leave the community. I think they should give the 500 plus people the chance to keep supporting their families. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Alex Ramirez.
Yes, it's Alex Ramirez, right?
Yes, Alex Ramirez.
Right on, thank you. Hello, everyone. I also work at GKN. I'm an inspector there. I'm also a union representative for Teamsters 952. For the past 3 weeks, because you guys have wanted us closed, I've had nothing but families call me, ask me if we're going to go back to work. I keep telling them, I don't know. They want us out. It's the same thing. We're scared. Me and my wife both work there. We worked not even far from those tanks. But we know as the time that we've worked there at GKN has always done everything to do what they had to do to keep us safe. In all the years that I've worked there, I've never been with a safer company. And I spent 10 years at another warehouse within 952, CVS actually. But I feel like the GKN has held up way more standards for the safety, the betterment of our family. It's true how Katarina said. There's a lot of families right now that are waiting for answers. I get a text every day, get a call every day. Do we gotta start looking for another job? I don't know. That's what I keep saying. I was like, luckily we've had 952 that got us these union wages that helped us out. We're able to put kids through college, retire on a good pension. Now it's uncertain. Now we got 500 people that are possibly gonna have to start looking for jobs. At this point, when I had left CVS, it took me about 4 months to find a job. It took my wife when she left CVS 6 months to find a job. I don't know how long it's going to take for 500 people to be able to recover. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Nathan Tran.
My name's Nathan, educator here in Garden Grove and organizer here with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Took the city 2 weeks after the crisis to even begin dialogue with the representative at GKN. The city and state has dragged at their feet to demand accountability from GKN, any sort of proactive cleaning efforts on the site, and refuses to address the issues of the community members outside of putting the responsibility on another nonprofit for a mere $500 per household, pennies from GKN. That's nothing compared to the labor and tax dollars taken by the military industries like GKN. Workers at that facility, like my father, who is a Teamster, worked long hours around dangerous chemicals, spending years not knowing that they were working with a potentially toxic bomb that could level schools and neighborhoods. GKN saw an 11% increase in revenue this quarter of this year, profiting off the bombings of children in Iran and Palestine while putting our communities through crisis. Workers at this facility must be transitioned to safer, more regulated work sites outside the military-industrial complex. A moratorium on the expansion of GKN in this city must be in place, and the city must shut down GKN and companies like it. Garden Grove must end its complicity to death and destruction abroad.
Next speaker, Maya Al-Audus. After Maya, we have Remo. After Remo, Dalal and Nadia. Maya?
Hello, everyone. My name is Maya. I'm a PhD student in environmental engineering at UC Irvine and an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm also Lebanese American, and in the last 100 days, Lebanon has seen 1.3 million people displaced and over 3,600 people killed in Lebanon by the hands of the Zionist Israeli occupation. This includes my 17-year-old cousin, who was killed while volunteering as an EMT attempting to save lives in my mother's hometown. GKN, the company that displaced up to 50,000 of our neighbors in May, supplies aircrafts to Israel that go to unjustly brutalize my family members in Lebanon, as well as men, women, and children in Gaza and Iran. GKN has been found to manufacture transparent canopies for the F-35 fighter jets and various aircraft parts and services for the CH-53K King Stallion helicopter under a deal between the U.S. Department of War and Israel. And just today, the House Armed Services Committee of the U.S. Congress added a provision to the National Defense Authorization Act that integrates the U.S. military and the Israeli military. This further streamlines the weapons distributions from U.S. military corporations like GKN to Israel. Companies like GKN actively poison our communities while only manufacturing weapons that go to kill my family in Lebanon and others in Palestine, Iran, and around the world. GKN, I hope you're listening, because you have blood on your hands. My family's blood and the blood of the men, women, and children in Palestine are on your hands. We need GKN and all weapons manufacturers out of Garden Grove now. We need jobs in Garden Grove that actually go to benefit our community, not to manufacture weapons of mass destruction. I urge the City Council to do more to protect our communities and hold GKN accountable.
Next speaker, Remo.
My name is Remo. I'm an organizer with the Palestinian Youth Movement, and I work in Garden Grove. We are all holding our breaths to see if Garden Grove City Council will take any concrete action to ensure that GKN Aerospace never threatens this community again. It's one thing to send GKN a strongly worded letter, but that cannot be confused with taking decisive action. A letter cannot stop GKN from expanding its facility by an extra 20,000 square feet. Only a moratorium can do that. A letter will not eliminate the threat of storing thousands of gallons of a volatile, hazardous, explosive chemical right next to where our neighbors sleep at night. That can only be accomplished by shutting down the facility. As another member of the public pointed out, if you can prevent the production of pickles and sausages in Garden Grove, you can certainly do the same for a facility that manufactures military equipment. After learning what kind of a facility we were dealing with, my distaste for GKN Aerospace went beyond the crisis they caused for Garden Grove. There is a disgusting irony in realizing that the corporation that displaced 50,000 Orange County residents and nearly blew up an elementary school was producing components for the F-35 program so those warplanes can displace our families over there and blow up their homes and schools. There is no moral justification for allowing such a facility to resume operations here. After everything, our community deserves industry that builds the world we want to see, and our workers deserve jobs that are safe and aligned with the values of our community. And a strongly worded letter just won't bring about the city that we want to see. It can only bring one spineless GKN representative who couldn't answer the most important questions that this community has. So council members, we're all waiting to see what you do next. There are 3 rooms in this building overflowing with people who don't want to look away and don't plan on forgetting. We want to see real leadership from our elected officials, and we want concrete action to impose a moratorium, make them pay, and kick them out of Garden Grove. Thank you.
Next speaker, Dalal. Dalal A.
My name is Dalal, and I'm a resident in Orange County, and I'm with the Palestinian Youth Movement. We cannot allow GKN to continue to be in Garden Grove after they have proven their negligence and disregard for residents' and workers' safety. They've only proven to be a poison to our community, and they have no place here. We know GKN to be an aerospace company that manufactures commercial and military aircraft components. Specifically, they manufacture transparency canopies that are sent and used by the Israeli military to put on top of F-35 jets to bomb the people of Gaza, Lebanon, Iran, and across the region. We refuse to be complicit in enabling a genocide to be carried out by way of these companies operating in our own backyards. We demand accountability. A $3 million donation is a drop in the bucket compared to the damage GKN has caused. They have displaced over 50,000 people, businesses were forced to be closed, and people are already financially struggling on a daily basis. We demand more than just a response from GKN. We demand that you, the city of Garden Grove, deny any permits related to GKN's ongoing facility expansion. We demand that you shut down GKN, and we demand that you adopt an immediate moratorium on existing, expanding, and new military manufacturing facilities. The GKN representative said that their facility here is simply known as Garden Grove. Let me make this clear. You do not represent Garden Grove, and the people represent this city and what makes Garden Grove what it is. And to make it clear, the city of Garden Grove, this is not entirely on GKN. We know what powers you have, and you also hold accountability to never allow this to happen again. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nadia. The next three speakers after Nadia are Norma Barrett, Mona Aguirre, and Frank Aguirre. Next, Nadia A.
Good evening, City Council. For weeks, you have heard your constituents reiterating again and again the unquestionable demand to shut down GKN's facility in Garden Grove. It is no secret that GKN has a history of violations going as far back as 2018, and the city of Garden Grove issued expansion permits for GKN just days before the chemical crisis began. MMA is used in the manufacturing process for F-35 fighter jets that are sent to Israel and then used to bomb and slaughter the lives of people in Gaza, Lebanon, Iran, and across the Middle East. The same bombs that annihilated my family's refugee camp in Gaza, killing and displacing my loved ones, is being allowed to continue to operate in our backyard, displaced over 50,000 residents here in Garden Grove, and is still putting our community at risk. For years, you have allowed this facility to operate in our neighborhood, just walking distance from the schools that our children attend every single day. Why are you continuing to allow this facility to operate with complete and utter impunity? Do we want hazardous jobs, or do we want safe jobs for Garden Grove workers? Do we expect workers to go back to business as usual at GKN? Thousands of businesses in the surrounding area were affected, and their workers were placed in unsafe conditions due to GKN. Those workers, including teachers and staff at the nearby school, also deserve safe jobs. Plus, who knows how many people are now second-guessing working in the surrounding vicinity of GKN. GKN is deliberately responsible for putting jobs in local small businesses and organizations at risk. It is your duty, city council members, to serve your constituents, and for weeks the people have spoken loud and clear. The city of Garden Grove must, 1, reject GKN's expansion, deny any and all permits for GKN's expansion. Number 2, adopt an immediate moratorium. We keep hearing that y'all need more information, but there should be action taken while you do this. Adopt an immediate moratorium on all existing, expanding, and new military manufacturing facilities. And finally, we demand that you do everything in power to shut GKN down. We don't want conversation, we demand action. So long as you continue to serve the interests of war profiteers, we will continue to show up until our demands are met.
Next speakers, Norma Barrett. Norma Barrett.
Hello. I live next to Dale Avenue. Oh, hi. I'm next to Dale Avenue, so I guess I'm in your district. I want to thank the heroes of the fire authority for stopping the explosion. Thank God, right? And I want to thank all those helping our neighbors recover. But don't forget the undocumented working poor, and they don't need ICE walking around while they're trying to get, some recovery. We don't need a dangerous company with dangerous materials in our neighborhoods. We need to shut down GKN for its irresponsible actions, and it has a long history of bad behavior with its materials. GKN doesn't deserve to stay in our neighborhoods. Let's shut it down. We don't support illegal wars either, and the horrible unsafe weapons factories in our streets. Lastly, we need to clean it up now. GKN needs to fund it. Why the delay? Why isn't it cleaned up? Clean it up, GKN, and then go away. Thanks.
Next speaker, Mona Aguirre.
you hear me? Okay. Good evening. My name is Mona Lisa Aguirre. I'm a Garden Grove resident. My home is approximately 600 feet from the tanks. Like many others, we didn't sleep, ate very little, and stressed about medications. After they wanted $1,500 up front for replacement, we had to opt out of most and choose the most critical for that moment. Sorry. I don't want to tell you the extreme measures that we had to take to rescue our animals and retrieve the rest of our medication. Sorry, Garden Grove PD, but we did what we had to do. I want to remind you that this is not the first time I've stood here and complained about GKN. This should be their final act affecting our community. We have long suffered from GKN and their lack of care for the residents of Garden Grove and Stanton. I'm here to remind you of the long ongoing issues. Up until this incident, we would hear random alarms, bells. I don't know if it's lunch, if it's break, but it's all day, all night. And I stood here July 25th, 2017, because for 2 months we heard what was like a loud power washing noise. It was 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And they did not respond to our inquiries about whether it was permanent, not permanent. The only reason I received a response was because I came to a council meeting. And I only received a response from them after I appeared here. They need to go. Our GKN needs to pay for our long-term suffering and leave for good so we can once again experience what a normal neighborhood feels like and sleep in peace. Thank you.
Next speaker, Frank Aguirre.
Hello, my name is Frank Aguirre. My home is approximately 600 feet from the tanks. We've been there about 20 years. When we bought the home, it was never disclosed to us that those tanks were there or that even the railroad tracks were active. But when we're gonna have to disclose it now, I mean, there goes our equity, there goes our, our property value now. We were allowed to return to our home Thursday night to go home and go to sleep, not knowing that our lives were in danger of not even waking up. Because then we were woken up by a helicopter about early in the morning. We just had to leave with just our, with our car keys and one vehicle. We couldn't grab anything. And then to find out we can't even return home. I understand the first responders, you guys did a great job. Thank you all for running to it instead of running away from it, putting their own lives in danger, firefighters and all that. But since we couldn't go back in, homeless were allowed, we're creeping in. We have video on our home cameras of them actually hiding in between our cars and our driveways. We're stressed. We don't even know if we're gonna go home to a home, or our home being looted, or what's going on. I really don't even know what to tell, who to ask. Who reimburses us for all this? We're out $1,500. My light bill's due. My electricity's due. You know what I mean? That money had to be used just to get clothes on our back, to find a place to stay. And then at a moment's notice, because it's dark. I don't understand what's going on, with all of this, because we haven't heard from anybody. George and Ariana, you guys actually spoke very well talking to the representative. Thank you. It's exactly what we wanted to say. That's about it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Next speakers are Carlos Baena, Dwight Hua, and Amar Khalid. Carlos Baena. Okay, next speaker is going to be Dwight Hua.
some trouble getting into the room. Is there a timer?
Can you please state your name for the record, please?
I'm Dwight He.
You're Dwight He. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor Klopfenstein. My name is Dwight He. I am District 1 in Garden Grove resident. I live on Beach Boulevard. I was here at previous council meetings. I actually live on the same block as the GKN facility. And I want to share that returning home has been a really unsettling experience. It does not feel normal. And while the evac has been lifted, many of my neighbors are uncertain about the future of our homes. Do we stay? Do we feel safe knowing that this facility remains in our backyard? I talked to one of my neighbors who has been living in our complex for 12 years, sharing about how difficult of a decision that is. A place that you've learned to call home, the people in the community that you cherish, all of this remains in jeopardy. I asked questions at the last meeting. Why was GKN allowed to operate in our city despite history of violations? And now our city, I ask, why has no substantial action been done to prevent a disaster like this from happening ever again? A payout is not what we want. We demand accountability for GKN and from the city of Garden Grove. I think many of us feel in this community that the representative shared that and showed that GKN does not care about our residents and our people and our community here. They are part of a supply chain creating parts for F-35 fighter jets that bomb families abroad in Gaza, Lebanon, Iran, profiting from war and violence, displacing families abroad and here. And now these hazardous jobs continue. And we ask, do we want safe jobs for our community to be able to work here and stay here and not compromise our values that our city was founded on? We demand that our city should not approve any new permits and allow for expansion of the GKN facility. We demand the shutdown of GKN in our community, and we continue to demand the immediate moratorium of new and future military manufacturing facilities and nothing less. Ever since this disaster, headline after headline has come out, and now what is next? And our city has the opportunity to make a new headline, the power, and to prove that they are not like GKN and they care more about us and the people than our profits.
Next speaker, Amar Khalid. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me, Carlos Baena.
Hello, good evening. Hopefully you can hear me well, but good evening, members of the board, public, police officers. First, I'd like to start off. I am a resident that lives less than 1,000 feet from GKN. I was actually able to see the tanks as they were being sprayed down from the back of my yard as I stepped on the ladder. I remember on Thursday, helicopters were out there making sure that people were getting evacuated, police officers going to the neighborhood, row by row, telling everyone to evacuate. And so we went to a shelter and we went back the same night. But then Friday came, beginning of the morning, we were told again to evacuate. And once again, I thought that, this is going to be something short term. They let us come back the previous night, we'd be able to come back again, but no, it extended well beyond Tuesday night. And as a lot of members of the public said, some were lucky to find shelter. Now, for me, I live with my parents, my younger sister, who is diabetic too, and with my pets as well. And so we weren't able to find a shelter that we could stay at because they were all full, and justifiably so. Everyone needed those resources. But luckily, we were able to find shelter with family members outside in Riverside. But essentially, what I want to at least wanted to mention is that I do wish for there to be accountability with GKN with what they're doing, and there should be some sort of reparations for everyone who was affected. But I also want to thank everyone here that was helping during that time as well, and I know my time is up.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Amar Khalid.
Hello, Council. My name is Thora, and I'm here as a community member and a member of the PYM.
We just heard GCAN's representative deliver a list of non-answers to the council's questions. It is abundantly clear that the GCAN is not a company that can operate in our community. It has shown time and time again that it is a risk to our livelihoods. The chemical crisis at GCAN is one of many incidents GCAN has put our community at risk at, and there is a lot of research to show that. Outside of the significant environmental and health risks GCAN poses on us, it supplies military cargo to Israel to commit its genocide in Gaza and its war crimes in Lebanon, Iran, and across the Middle East. MMA, which is the chemical that was involved in the recent crisis, is used for the transparency canopies for the F-35s that Israel uses. Garden Grove City is allowing a company like GCAN to operate in our backyard as it harms its community while having a hand in genocide. A simple apology is not going to fix this. A $3 million donation is not going to fix this. The health and integrity of our community is more valuable than these baseless attempts GCAN is using to sweep things under the rug. Residents should not have to live next to facilities that can upend their lives overnight. Residents should not have to live next to war profiteers. Workers should not have to choose between a paycheck and a chemical exposure or their own dignity. What we need is a halt to the expanses of GCAN, a moratorium on GCAN, and for GCAN to shut down its facility and leave our community. GCAN obviously cannot be trusted to hold themselves accountable, but council members, you have the power to hold them to account. GCAN is not more important than the safety of your residents, the schools, our workers, our businesses, and our community as a whole. Everyone is watching what is happening in Garden Grove. Whatever decision you make will tell us whether you prioritize us, the people that elected you, the people that you are supposed to serve, or over corporate profit and more money. Thank you.
Next speaker, Peter Pham. And after Peter, we have Ahmed Al-Sharid and Noel Al-Waida. Peter Pham. Okay, next speaker, Ahmed Al-Sharid. Or Noel Awada. Next speaker is going to be Raimi, Kevin Doe, and Justin Pham. Please state your name for the record.
Peter Pham. Hello, my name is Peter Pham, and I'll tell you a little bit about me. I'm a native of Orange County, California. I graduated with a bachelor's degree in biochemistry, and I currently work as a high school substitute teacher. I will be studying to become a chemistry teacher in a few months. Right, and as someone who has studied and will be teaching chemistry, I understand the importance of following safety protocols when handling chemicals. I was lucky to not have been affected by the chemical leak myself, as I live just outside the evacuation zone. However, I know many people who have been affected. People were unable to return to their homes and left with so much uncertainty. Families who are already living paycheck to paycheck were stretched even thinner because they had to rely on staying on the hotels and ordering takeout. Schools had to cancel events, no knowledge of when they could resume. Its consequences are the result of GKN's negligence, lack of transparency, and failure to prioritize safety. Safety should be a top priority, not only in just statements, verbal commands or words, but also and especially in practice. As a future chemistry teacher, I would never allow anyone, any student or any business to handle any chemicals without following safety protocols first. And considering GKN's negligence and history of a lack of accountability, I don't think I would have GKN work in my chemistry classroom either. My message on behalf of our community, as well as to GKN, is this. GKN must provide us with transparency.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Rami. And then following Rami is Kevin Doe, Justin Fan, and Dylan Stanton, or Slanton. Rami, Kevin Doe, Justin Pham, or Dylan Slanton. Next speakers are Aurora, Ken, Levi, and Raquel.
Hello. My name is Noelle. I'm a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement and a Garden Grove resident. Like many other of your constituents here, I have attended every city council meeting on accountability for GKN, and as you all already know, there has been an overwhelming majority of people who have demanded you invoke a moratorium now, reject GKN's expansion, and shut GKN down, and yet we haven't seen any form of accountability. I think I speak for everyone in this room when I say we don't want a letter response from GKN. A payout is only the first step, not a donation, which is extremely inaccessible, but a payout, which even then is nowhere near accountability for what GKN has put this community through. GKN has proven that they cannot operate responsibly in Garden Grove. Garden Grove residents do not want to live in a place where the city allows a reckless, unsafe company to operate. Businesses deserve to feel safe. Teachers and staff around nearby schools deserve safe jobs. We want to stop the expansion. We want a moratorium now, and we want to shut down GKN. This is not something that will be swept under the rug or forgotten about. Almost everyone who has spoken is demanding accountability, and we will keep showing up to every city council meeting until that happens. Thank you.
Next, Rami.
Mrs. Mayor, City Council, my name is Romy. During the last two meetings, we heard City Council members speak on accountability for GKN. So far, all we have seen of this accountability is a motion to delay a vote on a moratorium and a strongly worded letter that brought a GKN representative that could not even answer a single question straight. To the community members currently working at GKN, you deserve a job at a company that can support you and your family without simultaneously threatening the livelihood of your entire community. One that has not displaced 50,000 of your neighbors and offers nothing more than a sincere apology. To the people of Garden Grove, you deserve to live in a city that does not allow a company which manufactures military components which contributes to the slaughter of the people of Gaza while simultaneously displacing you and posing a threat to everyone around you, your family, your entire community. You deserve a city council that is accountable to you, one that has the courage to reject the expansion of GKN, to implement an immediate moratorium, and to shut down GKN. Thank you for your time.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Ahmed, and I'm from Resist USA War at UC Irvine. In 2 weeks, GKN evacuated 50,000 Garden Grove residents. Our own UCI students and workers were impacted and evacuated by this crisis. We just heard no concrete evidence and no concrete next steps or commitment to accountability from a GKN representative. And that despite this catastrophe being 2 weeks ago. That the investigation has barely begun on the effects of this leak and on our community's health. Their negligence and prioritization of profits caused our community members to lose their jobs and livelihoods, to miss work, to pay out of pockets for hotels, and they are still financially recovering from these evacuations. The measly $3 million is a mutual fund that GKN paid is nothing compared to what working migrant families have lost. and the impacts that residents will feel on their long-term health. On top of that, GKN's own workers are forced to be surrounded by these chemicals without a worker safety program. The weapon parts that GKN manufactures are being tested right now in Long Beach and LA in military exercises. They create parts for F-35 jets being used in US-led war and militarism in Palestine, Iran, the Philippines, and more. And now the prioritization of this war company is hurting our migrant worker communities here. In Orange County, which is home to more weapons corporations like Anduril that profit from threatening our communities here and abroad, we continuously demand for these weapons corporations out of our communities. We demand that GKN pay the communities that were impacted and that proper transparency is accurately issued on the long-term impacts of this disaster on our health and environment.
Thank you. Next speakers, we have Raquel Zeleznik, Eric Crane, and Kayleen Kuykendall. Raquel? Our next speakers are Raquel Zeleznik, Eric Crane, and Kayleen Kuykendall. We'll have speaker Kevin Doe.
Hello, my name is Kevin Doe. I'm 24 years old, and I am a resident of Orange County my entire life. Growing up near the area of Garden Grove for 20 plus years, I've gone through the K-12 system, and I just finished community college last month. I have lived all of my life down the street, experienced childhood to adulthood, and witnessed all that goes down in our city. Within the area of the impact zone charted on the evacuation map. That map could have also been our blast zone for our death. You're very lucky that the chemical didn't level out the entire neighborhood. Had it gone off, you're not just talking about entire family. You're talking about entire generations of children, senior workers such as first responders, education system, and the parents gone just like that, wiped out in a small area. 50,000 people have been displaced from their homes, but it could have gone a lot worse. We could have had our own Chernobyl within our backyard. 50,000 people is only the immediate impact of this incident. You're talking about entire religious community, preschools, elementary, middle schools, high schools, and even colleges down on Valley View, Lamson Avenue, and Knott Streets. It all could have been wiped out in one mistake. And their whole response to the incident shows that they only care more about profits than the lives that live here. You don't care. You only care because you've been caught in the act, messing up, and now trying to cover it up. They seem to care more for manufacturing weapons to produce $1 million stealth fighter jets to gain an advantage in the illegal war in Middle East. They think it outweighs the impact that it could have had on the generation of 50,000 families. We could have been one chemical reaction away from not being here today.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Justin Pham.
Greetings, Garden Grove City Council. I would like to start by thanking the first responders for handling the situation at the chemical plant and for the community for banding together in this time of crisis. My name is Justin Pham, and I went to school in Garden Grove, and I had many friends that were affected by the chemical leak. In the face of this recent incident at GKN Aerospace Facility, and their repeated negligence in meeting any of the regulatory and environmental standards in the past, I urge the council to stop GKN's planned expansion in Garden Grove and to hold a moratorium on their current activities for the sake of your constituents. This recent spill has leaked toxic chemicals onto our neighborhoods and the environment of Garden Grove, and have left us with thousands of displaced residents, interrupted businesses all across the area, and there are continued reports of respiratory illnesses, eye and skin irritation, even after the situation became stable. This is going to be a problem for years to come, as residents will have to deal with the financial burden from this incident. We'll have to be cleaning up all the air, soil, and water from toxic industrial chemicals, and who knows what other health impacts will follow in the decades to come. This is going to cost us millions of dollars, and who's going to pay for all of this? Based on GKN's past history of skirting maintenance, labor, and environmental laws, and actions from similar aerospace military companies that avoid legal responsibility and cleanup, GKN will not be helping us. We will be forced to spend our tax dollars paying for GKN's mess. The city of Garden Grove is a strong community, and we should not allow a foreign company to trample on us like this. I urge the city council to use their full power to force GKN to follow the rules like they should have been doing in the first place. I urge you to use your power to demand that they pay for the damages, millions of dollars of damages that they have inflicted onto our community.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
Okay, have a nice day.
Next speaker, Ken T.
Hello, good evening, council members. My name is Ken. I'm with Sunrise OC, and I'm a resident of Little Saigon who lives right at the border of evacuation zone during the GKN chemical spill. I've lived in Little Saigon my whole life, and I have a background in environmental science. So I'm here today to demand that Garden Grove reject GKN's expansion and put the health and safety of residents ahead of corporate interests. When the evacuation orders were issued, my family and I found ourselves in a confusing and stressful situation. Because we lived near the edge of the evacuation zone, many people, including my family, did not feel a strong sense of urgency. However, as someone that's trained in environmental science, I understand how dangerous the chemical releases can be and how quickly these situations can escalate. The hardest part was trying to convince my older family members to believe, because they were like, they can't see what's happening, they don't know what's happening, and I had to tell them it's really bad. And I had to beg them to leave, right? And many people at the border felt like they were far enough from danger, and they could simply just walk across the street if the conditions got worse, right? And that should concern all of us. The disaster also affected me professionally, right? I just got a recent job around the GKN's area, and we had an office open that week, and we had to miss out work and couldn't even do anything for a couple of days, right? And that's the consequence of this disaster extended far beyond the evacuation zone and disrupted the lives of including me, workers, businesses, and families around the area. More than 50,000 residents, including myself, were displaced, schools were closed. One of my mother's co-workers who lives nearby the area developed a severe rash on the day of incident. While the long-term health impacts remain uncertain, the fear and disruption and economic impacts are very, very real. As someone with a background in environmental science, I know that these consequences of industrial accidents can have long effects after an emergency is over. This incident should be a wake-up call. No company should be allowed to expand after creating a crisis that placed tens of thousands of residents and put an entire community at risk. I urge the city council to reject GKN's expansion and put people over profits. Thank you.
Next speaker, Livy D.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for allowing us to speak here today. I'm a Garden Grove community member here to urge you to protect all of us by shutting down GKN and imposing an immediate memorandum on all military manufacturing facilities. As many of us have said, this chemical crisis was the first of its kind to happen in our country. But is it really a surprise that it happened, that we ended up in this insane mess? GKN violated SoCal AMQMD regulations, refusing to provide pertinent records and permits, using illicit compounds, and exceeding VOC emissions limits for over a decade. Despite 6 previous warnings and lawsuits since 2009 to improve their handling of hazardous waste, they have not done so. A warning alone is not enough. An apology is not enough. We cannot trust your promises for transparency. To war profiteers like GKN, monetary fines are just the cost of doing business. Let the record show GKN never cared about the people of Garden Grove, and they cannot be above the law. Even if GKN was functioning in perfect working order and in accordance with the city's regulations, its presence here unequivocally contradicts the city's core values. How can Garden Grove present itself as a home for immigrants while housing a corporation that contributes to weapons of mass destruction? How can you call Garden Grove a home to anyone except greedy polluters if we continue to be complicit in genocide? Refusing to impose a memorandum on all military manufacturing facilities in your jurisdiction so that this doesn't happen again would be a slap in the face to the 50,000 residents told to abandon their homes, the small businesses and organizations who stepped up for the community, and to your staff who valiantly worked around the clock to meet Garden Grove's urgent needs. We're asking you to hold GKN accountable for all of us here. Thank you.
Next speaker, Raquel. Raquel Zalesnik. Eric Crane.
Hi, for the record, name is Eric Crane. Live in Long Beach, not about 10 miles. Let me just hold this. Rather tall. So I live in Long Beach, not in Garden Grove directly, but sort of the opposite direction where the wind was blowing. And if it had been blowing the opposite direction, I would have been in the evacuation zone. I guess my comment, other than acknowledging the potential for my own life, my own need to evacuate, I guess the question is it's a matter of trust. Like, do we trust GKN? They can't handle manufacturing plastic. I mean, God forbid this was like some sort of nuclear apparatus. Like, they don't seem to be able to handle plastic manufacturing. And they have a record of violations of worker safety and environmental and violating environmental regulations. So to allow them to continue to operate, can we trust them? The representative said it's a heavily regulated industry. I mean, apparently not well enough. I mean, can we trust them to handle this material where we have to evacuate 50,000 people, where they're operating in a sensitive environment of, residential area where if they do something wrong, there's an explosion. I mean, I don't know how they operate. Could this have happened at 3 a.m. when everyone's asleep? As far as the implications for what they manufacture, that's a much larger discussion that sort of is being brought home right now by the fact that this incident happened, for what these products are used for, and I think that's a much larger conversation the entire country has to wrestle with. For the workers themselves, like, the company owes them a safe work environment. Let's try to hold them to a standard where they can be trusted for their employees and the residents who live around them. Thank you.
Next speaker, Kayleen.
Hi, my name is Kayleen Kuykendall. I have a lot to say to GKN, but I'm going to save that for the town hall that they just agreed to due to our limited time today. At the city council meeting, I need to address our elected representatives. City and county officials have told us numerous times that there was no actual leak or escaped fumes after the fact. However, this is incongruent with the reported experience of many community members within the impacted zone. My own neighbors have reported respiratory and skin irritation, and this is congruent with a recent Cal Matters article, which noted that some residents reported nosebleeds, itchiness, and deaths of pet birds. This article cited the California Healthy Nail Collaborative, who we heard from earlier today. The deaths of pet birds caught my eye specifically, not because of my own elderly parrot, but because this cannot be attributed to a placebo effect. We want accountability from GKN, and we also want accountability from the people who have enabled them. So, the emergency zoning ordinance and 45-day moratorium on aerospace expansion that was proposed by council members Araceli and Muñetón is an excellent start. But why did our mayor and our city manager delay that? That's a question for you to answer later. I still have a little time. I also want to know, when the city approved this facility's expansion just a couple days before the incident, were their prior safety violations reviewed? Was it confirmed that their prior safety violations were actually adequately corrected before approving this expansion project? When GKN's permits and expansion were approved, did the city consider the potential chemical reactions with the chemicals stored in the neighboring facilities? As most of us know, there are numerous aerospace facilities in that neighborhood on Western and on Lamson. And all of us who have been impacted are worried about the compounded effects. If GKN's methyl methacrylate had leaked on that day, what kind of a chemical reaction would we have seen from the neighboring facilities with their own chemicals on board? That's a really concerning issue for us. Oh, I think I got it in 2 minutes exactly. Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Bin Yen Bui, Robin X, and Noor Ayawad. Bin Yen.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, the mayor. I'm a resident of Stanton, and my house is really close to the site that have the chemical tank. It's like less than half a mile, so we were the first one who evacuated and the last one to return home. So I will never forget the day that the police car drove slowly on the street, loudly asking people to leave the house, and the helicopters was like circling above us. So with kids, we just grab something really quick, and I'm a cancer survivor, so I have to take medication. So I was like really didn't know what to do, but try to find my medication, and we just leave the house. Left the house. So we were shocked learning that, there was a tank that may explode or leak in the area. Seeing that, we learn more about the city, the area where we live, that there are many industrial plants, operating, and they consume a lot of toxic chemical. I work for a water company, and I know for years we have the groundwater have issue with PFAS. And then this immediately remind me about PFAS. PFAS is something that have like plastic chemical, not going anywhere. Once you have it in your body, it stay there and cause cancer or, your health issue. Talking about the cost, evacuating for 5 days, the cost is like material with hotel, food, other needs, medication if you have to go to the pharmacy.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Oh,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
That's okay.
Next speaker, Robin X.
Hello, my name is Robin. I am a member of Local 50, which is part of the Teamsters Union. I'm here to speak on behalf of other members of my union who were forced to work at Disneyland during the state of emergency that was declared in Orange County. I had friends who were trying to call out, but neither the union nor the managers there were granting them to leave, despite some of them being in the evacuation zone and were still trying to recoup. But the time off that they were trying to take off was being counted against them. I had tried to call out of work directly with the union myself, and they didn't give me any support in this. As far as I see it, Teamsters is completely compromised to corporate interests. I know there were members of Teamsters who worked with GKN who were able to get time off and were able to get paid for that. I'm happy that they were able to, and they were able to be worked with. But for myself, I understand that people's livelihoods are tied to GKN Aerospace. As myself, I had worked in aerospace myself for 4 years in aerospace manufacturing, and as far as I see it, it was just seeing what happened with GKN is just another country club trying to just blowing up the neighborhood just for the sake of profits. As that's all I have to say is that This isn't just an issue of GKN or aerospace, it's a problem of capitalism, and that it is something that must be dismantled in order to put people over profits. Thank you.
Next speaker, Noor. Noor. Next speaker, Erica Gonzalez. Dylan de Guzman.
Hello, my name is Dylan. I'm a member of Anak Bayan UCI, Filipino Youth Org, fighting for the rights of Filipinos, and I've lived in Garden Grove for 7 years. Earlier, Steve Carlin, you said that GKN is highly regulated, but as it's been publicized, GKN has a history of violating safety regulations. And why else would we be in this situation in the first place? To emphasize how expensive this emergency has been, the city burned through public funds and resources to station firefighters, teams, and experts to run gallons of water continuously for days and mobilize hundreds of police. On the other end, you said 40% of your workers have been impacted. Similarly, we've met impacted migrant workers who burned holes in their bank accounts to keep their families safe, lost days of work that could have put food on the table, paid rent, or bought gas. We met 2 Filipino caregivers from the same block as GKN, and they were unjustly fired by their employer despite the state of national emergency. So for workers impacted, how do you expect them to support their families now? How can we feel safe with no clear answers on the long-term health and environmental impacts? And why do the people have to pay? GKN is reaping around $3.7 billion in revenue and only donated $3 million to a mutual aid fund. So if GKN actually wants to take accountability, they need to actually pay. We need full transparency around the impacts on our health and the environment. Weapons manufacturers like GKN should not be in the backyards of our community, and its workers deserve safer, more reliable jobs. Make GKN pay, people over profit, weapons manufacturers out of our communities. Thank you.
Next we have Erica Gonzalez.
Hi everyone, my name is Erica Gonzalez. I'm a lifelong Santanera resident, so I live in the Dalhai neighborhood. I'm here to stand in solidarity with the Garden Grove and Stanton residents. I happen to live in the industrial corridor, which we have our own GKN subsidiary in our neighborhood that contaminated our groundwater about 20 years ago, and we are still reeling with the after effects and the aftermath of that cleanup because of the negligence by this company. So I stand before you as a resident that has been impacted and has seen firsthand what these types of facilities do in our communities, because we already know this isn't the first time that something like this has happened. This specific situation, yes, but this is not the first time a corporation like GKN has contaminated or has impacted our residents. And it costs lives. Like, it costs lives, not money, not $3 million, not whatever their what they end up making every year. Like, these are lives, quality of life that we have seen impacted. So I stand before you, like I said, as a Delhi resident, but I also happen to work for Orange County Environmental Justice, which is a local nonprofit here in Orange County. And we had to fill in a lot of the gaps that you were not able to fill in when the evacuation first started. We had to do translation. That was all because of grassroots organizations, and thank you and shout out to them for their for the collaboration and for the quick responses, because we've already seen mutual aid is on the ground, and the folks that are most impacted are always the ones that end up doing all the work. And that needs to end now. You need to be here and hold GKN responsible and accountable, and they need to pay out these families. They need to pay out for wages that were lost. They need to pay out for the hotels that they had to pay out. We heard stories from evacuees that had health effects. So when you tell us that there were no health impacts, those are lies, blatant lies, because we saw firsthand. I saw pictures of people that had skin irritation. We talked to folks that had gone to the emergency room. We talked to folks that had accessibility issues. They didn't even have enough power for their
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you very much.
Do better.
Next speaker, Dylan Slanton.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Dylan. I've lived in Westminster my whole life, and I'm also a part of a youth-led environmental justice organization called Sunrise Movement, and I also have a degree in chemical engineering. And I like to speak on behalf of myself, but also everyone else who was frustrated on the lack of communication from OCFA and the city of Garden Grove. Not most people know what a levee is, or what it means that the tank was releasing pressure but not chemicals, or just generally have a good idea of what was going on. And I shouldn't have to dig through Wikipedia pages about MMA or polymerization or reactor kinetics to understand the risks, the mechanisms, and so on. And this lack of communication makes me skeptical of your willingness to serve the city and the people in it. I hope to be proven wrong, but I'm still skeptical after 2 weeks ago when it was voted to delay a moratorium on military manufacturing and their environmental compliance regulations. And granted, you did ask great questions. I really appreciate that. As for GKN, I'm very skeptical about their ability to make right with Garden Grove after not being able to answer at least some examples on how they're looking at how to make right with the people of Garden Grove. And as for the city of Garden Grove, I urge you to please deny the permitting to let GKN expand and just pretend that this didn't happen, and to adopt a moratorium immediately, continue to hold GKN accountable, and
So your time is up. Thank you.
For the people who are displaced, make right to them. Please just be more transparent. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Aurora M. Aurora M. Final announcement for our last speaker, Aurora M. Madam Mayor, that concludes all our public speaker cards.
Thank you very much. City Attorney Sandoval, just for point of clarification, we're now going to recess into closed session. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Evening, we're going to go ahead and call to order the June 9th regular meeting of the Garden Grove City Council. And Madam Clerk, will you call roll, please?
Councilmember Brightingham.
Here.
Councilmember Tran.
Here.
Councilmember Dovin.
Present.
Councilmember Muñetón.
Here.
Councilmember Aristegui.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Brightingham.
Here again.
And Mayor Klopfenstein.
Here. We'll move into invocation and pledge of allegiance.
Oh, and Councilmember Nguyen.
Here.
Thank you.
Thanks, God.
I believe our invocation will be led by our Assistant City Manager, Matt West. And if I could ask Councilmember Joe Dovin to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Thank you. Please prepare yourself according to your faith. Dear Lord, as we begin tonight's meeting, may we approach our discussions with wisdom and mutual respect for one another, for the many voices and perspectives within our community, and for the responsibility entrusted to us. And may our conversations be guided by thoughtful listening and a commitment to the common good, helping us make decisions that strengthen our city and serve all who call it home. And lastly, we also express our gratitude for those who dedicate themselves each day to protecting the safety, health, and well-being of our community. We ask this in your name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please take your seat.
All right, at this time, I will turn the meeting over to Councilwoman Yesenia Muñetón for the Housing Authority.
I will call for the Housing Authority special meeting to order. Will the clerk please take roll?
Commissioner Aristegui.
Here.
Commissioner Brightingham.
Here.
Commissioner Dovin.
Present.
Commissioner Klopfenstein.
Here.
Commissioner Philip Nguyen.
Here.
Vice Chair Tran.
Here.
And Chair Muñetón.
Here.
And both Commissioners Beckles and Tan Nguyen are absent.
We will now open oral communication. Madam Clerk, have we received any speaker cards for Housing Authority?
Chair Muñetón, we have not received any speaker cards for the Housing Authority.
We will now close oral communication and move on to items of consideration. Item number 1.
Item number 1 this evening is adoption of a resolution amending fiscal year 2026-27 Housing Authority budget. And our Finance Director, Patricia Song, is here to provide the report.
Madam Secretary, good evening. Madam Secretary, could you put the slides up on the screen, please? Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. The item before you tonight is a resolution amending the Garden Grove Housing Authority's fiscal year 26-27 budget. The Housing Authority administers the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program and other housing assistance programs funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. Because the authority's funding allocations are determined annually by HUD, budget adjustments are periodically necessary to align the spending plan with the most current funding information and program requirements. The authority's biannual budget was adopted last June. Since that time, staff has received updated funding allocations and completed comprehensive review of anticipated program expenditures for fiscal year 26-27. Based on that review, staff is recommending amendments totaling $792,000, bringing the authority's amended fiscal year 26-27 budget to $52.3 million. The largest component of the amendment is approximately $544,000 in administrative overhead costs allocated through the newly implemented cost allocation plan. The plan was developed in accordance with federal cost allocation requirements. It ensures that central service costs such as finance, human resources, information technology, and administrative support are allocated equitably to the programs that benefited from the support. The proposed amended budget remains fully supported by available funding resources and is consistent with the authority's mission of providing quality housing assistance programs to the Garden Grove residents. Accordingly, staff recommends that the Housing Authority adopt the resolution approving fiscal year 26-27 amended budget. This concludes my report, and I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions from our commissioners?
I'll second.
City Clerk, can you please take a roll call?
I'm having technical issues, if we could.
We'll do a roll call vote
Same,
for this.
yeah.
Oral vote.
For the, Commissioner DeStegi,
Yes.
Commissioner Breitigam,
Yes.
Commissioner Dovin, Commissioner Klumpenstein,
Yes.
Commissioner Philip Wynn,
Yes.
Vice Chair Tran,
Yes.
and Chair Muñoz.
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Are there any matters from commissioners or the director? We will adjourn the Housing Authority meeting and turn back to the City Council.
Thank you, Councilman. All right. Before we go into presentation 1, I'd like to pull consent item number 5, and I'll call for a motion on that.
Second.
Second.
Okay, call for the vote, please, on that.
We're still having technical.
Mhm.
Madam Mayor, we're going to go ahead and do a roll call vote. Mayor Klumpenstein,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Breitigam,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilmember Tran,
Yes.
Councilmember Dovin,
Aye.
Councilmember Muñoz,
Yes.
and Councilmember DeStegi.
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Thank you. And this takes us right into the reason for that is item number 1 under presentations.
This evening, item number 1 is a community spotlight in recognition of Damian Lorton and Jennifer Stewart for being named the 2026 Garden Grove Chamber of Commerce Man and Woman of the Year. And Assistant City Manager Matt West will read that community spotlight.
Thank you. This evening, the Garden Grove City Council is honored to recognize 2 exceptional community members whose meaningful work in Garden Grove earned them the prestigious title of 2026 Man and Woman of the Year from the Garden Grove Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to invite up Damian Lorton and Jennifer Stewart at this time. Come on up. Every year, the Garden Grove Chamber of Commerce selects 2 dedicated service-oriented individuals who demonstrate community pride through volunteerism and civic involvement. And it is the city's privilege to honor these outstanding individuals. We will begin with the 2026 Man of the Year, Damian Lorton. Damian is an acclaimed actor, singer, director, and producer, and mentor. In 2024, he co-founded One More Productions to provide high-quality, affordable theater productions. Under his leadership, the organization has raised more than $300,000 for Orange County nonprofit organizations. Damian's dedication to the arts and the community has earned him numerous accolades, including the LA Times Man of the Year, recognition as one of the 101 most influential people by the Daily Pilot, the Paul Harris Fellow Award, the St. James Family Honors Award, and many others. Currently, Damian serves as president of the Garden Grove Downtown Business Association, is an active member of the Benevolent and Protective Order of Elks. Next, we have our 2026 Woman of the Year, Jennifer Stewart. Excuse me. As owner of Azteca Restaurant on Main Street, Jennifer has long been a dedicated community leader and advocate for downtown Garden Grove. She served 7 years on the Garden Grove Downtown Business Association Board, including as president and vice president, and currently serves as chair of the city's Downtown Commission. Jennifer has also contributed to Garden Grove's artistic and cultural identity through her creation of the Jack Wallen bust at Atlantis Place Center and the vibrant Strawberry Fest sculpture in front of Fire Station 84, both of which celebrate the city's rich history and community spirit. She's currently working on another monument, a jungle-themed bronze wall that will be installed at the entrance to Woodbury Park following the park's renovation. At this time, the Mayor and City Council would like to present Damian Lorton and Jennifer Stewart with a resolution honoring their selection as the 2026 Garden Grove Man and Woman of the Year. Congratulations.
Oh my gosh.
We're both so honored to be acknowledged by this. Being part of a community like this is something great, and following your leadership and how you've been, it allows Jennifer and I to stand for not only our downtown Main Street, but for our community itself. And we thank you, and we're just so honored and grateful to be recognized. It really is a joy, and it really is a great gift. So thank you for taking that moment to acknowledge us.
Everything that he said, plus I want to say that I could not be more pleased and more honored to be standing next to this gentleman right here.
Thank
So,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you all so much. What an honor.
Congratulations to you both. All right, before we move into oral communications, I'm going to pull agenda item 21.
This evening, item 21 is adoption of a resolution certifying the supplemental environmental impact report, adopting a supplemental mitigation monitoring and reporting program, adopting findings of fact, including a statement of overriding considerations, adoption of a resolution approving modifications to the conditions of approval for site plan SP-107-2022, and introduction and first reading of an ordinance reapproving Plan Unit Development Number PUD 141-01A. And we have our senior planner, Preet, who will introduce the item.
Good evening, City Council. Pursuant to a stipulated writ of mandate issued by the Superior Court of Orange County, the City Council is considering a recommendation to certify a Supplemental Environmental Impact Report, or SEIR, adopt a Supplemental Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, or Supplemental MMRP, and adopt findings of fact, including a statement of overriding considerations, approve revisions to the conditions of approval for site plan number SP-107-2022, and reapprove plan unit development number PUD-141-01A with modifications limited to the plan unit development provisions and development and performance standards to incorporate the mitigation measures and project design features identified in the SEIR for the previously approved Site B2 hotel project. The project site is approximately 3.7 acres, commonly known as Site B2, located on the northwest corner of Harbor Boulevard and Twin Tree Avenue. The site also encompasses the vacated Thackeray Drive and a vacated public alley. The subject site has a general plan land use designation of International West Mixed Use and is located within planned unit development number PUD 141-01A. In 2022, the applicant requested approval to develop the subject resort hotel. The resort would feature a 23-story, 500-room hotel with a variety of related amenities, including a pool, water slides, ballrooms, theater, and restaurants. A 5-level parking garage with 528 parking spaces would also be provided. The project design will not change as part of the request tonight. In July 2022, the Planning Commission recommended that the City Council approve the project entitlements, including an initial study mitigated negative declaration, the PUD sub-area, and the site plan. Later that month, Planning Commission's actions were appealed by Unite Here Local 11 to City Council. In August 2022, the City Council denied the appeal, approved the entitlements, and conducted the first reading of the PUD ordinance. The second reading of the ordinance was held in September 2022. A lawsuit was filed in the Superior Court later in 2022. Prior to trial, all parties reached a settlement and agreed to stipulate a writ of mandate that was issued by the court in February 2024. The writ left the city's 2022 approvals in place, but requires the city to prepare a focused analysis of the project's vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas impacts, assess whether modifications are needed to the 2022 approvals, including mitigation measures and conditions of approval in light of that analysis, and approve with modifications, or deny the PUD at a City Council meeting. To comply with the writ, the city has prepared a supplemental EIR, providing a focused review of the project's vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas impacts. The SEIR was circulated for a 45-day public comment period from September 22 to November 6, 2025. During that period, 3 comment letters were received. Responses to those comments were prepared and included in the final SEIR. In a few moments, we also have the environmental consultant here who will provide more information on the SEIR. On May 7th, 2026, the Planning Commission recommended that the City Council certify the SEIR, reapprove the PUD, and approve the revisions to the conditions of approval for the previously approved site plan. The PUD is being returned to the City Council pursuant to the writ after considering the focus vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas analysis in the SEIR. The modifications recommended for City Council consideration are limited to revisions to the PUD development provisions and development and performance standards to incorporate the mitigation measures and project design features identified in the SEIR. No other changes to the PUD are proposed. The narrow scope of the current site plan action is to update the conditions of approval to incorporate the mitigation measures identified in the SEIR and other administrative updates. Once again, the approved project design, including the building footprint, height, layout, parking configuration, and architecture, is not changing. At this moment, I would now like to turn it over to Rachel Strulia of Dudek, the environmental consultant for the project, to give an overview of the SEIR.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Rachel Strulia. I'm with the environmental consulting firm Dudek, and we've been assisting the city with preparation of this supplemental EIR. I'm going to tell you that the supplemental EIR was written to comply with the writ of mandate and analyze greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle miles traveled in depth. I'm going to provide a high-level overview of these topics. Greenhouse gases are gases that trap heat in the atmosphere. The most common GHG is carbon dioxide, which is released when fossil fuels are burned for energy and transportation. Not all GHGs function in the same way, so they are measured in terms of metric ton equivalents of carbon dioxide. The city was required to study how many GHG emissions the project would generate if it were built and operated, and whether the project would conflict with the applicable plans, policies, or regulations that reduce GHG emissions. A number of GHG emissions were created by the project during both construction and operation. Industry standard models were used, California Emissions Estimator Model or CALIMOD. The modeling also applied project-specific data when available and appropriate. The project's GHG emissions were compared to a threshold of significance provided by the South Coast Air Quality Management District of 1,400 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year. This is what it looked like. So construction emissions totaled 3,609 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year. Operational GHG emissions were 8,004 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year. And when combining the operational GHG emissions and the amortized construction emissions, the total was 8,124 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year, which exceeds the 1,400 metric tons threshold. So the GHG impacts were significant and mitigation was required. And then the potential conflict with plans, policies, and regulations impact was less than significant with the application of mitigation. A total of 15 mitigation measures were required, and 10 project design features were incorporated into the project, which focused on energy efficiency, renewable energy, water conservation, and carbon offset credits. The findings were still that there was a significant and unavoidable impact, as well as a significant and unavoidable cumulative impact. Moving to vehicle miles traveled, the second issue that was studied in depth. Previously, transportation impacts were measured by how much congestion or delay a project would cause, but in 2020, the state replaced that standard with vehicle miles traveled. VMT measures how much driving a project would generate, in this case by the hotel guests and the employees. The project's potential VMT impacts were calculated using industry standard models. Project-specific data was applied where it was available and appropriate, and the goal was to determine if the project would cause more VMT than the county average. The findings were that the project would result in a less than significant impact with project-generated VMT as measured by employees and guests. When measured by employees only, the impacts were significant. So 2 mitigation measures were applied to reduce the impacts to less than significant, and these focused on commute reduction measures and end-of-trip bicycle facilities. Yet, even with the inclusion of all the mitigation in the supplemental EIR, the project will still have a significant and unavoidable impact. When there is a significant and unavoidable impact, the city must adopt a statement of overriding considerations in order to approve the project. A statement of overriding considerations balances the project's benefits against its environmental risks. These benefits may include economic, legal, social, or technological benefits. A statement of override has been prepared for this project and is included in the project's findings. Project benefits include tax revenue, job creation, and support for the city's tourism and hospitality economy. The project transforms a long vacant infill site into a resort hotel destination that advances the city's long-term vision for the International West Corridor. And with that, I want to let you know that our team is here to answer any specific questions you may have, and we'd be happy to do so. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Rachel. I would now like to turn it over to Assistant City Manager Ursula Luna Reynoso to give additional background on the project.
Thank you. I'm going to focus my presentation on a portion of the project timeline and certain policy objectives achieved by the project. It's important to acknowledge that we are aware that there are concerns relative to affordable housing, and that there are, we've received comments throughout this process about this site should be for affordable housing. So I'm going to start by acknowledging that we do not disagree with the importance of housing. I want to share a bit of history related to this site that demonstrates the city's commitment to housing, and in particular to affordable housing at this site. The site, which we refer to as B2, has been the subject of interest since 2001. The former redevelopment agency entered into an agreement with the developer, which envisioned the construction of 2 hotels. One was the Sheraton, which was completed in 2008 as a 288-room hotel. The former redevelopment agency continued to assemble property for a larger, more grandiose project, because the second hotel that was envisioned was a limited service, approximately 200-room hotel. Different land uses for hotels and other tourist-serving uses were explored as part of this more grandiose project. Tamerlane Apartments, directly adjacent to the site, was incorporated into the redevelopment project area in 2002. Over the years, 3 different development scenarios were discussed. The first being a concept that was called Small B2, very creative, I know, which was the original plan, the Marriott plus a second limited service hotel consisting of approximately 200 rooms. The second concept was called Large B2, which was a 10-acre site envisioning a more intense development consisting of all visitor-serving uses, including Tamerlane Apartments is how we got to the 10 acres. The third concept, the project that was described earlier by Preet, is the current B2 project consisting of 3.72 acres. The remaining 6 acres was comprised largely by the Tamerlane Apartment project, which is was a residential project, much of it affordable, with the majority of restrictive covenants set to expire, meaning the units would no longer be affordable. When the city made the decision to enter into an agreement with an affordable housing developer to preserve and rehabilitate the 78 units that comprised Tamerlane Apartments as affordable units, it made a direct policy decision to prioritize affordable housing over hospitality and other visitor-serving uses. Between the former redevelopment agency, the Housing Authority, and various funding sources, approximately $15 million was contributed to the preservation and substantial rehabilitation of these units. Construction was recently completed, and the rescheduled ribbon cutting is set for June 23rd. Those units are now occupied by low-income households. The rehabilitated project is called Orchard Grove and will remain affordable for 55 years thanks to the new covenants required as part of the substantial rehabilitation project. I thought it was important to highlight the city's commitment to affordable housing and that the housing was prioritized and completed first. I again want to acknowledge the importance of housing. We do need more housing, and Garden Grove is actively planning for more housing. In fact, we are planning for over 19,000 units due to our Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA, number which was established by the Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG. This is one of the largest requirements in the county. Of important note, the remaining 3.72 acres is not identified as a housing opportunity site in our housing element. I now want to move over to the balance of land uses. It is important for cities to have a balance of land uses. Residential uses put a high demand on city services, because cities have to supply public safety, maintain streets and infrastructure, provide parks and recreational services for those residents. While residential uses are a drain on city resources, non-residential uses generate revenue. As a point of example, the cities of commerce and industry consistently have a surplus of revenue because they have very low residential costs and a lot of non-residential uses. Tax revenue becomes very important for cities to maintain their services to their constituents. Transit occupancy tax, or TOT, is of vital interest to cities because we keep 100% of this tax, unlike sales tax and property tax, where we only receive a small percentage. TOT is generated by hotel uses. Cities are interested in revenue, not because we are greedy. Those tax revenues are used to pay for public services. Education is largely paid for via property taxes. Public safety, infrastructure, and parks are paid via property tax, sales tax, and as importantly mentioned, TOT. The city reinvests this revenue back into the community for the benefits of our residents. At the risk of being redundant, hotels and the TOT revenue they generate is of vital interest to cities, and it's not for greed, but to reinvest back into the community to pay for public services, which directly impacts quality of life for our residents. Workforce development is another objective achieved by this project. Job creation is of vital importance for the local economy. This project will provide a number of new jobs. It will create temporary construction jobs. It will provide permanent service jobs. The disposition and the development agreement, or the DDA, between the city and the developer requires a project labor agreement with the local Building Trade Council. This inclusion in the DDA demonstrates a manifestation of another policy objective of the City Council related to workforce development for the construction industry and a commitment to local hire. In summary, this project, if completed, will achieve a number of policy objectives that are of eminent importance to the city. Thank you.
Staff would also like to acknowledge the written comments that have been received after the conclusion of the public comment period on the draft SEIR. These comments include a letter from the Channel Law Group on behalf of Unite Here Local 11 dated May 7, 2026 that was submitted just a couple hours before the Planning Commission meeting. Although not required by CEQA, the city has prepared a response letter for that May 7th letter, which has been provided to the council earlier this afternoon as supplemental information. That supplemental information was also included on the city's agenda website. With that said, staff recommends that the City Council take the following actions: conduct a public hearing, certify the SEIR, adopt the supplemental MMRP, and adopt findings of fact, including a statement of overriding considerations. Approve revisions to the conditions of approval for site plan number SP-107-2022, contingent upon the City Council's action on the PUD. And reapprove PUD-141-01A with modifications limited to the PUD provisions and development and performance standards to incorporate the mitigation measures and project design features identified in the SEIR. This concludes staff's report, and we are all available for questions.
Thank you very much, all of you, for the presentation this evening. Colleagues, before I open the public hearing, are there any questions of staff? Question?
Well, not really question, but it's more about statement or notes. So thank you so much for presenting. Before coming here, I received so many emails about the affordable housing. And so I'm so glad that you address that. Not just that, but you also go further on about the tax, the workforce, and the land use. I listened to every single word. I'm so glad that you address all that. So I hope for the resident that asking about affordable housing and all those, they listen to your report and be able to address some of the things that they have the concern. Great job. That was it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
How did the Planning Commission vote on this?
They voted 5-0 in favor of the project with 2 plan commissioners absent.
I can't pull up a response to the May 7 letter. Is it on our agenda, or do you have a printout or an email? Are you pulling it up here? So this is a letter drafted by Dudek, right?
Correct. So this is the response letter that the city has prepared, or Dudek prepared on behalf of the city, in response to that letter from May 7th.
It's not scrolling on my screen. Can you scroll down to this pages?
Which page would you like?
Keep going to page 2.
Page 2.
3, 4, 5. How many pages on here?
Total of 53 pages.
So it's a pretty long document. So I want to alert the public that it is on our website, correct?
It is, yes.
It's accessible to the public. Is the May 7 letter from Channel Law Group, is that also on our website?
That was, yes, included in the original agenda packet.
Right.
Yeah.
So, since we have Dudek's representative, I'd like to ask her a question.
Yes.
The letter from Channel Law Group, May 7, is significantly shorter than yours, which is, what do we say, 50-something pages? There's quick, short question of mine is the main point that Channel raised was the final SEIR does not satisfy the stipulated writ. And it looks like that your letter in response alleged that it is satisfied.
That's correct.
And you've laid out the arguments in your letter, and you believe that you've significantly or substantially addressed the issue raised by Channel, that you believe that the final SEIR does satisfy the stipulated writ. Is that
That's correct?
Okay. So do you think there would be challenges to your position as far as it concerned the final SEIR?
It's possible.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. So you've done your best to answer them, but
Yes.
you cannot anticipate future litigation which may continue at this point. You don't know.
That's correct. I'm a CEQA consultant, not an attorney.
Thank you. I'm satisfied.
Okay, thank you.
For Omar, are we satisfied that Dudek responded, which our staff has also recommended this project to move forward, which our planning commissioners have voted up? Are you satisfied that Dudek's answer to Channel's raising those legal issues from the city's point of view, have we addressed it properly?
Yes, Councilmember Dovin, if we had identified any issues, we would, address them before we even agendize it for Planning Commission and subsequently for City Council.
So, are you satisfied that the challenge or the allegations that the final SEIR does not satisfy the stipulated writ? Where do you come down?
We're taking it back to court. So after the City Council takes final action, we have to go back to court on a return to the writ, and we will present it to the judge and indicate we have satisfied the requirements of the judgment.
Then we still have to wait for a ruling, is that correct?
That's correct.
So the ruling may be in favor if we vote it up, but it can also go against us.
We have responded to all the comments from the original original firms that had challenged the approvals, and we feel comfortable that we have sufficient information to present it to the court, and the court should rule in our favor. But we can't tell you 100% because it's not in our hands. But we have done everything. We have done everything we can to satisfy the requirements of the writ and also the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act.
So that would be our city attorney's law firm who's going to present that case to the court, not DUDAC, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. I'm satisfied with the answers, but I want to hear what the public needs to say before I vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, any other questions before I open the public hearing? Yes.
Yeah, Councilmember Dovin, I actually really appreciate your line of questioning. I always try to break things down as simple as possible for folks because not a lot of people are very familiar with the intricacies of legalese. Councilmember Dovin is an attorney. I worked in law for almost 10 years. And so for us reading through something and seeing that we have a writ of mandate from the court, I think we kind of can understand it to a different degree than maybe the layman. But essentially we're here because we have to fulfill this step in this process because this is what a judge mandated us to do. So we're going through all of these steps to make sure that we're fulfilling our end of this writ of mandate. My question with regards to some of the land use, you mentioned that this remaining 3.2, it's not currently zoned for housing.
That is correct. It's currently zoned for hotel use. The hotel with incidental restaurants and banquet type thing, that's what it's currently zoned for. It's not zoned for housing.
And how long has it been zoned this way?
So that zoning was in place with the 2022 approvals. Prior to that, the zoning referred back to planned unit development from 2001, which also was intended for hotel type uses and not housing.
Okay. So we also mentioned something you mentioned in your presentation, that the scope of what we're doing is very narrow. For the layman, what that means is that we're not voting on the entirety of this agreement, of the agreement to build this hotel or not. We're looking at very specific parts of what is being presented to us, the specific environmental aspect that we went to court and we were mandated by the judge to look over. So those are the specific things that are being discussed, right? It was the council in 2022 or 2023, I believe, that initially voted on this.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So we're just looking at these two specific, discrete aspects at this point in time. How many other steps in this process? And I think, Omar, you mentioned a bit, we have to go back to court and do all the things, but how many other aspects need to take place before anyone even breaks ground on a project like this?
So there are a handful of other entitlements that they have deferred to a later date. So assuming that it goes through the court and the judge agrees and everything's approved at that point, they do need to do a parcel map as well to consolidate the properties. They need to get conditional use permits for some of the restaurants and different uses on the site. So some of that's being deferred for a little bit later. And then they're still looking at building permit issuance and then getting into construction, grading permits and that sort of thing.
So that's a substantially longer process. Am I correct?
It could take, parcel maps could take 2 years, and then building permits, getting that issued could take a while. It's a pretty big project, so the review could be lengthy.
Omar, my next question is to you. How in your legal expertise guesstimation, I know we never really know because the courts, they can be fun sometimes, but what is the time frame, do you believe, that we would be able to get any response from the court as to this particular aspect of this project?
So this one I'm going to punt to my partner, Risha Hager, who is here with us, and she litigates CEQA cases. I don't, so.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. So the question you've asked is a very practical question, but it's difficult to give a response. The time frame for a court to litigate a writ matter in Orange County, probably about a year. Could be faster, could be a little bit slower. It depends on how long it takes to prepare the administrative record.
Thank you so much for providing that clarification. Yes, the courts can take a while, especially if the dockets are full. Thank you so much for that. My other question, Ursula, I think you would be able to answer this question. Do we have any other projects in the area that incorporate any part of affordable housing? You mentioned Tamerlane. We've had the opportunity to visit them and see that development, but are there any other opportunities in that area that are active, that we're actively looking at?
Well, the majority of affordable housing right now is being done through density bonus projects. So we're receiving almost every project is seeming to come through with the density bonus application. And so those are small sprinkled affordable housing projects that will be built as part of, mostly market rate housing projects. The city is, we have some restricted funds for affordable housing. And so we're always looking for opportunities to invest and leverage that. And we will be issuing a request for proposals soon for that. When we don't have site control, it's harder to anticipate when those will come through, because those partners need to get site control in order to pursue a project.
Thank you, Ursula.
All right. Yes.
So today we confirm that the 3.72 acre are not for affordable housing.
That is
so
correct.
That's answer a lot from my constituents' question, because they are asking why it's a hotel. But anyway, that answers it, so I'm not going to question about that anymore. I'd like to talk about the tax revenue that you mentioned, the TOT, transition occupancy tax. Is there a study or a research or anything that can estimate how much tax revenue that we can generate from this project?
There is a report that was done when the project was originally approved. It was a required report that would estimate the tax revenue. I have not dusted that off recently. Monica, Greg has the numbers. He can answer that.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. So we did have a AB 562 report redone for this project, and it does have significant revenues toward the city, including new TOT. So over a 30-year period, $236 million would be generated in TOT, in which $166 million will go directly to the city of Garden Grove. In addition, $62 million in sales tax revenue, and also 7.8 in property tax. So this is a significant economic generator of revenue.
Is that yearly or?
This is over 30 years.
30
Yes.
years. Okay. Can you repeat that number again for me, please?
Which one? So the first one is $236 million total, 30-year revenue.
Mhm.
And then $166 million to the city of Garden Grove over 30 years.
Thank you.
Yes.
I might as well chime in. Yeah, we got inundated with a lot of emails with a lot of folks concerned of the housing component. And, I think it's been said a couple times, this isn't really zoned for that. Years ago, and I mean a few decades now, the city went down the road of putting in the hotels, and they zoned that area for hotels. And I can remember at the time, a lot of us in the community were against it. I was one of them. I was sitting there yelling about it. We don't want this in our city. I was wrong. And I'll tell you right now, I was wrong. Those hotels have saved our bacon more than once. When other cities are going bankrupt, we had a big Orange County bankruptcy where almost every city went bankrupt except Garden Grove, largely due because of those hotels we put in. So I think it's really, I don't think people realize the amount of things that we have going good because of the TOT that's generated from those hotels. So with that being said, I am happy, and I guess this is more of a statement that we're going down that road, but I'm also happy that we are also exploring affordable housing opportunities as well. So I just want to make that, it's really important that people realize, just because we're putting up the hotel there doesn't mean we're not also, we've already had to zone for 19,000 low-income housing in our city, and I think it was mentioned it was one of the largest asks of any city. We had to go through that. So anyway, thanks staff for a solid report.
All right, with that, we are going to go ahead and open the public hearing. And as we move to open the floor for comments, we ask that you keep your comments respectful and within a 2-minute time limit. Any person making impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks or who becomes boisterous when addressing the council will be called to order. If the conduct continues, you'll be barred from addressing the council any further and removed from the meeting. City Clerk, are there any speaker cards for the public hearing item this evening?
Madam Mayor, we do. We'll begin with Randy Waymore. Following Randy, we do have Andrew Gonzalez and then Leonard. First speaker, Randy.
Wow, this is the first. I thought I was going to be up at 1:30 tonight. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Good seeing you here again for this project. This here, the city needs this. It's win-win for the city. Look at everything that's going on around it. It's either you evolve or you die. This is going to bring revenue to the city. It's going to bring jobs. This construction that's going to happen, it's much needed for our industry right now. It helps apprentices in this area, gives them a path for a career. They're not going to be working in LA. They're going to be working locally. They're going to help build something that their family gets to enjoy along with the people coming in to visit the city. So, you know, it's one of them things. People are going to be coming in from all over the country for Disneyland. Well, they might decide to stay at either Nickelodeon or Great Wolf. Chances are they're going to be staying at Nickelodeon because of the price. So, you know, let's get this project approved. Let's get this built so I'm not 75 years old taking my grandchildren to this thing when it finally opens up. Let's get this built, start getting this going for the city.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Andrew Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Andrew Gonzalez with Los Angeles and Orange County's Building and Construction Trades Council, representing 14 trades, 48 local unions, and 160,000 women in the union construction trades. And I think it's been said the city depends on revenue from projects like this for more than just city services like police and fire and public safety, but for also your infrastructure projects as well, which our members gladly do and do very well at. I mean, the Civic Center project just right here is a prime example of the work that we do here, but this could also be approved, done with private projects as well. To maximize the proximity to Disneyland, you need to build world-class resorts such as this one. But this project will do something else, it will provide for local jobs. As agreed to in the development agreement for a project labor agreement on this thing, you're going to provide for opportunities for local jobs with union construction workers here. It'll provide prevailing wages, world-class benefits, and secure retirements. This project labor agreement also ensures that the jobs go to local residents, providing for apprenticeship opportunities and pre-apprenticeship opportunities for people just here in Garden Grove and beyond. But at this point, that agreement has not yet been reached. We are still here today asking the council to support the acceptance of the EIR and staff's recommendation to allow us time to make those negotiations mutually beneficial for both the city, the workers, and the developer. But we're also asking the council and staff hold the developer accountable to all aspects of the DDA to include the required project labor agreement with Los Angeles and Orange County Building Construction Trades Council. With still then asking the council to accept the EIR and allowing the Trades Council to negotiate a development in good faith of the project as required by the DDA. We ask you to approve the project tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Leonard.
Good evening, council, staff. My name is Leonard De La Rosa. I'm a representative with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I represent men and women that live in this community And more importantly, I want to talk about this project, Site B2, which is a community wealth project. What I mean by community wealth is, obviously my previous speakers talked about apprenticeship, but community wealth is an opportunity to be able to build a project with good livable wages, good benefits for the members and their families. And as my brothers and sisters back here on the trades, we have all stood shoulder to shoulder in communication with this developer. When a developer comes into town and makes that kind of commitment, that creates community wealth. Projects such as this, if you guys move forward in a passing, creates not only community wealth for the city of Garden Grove, but local and neighboring cities, allowing men and women to be able to work for a good wage, good pension, good annuity, and good health there. It creates a healthy family lifestyle in our area. More importantly, I stand behind labor, not just the carpenters, but my brothers and sisters behind me with the crafts that are eager to build this. So the decision you make today, I urge you, please approve this project and let us get to work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next three speakers will be Tony Velasquez, Roland Gutierrez, and Jamie Hall. Tony Velasquez.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Antonio Velasquez. I've been a 36-year resident of Garden Grove. Give you a little bit of background about myself and my family. Me, my brother, my sister, we all went to Warren Elementary, then to Walton, graduated from Santiago. I had a niece and my nephew who both went to Warren, Walton, and then my nephew went to Peters because he was autistic, and then he went to Rancho where my niece and him both graduated. My nephew then went to the ATP program at Bolsa Grande. And my niece is actually working at Gilbert Elementary with TK and the special ed, just kind of give you a background. As for myself, I'm a representative with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. This project is a vital investment for our workforce and for the long-term prosperity of Garden Grove. It provides an immediate boost to our local skilled tradespeople. This development represents years of steady work for our Garden Grove residents. This high-quality jobs allows our members to build in their own community and provide the financial stability needed to support their families. More importantly, we must emphasize the massive economic impact this resort will have on the city's future as Garden Grove navigates through budget deficits. This project offers a sustainable solution. An estimated $5.5 million in annual tax revenue will provide reliable long-term funding source for essential services like public safety, road repairs, and community parks. After 4 years of long delays, it is time to capture this opportunity. This project transforms an underutilized site into a major economic engine that will benefit every resident of this city. On behalf of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, we urge the Planning Commission to approve this project tonight. And let's move forward. Let's put our local trades to work, and let's secure a stronger financial future for Garden Grove and its residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Roland Gutierrez.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Hall. I'm a land use and environmental attorney with Channel Law Group. I'm here representing Unite Here Local 11. As an initial matter, I want to correct a misstatement. The project site is not zoned exclusively for hotel uses. In fact, the project is part of the International West Focused Area, which allows for mixed uses, which of course includes residential uses. Now, I also want to note that we submitted another objection letter today, which details why the final SER before you is fundamentally inadequate and violates CEQA. First, the SEIR's project description is legally deficient because it actively obscures the project's true greenhouse gas emissions. The city admits it removed the 24,980 square foot water park from the building area calculations, reasoning that it doesn't technically constitute building floor area, but water parks generate GHG emissions regardless of building codes. Second, the city relies on a vague and unenforceable project design feature, PDF 28, to pretend that traffic from day visitors won't exist. Third, the SEIR's mitigation measures are actively misleading and unenforceable. Take mitigation measure GHG 10, which addresses water conservation. It requires a water use monitoring plan for only the first 12 months after occupancy. But this project has an assumed 30-year occupational life, and the city's only monitoring water use for a single year. And finally, the city failed to provide good faith reasoned responses to our previous comments. Instead of addressing the issues, the city swept serious criticisms under the rug, and the SEIR omits feasible mitigation to reduce emissions from the water park's outdoor energy use, and it fails to mandate enforceable commute trip reduction programs for employees and guests. The document before you does not provide the transparent, factual analysis that CEQA demands. We ask that you uphold the law, deny the project approvals tonight, and require a revised SEIR that tells the public the truth about the project's environmental impacts. Thank you.
Roland Gutierrez.
Good evening. My name is Roland Gutierrez. I'm a 20-year member of Springfield Fitters UA Local 709. I am the current business representative for that local. I'm here to express our support for the staff recommendation to accept the EIR for the Nickelodeon project. This project will provide valuable training opportunities for local apprentices in the pipe trades and building construction trades. Benefiting Garden Grove residents, the development agreement between the city and the developer is a crucial component for this initiative. Our apprenticeship programs offer promising career paths, competitive wages, and comprehensive benefits. I benefited from this comprehensive package because I started as a first-year apprentice 20 years ago. A sense of fulfillment can be derived from a hard day's work using your hands and supporting your local community. There are opportunities to build, live, and work in the city of Garden Grove are essential for the growth and prosperity of the city, and I urge you to continue supporting these careers by advocating for this project. Thank you very much.
Next three speakers will be Nathan Delgadillo, Jake Bowman, and Enai Bryce. So our next speaker is Nathan Delgadillo.
Good evening, Mayor Klopfenstein and members of the City Council. My name is Nathan Delgadillo, and I am a member of Unite Here Local 11. I have lived in Garden Grove for 10 years, and I pay $2,800 a month in rent. The housing crisis in Garden Grove is real, and we need to act with urgency. Between 2019 and 2024, asking rents increased nearly 30% in Orange County. A person must earn over $40 an hour to afford a modest one-bedroom apartment in Garden Grove, at least $48 an hour for a two-bedroom. According to the city's own housing element, 44% of Garden Grove households are housing burdened. For renters, that number is 58.5%. For low-income households, it is 63.7%. Since 2021, only 118 units affordable to low and moderate income households have been permitted in the city. The environmental document for this project confirms that Garden Grove has met just over 1% of its affordable housing obligations for this decade. The need for additional hotels is far less urgent than the pressing need for housing. The developer, Kamsung Company, has built housing in Garden Grove before. Their Brookhurst Place development includes homes, parks, and a hotel. A better project is possible. Please reject this PUD and come back with something that serves our community. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jake, and I am a member of Unite Here Local 11. I am asking you to vote down this planned unit development and its environmental review. I disagree with the alternatives analysis. This project should include a housing component. As the environmental document itself acknowledges, houses on this site would produce lower greenhouse gas and vehicle miles traveled impacts. And Garden Grove, as has just been spoken before, has met just over 1% of its affordable housing obligations for 2021 to 2029. As our attorney also mentioned, this project is zoned International West according to the city's own SEIR. And we, of course, recognize the work on Tamerlane, but that doesn't mean that we can't have residential uses here. We have a housing crisis. It's what we desperately need, and we need creativity in solutions. My brothers and sisters back in the very back there are very skilled, and they can build a lot of different things.
It doesn't have to be this hotel. And you need to make better decisions and listen to the people that are actually emailing you instead of just making up whatever it is that you think that you think would be better for this place. Build houses. Make it to where people can actually live here. Not just create jobs here, but people can actually live here. You're pricing people out of this city. Doesn't matter if there's 100,000 jobs in this area if people can't live in the city anymore. Do better. Thank you.
Next speaker, Ine Bryce.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Inai Bryce. I'm a member of the Unite Here Local 11. Public land is a very precious resource, and I am particularly concerned of how the decision is being made. As part of the environmental review, the city is required to study alternatives. We, the community, have asked you to include a housing component, some explicitly allowed by the International West Mixed Use zoning on this site, which permits higher density residential uses. That doesn't mean no hotel. It means a project that meets a variety of community goals. Instead of the environmental review defines the project objectives so narrowly that mixed-use alternative was dismissed before it was seriously studied. That is not acceptable, especially on public land. We all know we do not have enough housing and certainly not enough affordable housing. Please do vote no on this project. Go back to the drawing board and come back with something the community can actually get behind. Thank you.
The next three speakers will be Brandon Smith, Teresa Garcia, and Jimena Baculin. Brandon Smith.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may quickly, I would ask and would prefer if you would sit. There are people behind you and you're blocking their ability to see the meeting and see the speakers and ourselves on the dais here. So if you would, I would prefer that you sit. You can come up and speak now. Thank you.
Good evening. Mayor Kloppenstein and the members of the City Council, my name is Brandon Smith. I am a member of Unite Here Local 11, and I work as a bartender and bar porter. Public land should be used to meet the most urgent needs of our community. Garden Grove is currently facing a housing crisis, yet the city is considering to build a 23-story, 500-room hotel resort. The proposed project includes a water park, a lazy river, together with many other amenities. While the site is currently vacant, it is already zoned for mixed use, could be used to provide much needed housing, including affordable housing for working families. There's no small shortage of hotel rooms in the area. Within 1 mile of the project site, Garden Grove already has 9 hotels with over 2,700 rooms. The need for additional hotels is far less pressing than the need for housing. I urge the council to vote no on this proposal and instead prioritize housing, especially affordable housing. This is a publicly owned site, and I thank you.
Next speaker, Teresa Garcia.
Buenas noches, alcaldesa y miembros del Consejo Municipal. Mi nombre es Teresa García y soy miembro de Local 11. He vivido en Garden Grove por 10 años en el vecindario. La ciudad está considerando aprobar un hotel turístico de 500 habitaciones y 23 pisos en un terreno público que ya está zonificado para desarrollo de uso mixto. Este proyecto añadirá otro hotel más a una zona de nuestra ciudad que ya cuenta con más de 2,700 habitaciones de hotel distribuidas en 9 hoteles dentro de 1 milla. Mientras tanto, Garden Grove sigue enfrentando una falta de vivienda, especialmente viviendas accesibles para familias trabajadoras. Los terrenos públicos son un recurso limitado y la manera en que se utilizan importa aprobar otro hotel grande sin incorporar viviendas significa perder una oportunidad crítica para atender las necesidades más urgentes de nuestra ciudad. Como residente de Garden Grove, le pido al Consejo que vote en contra de esta propuesta y que priorice la construcción de viviendas en terrenos públicos para servir mejor a nuestra comunidad y ahora en el futuro. Gracias por su atención.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Teresa Garcia, and I am a member of Unite Here Local 11. I have lived in Garden Grove for 10 years. The city is considering approving a 500-room, 23-story resort hotel on a publicly owned site that is already zoned for mixed-use development. This project would add yet another hotel to an area of our city that already has over 2,700 hotel rooms across 9 hotels within 1 mile within the city. Meanwhile, Garden Grove continues to struggle with a lack of housing, especially affordable housing for working families. Public land is an incredibly limited resource, and how it is used matters. Approving another large hotel without incorporating housing misses a critical opportunity to address our city's most pressing needs. As a Garden Grove resident, I urge the council to vote no on this proposal and prioritize housing on public land to better serve our community now and in the future. Thank you.
Buenas noches, alcaldesa y miembros del Consejo Municipal. Mi nombre es Jimena Baculima, soy miembro de Unite Here Local 11. Creo que este proyecto podría hacer mucho más para mitigar sus impactos en el tráfico, los gases de efecto invernadero y las millas recorridas por vehículos. Por ejemplo, el proyecto podría incluir un programa obligatorio de reducción de viajes, subsidios del 100% de transporte público para cualquier empleado que lo desee, programas de estacionamiento o transporte compartido en camionetas para fomentar los viajes en grupo, un componente de vivienda junto con una reducción en el tamaño del hotel u otras amenidades, también disminuiría la huella ambiental general del proyecto. Este proyecto, tal como está propuesto, no es el mejor uso de nuestros terrenos públicos y no cumple con el estándar ambiental que debemos exigir. Por favor, voten en contra de esta propuesta. Gracias.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jimena Baculima, and I am a member of Unite Here Local 11. I believe this project could do much more to mitigate its traffic, greenhouse gas, and vehicle impacts. For example, the project could include a mandatory commuter reduction program, 100% transit subsidies for any employee who wants one, parking incentives, or van pulling to encourage carpooling of workers. A housing component paired with a reduction in the hotel size or the other amenities of the project would also lower the project's overall environmental impact. This project, as proposed, is not the best use of our public land and does not meet the environmental bar we should all expect. Please vote no.
We have our next 3 speakers, Carmen Nazario, Jim Nelson, and Danielle Osborne. Carmen? Carmen Nazario. Next speaker, Jim Nelson.
Good evening. I'm Jim Nelson. I'm a resident of Garden Grove for more than a decade. My family's been in the area for a lot longer than that. I'm here in support of this project. That land's been vacant for a long time. My family is in the construction industry. This is the right time to go forward with a project like this. The community needs the work for the temporary jobs, and of course the future impact to all of the permanent jobs is really exciting. So thank you so much for considering this project. It's going to be wonderful. It's going to bring a lot of people to the area, and I thank you for considering it.
Next speaker, Daniel Osborne.
Good evening. My name's Daniel Osborne. You can call me Danielle, though. I represent the Ironworkers Local 433. From what I'm understanding, it sounds like even if everything goes accordingly, we're looking at optimistically 3 to 5 years before this thing breaks ground. It sounds to me like that's a lot of time for, I don't know, other affordable housing projects in the meantime. Maybe not just this one site, but on this project in question, me and my members are in support of it primarily because the developers made a commitment to using a skilled and trained workforce that not only ensures that the project is built quickly, efficiently, safely, and responsibly, but it gives organizations like mine and my brothers and sisters back there the opportunity to put your residents, your constituents to work, not just on this one project, right, but for the next 30 years of their working career, making a mortgage-paying wage, enjoying full medical, earning a retirement. We can't give opportunities like that without projects like this, so I'm hoping that you will approve this SCIR. Let's get past one hoop and help us get the ball rolling. Thank you.
Next speaker, Margarita Perez.
Buenas noches, alcaldesa, Consejo Municipal. Mi nombre es Margarita Ríos y soy miembro de la Unión Here Local 11. El informe de impacto de ambiente confirma lo que los miembros de la comunidad han estado diciendo desde el principio. La vivienda en este sitio tendría menos impacto ambiental que este proyecto hotelero. Sin embargo, todavía tenemos ante ustedes un proyecto completamente enfocado en otro hotel, cuando Garden Grove ya cuenta con más de 2.700 habitaciones de hotel dentro de una milla en este sitio. Mientras tanto, Garden Grove ha cumplido apenas con un poco más de 1% de sus obligaciones de vivienda asequible para esta alcaldía, para esta década. Los datos son claros. Las necesidades de la comunidad son claras. Por favor, rechacen esta propuesta. Insistan en solicitar a presentar un proyecto que realmente refleje las necesidades urgentes de nuestra comunidad. Muchas gracias.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Margarita Rios Perez, and I am a member of Unite Here Local 11. The environmental impact report confirms what community members have been saying all along. Housing on the site would have less environmental impact than this resort project. Yet we still have before you a project that is entirely focused on another hotel. As others have stated, Garden Grove already has over 2,700 hotel rooms within 1 mile of the site. Meanwhile, Garden Grove has met just over 1% of its affordable housing obligations for this decade. The data is clear, the community's need is clear. Please reject this proposal and urge the applicant to bring back a project that truly reflects the urgent needs of our community. Thank you.
Last public speaker card is Nicholas Dibbs. Nicholas Dibbs for public hearing.
Mayor Kloffenstein, members of the council, I'm Nicholas Dibbs. On this item 21, you have arguments on each side. I want to speak first on the lack of affordable housing. And I want to bring to the council's attention that you have about 100 acres down there at Willowick Golf Course that could be turned into a land trust. And you could provide a lot of green open spaces, parks, and affordable housing down at that golf course where the golf course is, which would help alleviate a lot of the concerns of the people here if they had affordable housing down there on that 100 acres. So that, just keep that in mind. As far as the project, you need to make sure that it's environmentally sound and that the things are in place for the next 20 or 30 years that are going to help keep this project environmentally safe. So you have the two competing sides, and you need to make a decision. And I would say the decision should not just be made on what's going to bring in the most revenue for the city, but what's going to help the residents the most. And so I do back the labor people as far as we need good paying jobs. I am concerned, the Carpenters Union, I back them, and the other unions, the skilled trades. The problem we have is we don't have enough skilled trade workers. And as I've said to you before, our schools need to do a better job of bringing back our wood shop, metal shop, auto shop, and our skilled trade classes so that people can afford to live here, because that's the problem. They can't afford to live here, and so we need more skilled trades. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that is all the speaker cards for this item.
All right. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item before I close the public hearing? I'm sorry?
You're looking for extra public comment?
If you'd like to go, that's fine, and then we'll have the applicant come up after you.
Thank you. I support both sides because we all need to work, right? And we're thinking hotel workers. Well, you need people to maintain those hotels, and you don't pay them much money to maintain those rooms. And so they need a place to live. That's all they're asking for, is a place to live here so they can work in our hotels in Garden Grove. We have so many. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tammy, and my property is located directly in front of this project, literally right in front of it. And I spoke at the last meeting regarding how this will be detrimental to my health and my sanity because I work from home, and this project is going to be as noisy as you think it would be. I know every single resident in this neighborhood, in this block, and it's supposed to be yours, and you should meet all of the people. They have concerns about this project, the noise level and the trucks and the pollution. I host over thousands of pollinators in front of my backyard. Everyone knows that. And this project is going to block out all the lights. It's 40 stories. It's going to block out all the lights. All of my pollinators is going to be gone. My privacy is going to be gone. I had stalkers in the past. How would this protect me from that? Do you have an answer for that? No.
It's not a back and forth comment, sorry.
Please reject this project. This is going to completely ruin our livelihood, our lives, and our health, because I don't know how the machine, even when it's in construction, that's going to hurt us. After the construction, the machine, the traffic is going to drive directly into my house. Last time we had a meeting, and the developer said that he was going to make sure that all of the trucks were going to be harbor entrance only, and somehow the Strawberry Festival people use the entrance, and you can tell how that will affect the traffic flow inside this neighborhood. It would destroy it. Thank you.
City Attorney, I'm sorry, who did you say was?
The applicant. I
Yes,
think.
please. Thank you.
I already turned one in.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, and staff. I'd like to first thank staff. They did an eloquent job of explaining the project, where we're at. I'd also like to thank the ladies and gentlemen who have taken time off of their jobs from the carpenters and the building trades to come in for support of the project, and with the understanding of what we were trying to accomplish. For me, I have been with Cam Sang, if you can believe it now, 22 years. And when I hear individuals talk about, members of the staff who we've worked with for the 20 years, try to sweep things under the rug or, conceal information, I have intimately been involved with this project in its design, in its inception, and going back to the initial meeting back in the early 2000s as to what Site B2 was to be. And that was to fulfill a vision that Kam Sang made an agreement to fulfill, and that was to bring a hospitality project to the site. I have never known it to be a multidiscipline site. I've never known it to be a housing site. To me, it's always been referred to as a hospitality site, which goes back to something that, for us who are old enough to remember, something called the Redevelopment Agency, was the intent of this. It was to extend the Grove District and the Harbor Boulevard District of bringing hospitality to Garden Grove. Now, Kam Sang Company, who I have been with, like I said, I remember when we came to the council meeting all those many years ago to talk about this assignment and what it meant in the art of generating TOT tax, providing good local jobs, skilled jobs to during the construction period. In addition to that, the permanent jobs that it would create for a city like Garden Grove, on top of the TOT benefits and the commitments that we've made with the TOT tax that will be generated. City staff had mentioned, the revenue potential in TOT that it generates and the importance of the project to help support infrastructure and public services that are valuable to cities. And as mentioned earlier by our Mayor Pro Tem, how hospitality can benefit a project as a whole. When I went to the Planning Commission, it was unique because one of the planning commissioners asked a simple question. He was confused as to why an organization that needs hospitality would all of a sudden start talking about a housing component on a site that has never been mandated for housing. So what we're looking to do from a development standpoint is, after spending years with the staff, I know their proclivity to be conscientious about what they're putting forward. I know what it took for staff and us to sit there as a partnership to develop a site that, although yes, it is a high rise, we understand there's an impact, but the impact will not be any different whether you build the same type of project in housing. They still need tractors, they still need excavation equipment, they still require framers, all the components that are within this hotel will still be required. So not mitigating any sort of greenhouse. I think the staff has taken 4 years in grand total to come up with an environmental document that would hold up. And again, we took an additional 2 years, the staff took an additional 2 years to answer the questions that were brought up back in 2022. And here we are again. I think they've done a great job. When you look at what they've done, if you really read that report, the fact of the matter is that the staff has done an extraordinary job in showing that this project, although has an impact, the same impact from anything that you do with this site. It's construction, so there's always going to be a greenhouse impact when you go to build. So with that, again, I'd just like to thank everybody for their time this evening and look to ask members of council and the mayor to go ahead and vote for us to allow us to go in and put people to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we are going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and that will take us into council discussion. I believe we have a comment.
If I may recall the applicant and or Mr. Kam Sang himself, if he'd like to speak.
Good evening, Mayor and all of the city councils and all of the staff. So I only have little to say, okay, so put it this way, like today if I have to build a hotel in Garden Grove, I may not that excited and interested, right? So I still remember when I was a kid, so I went to Disney, right? So my parents brought me to Disney. I was looking at it and say Mickey Mouse and things like that, that triggered me that of some of the days that, we can build something similar that attracted to family and kids, right? So finally, about 10 years ago, I got an opportunity to talk to the Nickelodeon group that is owned by Paramount, right? So, of course, Anaheim got Disneyland, got Mickey Mouse, but Garden Grove have SpongeBob and Nickelodeon. I think it's a real good opportunity to have something that is excited, that is catering to all the family and kids. You know, when they come from, like, either from, you know, other state, other, you know, world, other place in the world, they'd be so happy that if they can come here and enjoy to see Mickey Mouse at daytime and come back and sleep with SpongeBob. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kamsang. Mr. Kamsang, if you can remain on the dais, I'd like to speak to you for a little bit. We appreciate you coming here and spending the time. You've been here the whole time. You've heard everybody speak. And your consultant has spoken very eloquently and has thanked our staff. They've worked very hard over the last 4 years, and we've resurrected this project. Thank you for your dedication and commitment to our community. You are a friend to Garden Grove. You developed in and around our city a lot. I just want to go back a little bit in history because originally Disneyland was looking at Garden Grove to build Disneyland here, and we turned them down. We sent them to Anaheim. I don't want to repeat that mistake. I want to be able to keep the economic engine of growth here in Garden Grove. The Harbor Corridor, the B2 location, is known to be a tourist attraction for Garden Grove. It puts us on the map. It's our answer to Disneyland. But having said that, you know the challenges ahead of you. You're competing head-to-head with Disneyland in terms of providing rooms. They are expanding with Disneyland Forward, the Avatar Land, and they will have water features that will be competing with Nickelodeon at the site you're planning to build. And so every asset can turn into a liability very quickly. We can't just look at your project as an asset when, if it fails, it becomes a liability. We're not going to get that 200, 300, 100 something millions of dollars in 30 years. Instead, we'll be carrying a liability. And that's on the shoulders of our residents. And I want you to make a commitment tonight to the men and women who are here asking you and supporting your project that you hire local unions and our residents here in this area. Can you make that commitment long term? And please negotiate with them for the contracts that they're looking. They're here in support of your project. And I cannot vote up the project if it doesn't bring the jobs, if it doesn't support the union, if it doesn't help our residents here. I can't vote it up in good conscience. Can you make a commitment that you will negotiate with them and provide those jobs?
Yes, I think the project actually is mandated on the DDA development agreement that we really need to using the union labor, skill trade to do the project. So it would be mandated in there once the project is approved. Definitely, when we're going in and start doing our construction drawing at that time, we would direct our contractor to get the contractor agreement, labor union agreement with the all the building trade.
One last thing I would plead with you. Thank you for that commitment. It's already written into the project. It's baked in, and it will happen. So we will have local employment and long-term employment even after the business is in operation. After you're long gone, I'm long gone, we still need to provide. My wife was here on council when the redevelopment agency happened, Dina Nguyen, and she approved a lot of your projects too. Please make the commitment that after this project is successful, that you and your company will continue to develop in and around Garden Grove and provide for the housing component that everyone here is really just pleading for that. They're not against your project per se. They're saying it's public land that should be reserved for housing. And I know that in your other projects, like on Brookhurst Place, you do bake in the low income, the housing, affordable housing component. So please, if we vote this up, keep developing in and-around Garden Grove and provide more for housing. If you can make that commitment, I think we can, in good conscience, vote up this project.
Yeah, we will. We constantly talking to the staff. When previously the gentleman talking about the golf course, actually the staff has been talking with us and saying that, you know, you're interested to continue to build more mixed use and affordable housing and housing.
Right. So this project is not the end all be all. It's not going to solve everything, but bringing revenue to the city in terms of bed taxes, TOT, and revenues, that is directly benefit the residents. Up to 80% of our budget comes from TOT, from revenue from bed taxes. So your contribution in terms of the revenue to the city with this project is a direct benefit to our residents. I want everybody to understand that. There's no choosing between revenue to the city and benefits to the residents. It's one and the same thing. It is the golden goose that lays the golden egg, and we don't want to kill it. We want to be able to support it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So, when I was on the Planning Commission many moons ago, this project first came before us, and I was one of the planning commissioners that voted in support of this project. And it's been a while since then. And I'll be honest, I think Joe's is a bit more diplomatic than I am at this point of the night. But I would be remiss if I did not express my frustration on both ends. I feel a frustration for our folks in the building trades, that it's taken us this long for us to have a point where we feel confident and comfortable in this project. And I feel frustrated for our residents that feel like they definitely need more, and our residents that work in hospitality. Here in Garden Grove, District 6, and then also in District 5, so much of our neighbors are working class people. They work in hospitality. And we expect that the folks that come and build here are going to be good neighbors, that they're going to be responsive neighbors. So with regards to Kamsang, I expect nothing but the best behavior in terms of being responsive and being good partners going forward, so that we feel like we can also have trust in you guys. And we feel confident and comfortable should you be doing any other projects in our city. So that is what I would like to communicate to you guys, because I don't like seeing my neighbors frustrated. I don't like seeing any of my neighbors frustrated. And let me tell you what, our residents call me up too, and they say, when is this thing gonna get built? It's been an empty lot for the last time immemorial. They say, I'm on my way to Target. Why hasn't this thing been built yet? What is going up here? What's going on? And it's been really frustrating to not be able to give them a set response. We want to be able to provide good paying jobs, good middle class jobs for our residents here in our local community. So many of my neighbors are in the trades, and I value that. So many of my friends and their parents have worked in hospitality as well. And I hope that you will be listening to the folks here as well.
Yeah, I think I echo Councilman Dovin and Councilwoman Aristagi. I have a hard time with your last name for some
My grandfather did a number on me, George.
We talk about, that golf course. Well, that golf course is in Santa Ana. Even if we were to do it, Garden Grove wouldn't get any credit for housing. It wouldn't, we own the property, but the property is in the city of Santa Ana. So it would go towards their RENA numbers. We've already clarified that with, numerous times. Whenever there's any kind of development in a developed city, there's pain. And by pain, there's construction noise. There's, parking issues that go along with the construction. You just can't get around that. You can't build anything new in a built-up city without a little bit of pain in the community. And I mean, it's just the truth. We have a development over on in my district, and it's daily. The neighbors are, and it's 27 units. It's not even a very big thing, but almost daily, I got emails, phone calls, neighbors pissed off because there's a truck blocking their driveway who's dropping off materials, or, the cement truck is making noise. Unfortunately, we don't live in an area anymore that has a bunch of open property, and so the cities that do, You know, they get to benefit from that because they don't have to disturb their communities as much when they're building. But unfortunately, we're developed, so you're going to have those inconveniences unless you want things falling down and just getting old. I mean, you got to keep building. I look back on this property. I can remember when back in the day they were trying to make a casino there. That they were going to give it to the Indian tribe and make a casino, and the community came out against that. They had the city had a bunch of community meetings in the late 90s and even in the mid 90s, and the whole hotel thing kind of came to fruition. And I think Mr. Chang said something about how he was involved since the very beginning when those community meetings were going. And that's when the city came up with the whole hotel corridor kind of thing, that whole area dedicated for hotels and that kind of thing. And again, I was against it. I thought it was going to be terrible. We're going to have all these, but I was wrong. And I'm not proud to say, I mean, I was wrong. Those hotels have saved our city's bacon. Not once, not twice, but at least 3 times. And they keep our city parks clean as much as we can. They pay for our fire department. They pay for our police department. They pay for a lot of the events that go on throughout our city. The quality of life in this city would be much different if it wasn't for the TOT generated from those hotels. So with that all being said, I do understand we need housing. But this area for decades has been dedicated for what it is and what we have been looking to go forward with for decades. So I don't see any reason to break from that at this point. So anyway, with that all being said, I'll move the item.
Anybody else have any comments?
I'll just have a couple of closing comments on this, if nobody else has anything to say. I wanna be able to talk to my fellow residents that we are all concerned about housing. In fact, one of the agenda item tonight, we voted an amendment to supplement housing costs that the city has to borne out. So we're doing everything we can about housing. But I want to let you know, the biggest improvement in providing affordable housing is, in fact, accessory dwelling unit. It's ADUs. The individual families are pulling permit to build ADU. We can process 400 or 500 ADU application a month. And that's where we're going to get more affordability in our cities. It's individuals and families building more ADUs. That's where the affordable housing is coming from. We are going to solve our own problem one unit at a time. We can't count on the developer to come in and build 400 or 500 units of affordable housing for us. It's not going to happen because the market forces doesn't support such projects. So we have to do what we can individually and as a community. And I know that Preet has created in his department pre-approved ADU plans, at least 4 models that people can go in and put in for these ADUs very expeditiously. So I encourage our residents to take it upon themselves to assist the city. We can't do everything. I want to echo President John F. Kennedy. Ask not what our city can do for you. Ask what you can do for your city. So we all have to pitch in for solutions. We can't look to developers to solve all the problems for us. Yes, they're here to develop it in their own interest, but they also give back a lot to the community. And Mr. Kamsang you can't find a better friend to Garden Grove than Mr. Kamsang and his company. He's proven that over at least the 20 something years that he's been developing in and around our area. And I believe him. I trust him when he makes a commitment to provide work and long-term employment to our citizens and our residents. And I respect that. And I thank you very much for sticking it out 4-6 long years. We got to this point. So let's all come together and support this project.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you, everyone. Do you have a question or comment? Yeah.
I want to thank all the residents who came out to speak, participate in the process, and share their concerns, particularly regarding the noise and the project impact in neighboring communities. I want to be clear that my support comes from the commitment to our residents. As construction moves forward, which sounds like won't be for several years out, I will work closely with the staff to make sure that the developers ensure construction hours and activities are conducted in a manner that is respectful to our neighbors and minimizing disruption as much as possible. I also want to acknowledge that the hardworking employees who will make the hotel successful, they will make it with the trades. Additionally, should the workers choose to organize and continue to support their rights to do so, and will stand with Unite Here Local 11, ensuring workers have a fair voice in their workplace. With that being said, I will be voting yes on report.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the feedback and the dialogue this evening on this item. I think as a council, we've made a commitment to strong trade jobs in this community, but we've also made a commitment to growing our tourism corridor. We know what this TOT revenue means for our community, and I think everyone here has explained that tonight. We heard community wealth, and that ties directly into quality of life, and we know that good union trade jobs and a skilled trade workforce is good for our community and good for these projects. We'll continue to negotiate in good faith, and we're definitely committed to, as I said, the skilled and trade workforce. With that, we have a motion, and we have a second. Call for the vote, please.
Sorry, for the record, who was the second?
Yesenia Muniton.
Thank you. Motion receives, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute recess at this time. All right, I think we're going to go ahead and reconvene and go into oral communication at this time. Madam Clerk, do we have any pink cards?
Madam Mayor, we do have two speakers. Christine Edis.
Okay, I showed up late and I missed the GKN meeting. Good evening, I'm Christine, a resident of Garden Grove District 1. Like so many of us here today, we are Garden Grove residents and families that were evacuated or directly affected due to the hazmat incident. My family lives a mile away from the GKN chemical plant, and we were evacuated. Wakeham Elementary, the school I attended, was in the danger zone, and my first neighborhood that I grew up in, Crow Village, was as well. I am grateful that the worst case scenarios were prevented. Our lives have been turned upside down from this incident. As an educator in Orange County, I can only imagine the trauma that our children are experiencing, just thinking that their school and home would be wiped out with an explosion. We have a lot of questions and have lost trust in our government agencies to be transparent and trustworthy of the information being provided to the public. I am here to demand that GKN is held accountable for their repeated violations and the harm they have caused the immediate communities of Stanton and surrounding areas. We want to make sure that this harmful toxic chemical is away from Stanton residents and schools, especially if the fines are just pennies to GKN. Obviously, they've repeatedly violated these safety and health standards. They must compensate the families not only for expenses accrued, but for the displacement and disruption caused to their daily lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Nicholas Tibbs.
Mayor, since there's only two speakers, we can't have 3 minutes?
We're just going to keep it on two. It's getting late, Nick.
All right, sorry. Okay, first I want to speak in favor of item 28, the Eastgate Park building renaming it in honor of Pastor Eric Williams. I had a chance to meet him and talk to him before his untimely and tragic death. I think that that's a great idea. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing that up, and I support that. With regard to the hearing that we just had on item 21, I do want to clarify, yes, it's true what Councilman Bredigan said. Garden Grove may not get credit for the low-income housing on the 100 acres, but it's owned by the city, and it will provide or could provide green space as well as affordable housing with priority given to Garden Grove residents because it's owned by the city. And so it is an opportunity down the road for the council to think about what are they going to do with that 100 acres? Are they going to leave it as a golf course, or my suggestion, as in the past, is to put it into a land trust so that in perpetuity it is used for green space, parks, and for low-income housing. Now, with regard to the GKN incident, I think the city needs to consider, and you can check with the city attorney, but somehow pulling their permit or their ability to be there and just kick them out, if there's anything that can be done like that. You know, they've caused enough damage, and I think the city needs to look into, is there anything that can be done to force them to leave? If that cannot be done, then I suggest that the city work with OSHA and with whatever regulatory agencies you can to make sure that they comply with whatever safety they can do. Okay, that can be done. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that concludes our public speakers.
All right, thank you very much. That'll conclude oral communication. We will recess and head into other legislative business.
difficulties. Are you seeing the successor agency?
Mm-mm.
No.
Still showing city
Okay.
council. Yeah, we can.
There's nothing. Okay. Let me try sanitary district and see if that refreshes it.
Yeah.
It did? Okay, I'm going to go back to successor agency.
Yep,
We can do
there you
that.
go.
Okay, perfect.
All right, Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Member Brightigam?
Here.
Member Nguyen?
Here.
Member Tran?
Here.
Member Dovin?
Present.
Member Aristegui?
Here.
Vice Chairman Yadon?
Here.
And Chair Klopfenstein?
Here. All right, we've already held oral communication simultaneously with other things, so we'll move into item number 1 on the consent calendar, which is receive and file the minutes.
Second.
Motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
All right, and that takes us to items for consideration number 2.
Item 2 is adoption of a resolution amending the Garden Grove Successor Agency fiscal year 2026-27 budget, and Finance Director Patricia Song is here to provide the report.
Madam Secretary, could you please pull up the screen, the slides, please? Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Successor Agency Board. The item before you tonight is a resolution amending the fiscal year 26-27 budget for the City of Garden Grove as successor agency to the former Agency for Community Development. The agency's budget was originally adopted last June as part of city's biannual budget process. However, the State Department of Finance, or DOF, serves as the final approving authority for the successor agency's expenditures through what is called the Recognized Obligation Payment Schedule, or commonly referred to as ROPS. The ROPS is prepared and approved annually and identifies enforceable obligations that the successor agency is authorized to pay during the fiscal year. In January, the agency received the DOF's approved ROPS for fiscal year 26-27, and as part of this review, the DOF reduced the agency's allowable administrative cost allowance, resulting in a $626,000 reduction in overhead cost recovery. Together with several other minor adjustments, the proposed amendments to reduce the agency's fiscal year 26-27 budget by approximately $681,000, resulting in an amended budget of $7.2 million, shows on the screen right here. The amended budget remains fully consistent with the enforceable obligations approved by the state DOF. Accordingly, staff recommends that the Successor Agency Board adopt the resolution approving the fiscal year 26-27 amended budget. This concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the report. Colleagues, questions, comments?
This comment is, it's kind of nice to be able to amend things down instead of up. So with that being said, I'll move it.
All right,
second.
I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
My screen is struggling.
Frozen, we can do a roll call vote.
Yeah, she's on slow motion.
Yeah, it looks like they're coming in. No, still no response? No. Okay,
the
we can
screen
do a
is
roll
blacked
call
out.
vote. Member Brightigam? Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Yes.
Member Tran?
Yes.
Member Dovin?
Aye.
Member Aristegui?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Yadon?
Yes.
And Chair Klopfenstein?
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Great. All right, that takes us on to matters. Anything? All right, we will adjourn and head to Sanitary District. And please call roll.
Member Brightigam?
Here.
Member Nguyen?
Yeah.
Member Dovin?
Present.
Member Muñetón?
Here.
Member Aristegui?
Here.
Vice President Tran?
Here.
And President Klopfenstein?
Here. All right, consent is one item, receive and file the minutes.
Second.
A second, call for the vote, please. We already handled oral communication, I skipped that.
Okay, motion received, 7 yes votes.
Okay, and that will take us into public hearings. We have 3 of them this evening. Item 2.
Item 2 is adoption of a resolution to collect refuse collections and disposal service charges on tax roll for properties located in Improvement District 1. And Finance Director Patricia Song is here to provide the report.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President and members of the board. The item before you is a resolution authorizing the collection of refuse disposal service charges on the county property tax roll for properties located within Improvement District Number 1. Improvement District Number 1 was established in 1997 as part of the Orange County reorganization process. The properties within the district were previously served by Midway City Sanitary District, where refuse disposal service charges were traditionally collected through the annual property tax bill. At the request of the property owners, the Garden Grove Sanitary District has continued this method of collection. To maintain this process, the board must conduct a public hearing and approve a report identifying the charges to be assessed to each parcel receiving the service. Upon approval, the report will be submitted to the county auditor controllers for placement on property tax roll, and the charges are subsequently collected through the property owner's annual property tax bills. This monthly service charge, the monthly service charge for standard residential service in the Improvement District Number 1 is the same as that charged throughout the rest of the city. Beginning July 1st, 2026, the monthly rate will be $33.75 for standard residential service, which includes one recycling bin, one organic bin for green waste and food waste collection, and one refuse bin. Following the public hearing, staff recommends the board to adopt the resolution authorizing the collection of refuse disposal service charges on the county property tax roll for Improvement District Number 1, which requires 5 affirmative votes, and direct staff to submit the necessary documentation to the county for inclusion of the charges on the property tax roll. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of staff before I open the public hearing? All right, we will go ahead and open the public hearing at this time. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item?
Mayor Kloffenstein, members of the council, citizens of Garden Grove, my name is Nicholas Dibbs. I spoke out about this, I think, last year and perhaps the year before. I live in the area of West Garden Grove that used to be part of the Midway City Sanitary District, and it's very efficient to be paying the trash collection bill or to pay it with the property tax. It just makes it so simple and easy. And I remember being in this room when there were problems with billing on the other parts of the city that don't have that. So I'm here to just say it works well in what used to be Midway City Sanitary District portion of Garden Grove on the west side. Why not see about adopting that billing method for the rest of the city so that you don't have situations where tenant doesn't pay the property, doesn't pay the trash or sewer bill, and then you have to go after the homeowner, and it creates more work for the staff, more time consuming. It just is, I think, more efficient, will save the city money if you'll adopt the same type of billing system for the rest of Garden Grove. So that's my input on that. So that's, George, I hope you'd make a motion to do that, hopefully. Or put on the agenda for the next meeting if you have to do it that way. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and close the public hearing, and I believe we have a report out regarding protests received regarding the proposed assessment.
Yes, Madam President, Klopfenstein and board members, as of the close of this public hearing, the city clerk's office has received 0 protests regarding this assessment. Therefore, there's not a majority protest.
Thank you very much. Members, any discussion before we move to a vote? Yes.
Yeah, I also live in the area, and it is, there's an old saying, a broken clock is right twice a day. Nick Dibbs made a great point earlier. Why doesn't the rest of the city do this? There's going to be a lot less problems with all this. It might even be easier for Republic. I mean, it might save everybody a lot of, I mean, it's very efficient way of doing things. People tend to like it when it's easy. It probably relieves a lot of staff on Republic side. I mean, maybe we should look at doing it for the whole city. I know, you know, when I moved there, it was still Midway sanitation, and you know, but yeah. With that being said, maybe staff can look into it and see if it's a feasible thing, and report back at the next meeting, maybe. I don't know if I need a second for that.
I'll second.
Yeah.
You need a second.
All right, if required. Nick, you got your way.
Thank you, George.
And with that, I'll make the motion.
Any other comments or a second?
I do believe I seconded.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
All right, that takes us on to public hearing, item 3.
Item number 3 is adoption of a resolution to authorize the imposition of liens on parcels with delinquent payments for refuse collection and disposal service charges. And Finance Director Patricia Song is going to provide that report.
Good evening again. This item before you is a resolution authorizing the placement of delinquent refuse collection and disposal service charges on the property tax roll and the imposition of liens against affected parcels. Tonight we also have representatives from Republic Services in attendance this evening to answer any questions from the board or the members of the public. So refuse collection and disposal service within the City of Garden Grove Sanitary District are provided by Republic Services. Customers are billed on a quarterly basis, and the final billing for the current fiscal year was issued in February. Any unpaid charges from that billing became delinquent on May 1st. Pursuant to California Health and Safety Code, delinquent refuse service charges, together with a 10% penalty, may be submitted to the county auditor controller for collections, automated telephone calls, and live outreach by Republic Services staff assigned to Garden Grove residential accounts in process.
Staff, before we open the public hearing. All right, seeing none, is there anyone, I'm going to open the public.
Public comments, I hope you'll please apply that as well, Omar and the staff, to public comments. I hope you'll please apply that as well, Omar and the staff to, and the council to, once a year. It goes with the property tax. If they pay the property tax twice a year, then they pay it. That extra work that you have to do to try to collect and then put a lien on somebody's house, that's just a lot of paperwork and a lot of effort.
Be on lien. Can I understand the bill comes and they just think it's trash, and also in my neighborhood.
Is attached to the staff report.
Perfect, thank you
It's
so
online.
much.
Our residents' question.
I think you did, but yes.
Okay, just want to make sure that, that she got that.
4 is adoption of a resolution to collect sewer service fees on tax roll for properties located outside the city limits, and Finance Director Patricia Song will provide.
From the city. For those customers, sewer service charges are billed through the city water billing system. However, the ordinances and are designed to generate sufficient revenue to operate and maintain the sewer system, meet debt service obligations, and comply with applicable state and federal laws. Because sewer service charges are based on water consumption, the amount assessed varies by parcel. In order to place these charges on the property tax roll, the county requires the district board to conduct a public hearing and approve the report identifying the charges to be assessed to each parcel with 5 affirmative votes. Following the public hearing, staff recommends the board to adopt the resolution, approve the sewer service charge report, and authorize the collection of the service charges through the county property tax roll, and also direct the staff to submit the necessary documentation to the county for inclusion of the charges on the property tax. This concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your report. Any questions of staff before I open the public hearing? All right, seeing none, I will open the public hearing. I don't see anyone wishing to speak, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And at this time, we will receive the report from the Secretary regarding protests received regarding the proposed assessment.
As of the close of this public hearing, the City Clerk's office has received 0 protests regarding this assessment. Therefore, there is not a majority protest.
Thank you very much. Any discussion on this item or a motion?
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Right. And that will take us into items for consideration, number 5.
Item 5 is adoption of resolutions amending the Garden Grove Sanitary District fiscal year 2026-27 budget, and Finance Director Patricia Song will provide the report.
Thank you. Could you please pull up the screen again? Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This item is a budget-related item to the sanitary district. There are 3 resolutions in front of you. It relates to the district's fiscal year 26-27 budget. The sanitary district biannual budget was adopted last June. As operational needs evolve and new projects are identified, periodic budget adjustments are necessary to ensure that resources remain aligned with service demands and district priorities. These adjustments allow the district to continue providing reliable and cost-effective services to our community. The district oversees both sewer utility and refuse collection. For the sewer utility, the proposed amendments that total about $463,000, and the changes include 3 supplemental requests totaling $163,000, an additional $790,000 for capital improvement projects, and $130,000 increase in funding the unfunded pension liability. These increases are partially offset by a $619,000 reduction in administrative overhead charges resulting from the implementation of a citywide cost allocation plan. The proposed amended budget for the sewer utility is just over $20 million for fiscal year 26-27. Now, for refuse collection, disposal, and recycling fund, the proposed amendments include 5 supplemental requests totaling about $164,000, and a $22,000 increase in pension liability costs, and a reduction of $118,000 in administrative overhead charges. Altogether, these adjustments result in a net increase of $67,000, bringing the amended budget for the refuse operation to just over $3 million next year. Combined, the proposed amendments increase the district's fiscal year 26-27 budget by approximately $530,000. And even with these changes, the district continues to maintain healthy working capital reserves and remains consistent with its longstanding financial and business principles. Accordingly, staff recommends the board to adopt the resolution establishing the district's fiscal year 26-27 appropriations limit, approving the amended budget, and reappropriating eligible project balances and outstanding encumbrances from the current fiscal year into fiscal year 26-27. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Question?
Yes.
Patricia, we don't expect any more amendments or resolutions for this year, correct?
For sanitary district, yes, this is the resolution adopting the amended budget. If there are any additional changes, funding increases, it will be coming to you separately as the project surface or any other funding needs appears.
But most likely, this will take us to next year.
This is for next year, yes.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions or a motion?
Going the wrong way, but I'll move it.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
All right, that takes us on to item 6.
Item 6 is award of contracts to Dudek, Accenture Infrastructure and Capital Project, LLC, and West Yost and Associates, Inc., for on-call construction management and inspection services for various water and sewer capital improvement projects. And this is a joint action item with the City Council. And we have Public Works Director Sam Kim here to provide the report.
Madam President and members of the board, tonight the Sanitary District Board is being asked to award contracts to DUDAC, Accenture Infrastructure and Capital Project LLC, and West Yost and Associate for on-call construction management and inspection services for various water and sewer capital improvement projects. The Water Services Division has continued increasing its effort to implement capital improvement projects identified in the 2020 Water Master Plan and the 2022 and 26 Sewer System Condition Assessment Studies. Several upcoming projects currently in design and planning phases will require consultant construction management and inspection services due to limited staff and expertise availability. The on-call construction management and inspection services will allow the Water Services Division to efficiently implement these projects without delay, maintain continuity across multiple projects, and reduce admin overhead. This project includes the Lamson Reservoir Rehab Project, Well 29 Restoration Project, Well 30 SCADA Improvement Project, Bowen Street and Black Street Water Improvement Project, and SSRP Phase 2 Sewer Main Replacement Project Number 2, and SSRP Phase 2 Sewer Lining Project Number 2. Staff initiated request for proposals and received 5 proposals. Then staff evaluated and rated the proposals based on qualification. Following the evaluation process, staff determined that UDEC, Accenture Infrastructure and Capital Project LLC, and West Coast and Associate are the most qualified firms. The negotiated professional services agreement is for not to exceed $500,000 with each consultant as needed basis, with an option to extend for 3 additional years at $250,000 per year. These services are budgeted within the various capital improvement projects included in the city's adopted 5-year capital improvement plan using water and sewer funds. This concludes the staff's report, and staff is here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Kim. Colleagues, questions? Yes.
Yeah, so this is $500,000, up to $500,000 with 2 consultants.
3 consultants.
Okay, that's where I was confused. So we're talking up to 1.5 million.
Yes, sir.
It's not, okay. So this 500,000 is kind of not a true number. It's up to 1.5 million.
Yeah, adding up all 3 is 1.5.
Yeah. Okay, I just, going forward, I think we should be more transparent when we're putting numbers like that on these agendas, so the public is more aware, this is 500,000 per consultant, not $500,000 in total.
Yes, sir.
But, with that being said, I get it, and I know we need the services, and heaven help us, this stuff, when the sewers don't work, we hear about it, right? So I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
All right, that takes us to matters. Anything before we adjourn? All right, at this time, we'll adjourn and head back to our city council meeting. I believe that takes us to our consent calendar. We'd already pulled and voted on item 5, so I'll take a motion on the balance unless anybody would like to pull an item.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull 15.
15, all right. Anything else? All right. We want to vote on the balance then?
Yes, I'll move it.
Okay.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second on the balance. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
All right, thank you. And that gives us item 15.
Item 15 is approval of writing off certain delinquent obligations owed to the city as uncollectible debt. And Finance Director Patricia Song is here to provide the report.
Well, I guess, you want to provide, or can I just ask you the questions?
Either way.
Probably faster if I just ask. So I have a little heartburn with this. Basically, we're being asked to waive $164,000 in uncollected debt. And the chart shows, the vast majority of these are DUI type traffic collisions where there was city property damaged. And I just have heartburn for giving that. These people got drunk, got in their cars, they crashed, they caused damage to public property. I get that it's hard to track these people down sometimes, but I just kind of want an explanation of what collection services we're using, what, I know that some people may have died, but the chart doesn't say why. Excuse me. It doesn't say, this person deceased or this person was tried to, we haven't been able to contact for however long, or it doesn't give any explanation of what the problems were with contact. And, it just says a debt collection service of some type was used, and, or was it? Did we go to one of these, where they take a percentage of it, and how long transpired? Because there's no time here. It doesn't say that this accident happened in 1996 and this one happened. It's just a, kind of incomplete as far as the chart. Doesn't give a whole lot of information. So because of, just the bad taste it leaves in my mouth, because we're rewarding these criminals basically by not going after them, I'd like to get an accounting of what has gone down to get this money.
Sure, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, I can explain. So these are the damages caused to city properties as well as city resources, including, say, police response time and, other public works response time and vehicles uses and everything. So the city we do go after these criminals. A lot of them are related to, but again, these are, like you mentioned, a lot has to do with DUI, a lot has to do with traffic collision, and all of these names listed here are either uninsured or underinsured. So the city also hires a third-party administrator to handle all, we call it subrogation process, meaning that, these are the damages that the city incurred, that we are using every opportunity to recover the costs. So we hire Carl Warren to handle the subrogation cases. They do look for all of the information of the person who caused the damage and go into their finances, trying to recoup anything, sending information to franchise tax board or IRS to put a lien on their property, on their, say, lottery winnings or tax refunds, all sorts of that. However, most of these do not have any accounts. That it's, we exhausted pretty much every opportunity that we can. We're not able to locate any of the assets that we can attach a lien to. We cannot locate the person. We cannot garnish their wages. That is why we consider those as uncollectible. Doesn't mean that we're giving up. Their account information is still maintained in our billing system. So in the future, if we come across anything, that will be referenced, that will be flagged. However, this is really for accounting, financial reporting purposes, that we are required by the generally accepted accounting principles to review our receivables and to make any uncollectible amounts to be written off after 6 months or longer, that we consider it's highly unlikely to be collected. So it's more of an administrative procedure than giving up on pursuing the collection of these amounts owed to the city.
Okay, fair enough. And I guess we're not giving up on it. We're just basically erasing the line item from our budget.
For financial reporting on our,
for
in our
reporting
general ledger.
purposes only. I guess my backup question to this is going to be, have we utilized, we've got some of the best investigators in the state with Garden Grove PD. I bet you if we gave this list to an investigator over there, they could probably dig up some of these people for you. Has that been attempted?
We have, yeah. These files are referred to us from PD. They exhausted their efforts. They referred to us. We sent it over to our collection or subrogation experts, and then we've done everything we can.
Thank you very much.
A motion?
Yeah. Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
All right, we're back into public hearings. Item 22.
Item 22 is adoption of a resolution amending user fees for tree removals and aquatic pool rentals. And Finance Director Patricia Song will provide the report.
Madam Clerk, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. This item is a resolution amending the city tree removal fee and establishing an aquatic pool rental fee. So these are user fees, they're not taxes. They are charged only to individuals or organizations that voluntarily utilize the special city services or facilities and receive a direct benefit. The city has long been committed to recovering service costs from users in order to protect the interest of the general taxpayer. Periodic review and adjustments of user fees is an important component of maintaining the city's financial sustainability and ensuring that service costs are allocated correctly or fairly. The proposed fee amendments before you tonight relates to aquatic pool rentals and city tree removal services. Let me begin with the aquatic pool rental. The Community Services Department completed a comprehensive fee study in 2023 and updated rental fees for most of the city facilities. At that time, the city's pool facility were not included in the analysis. With the upcoming reopening of the renovated Woodbury Park Aquatic Center, staff identified the need to establish a consistent and comprehensive fee schedule for all 3 city pool facilities, including the Woodbury Park, Magnolia Park, and Gary Hall. The proposed pool rental fees are based on 2 primary cost components: facility costs and staffing costs. Facility costs are calculated using a rate of 1 1/2 cents per square foot. In addition, each rental requires a minimum of 2 lifeguards to ensure participant safety. The proposed lifeguard rate is $25 per hour per employee, which reflects the city's fully burdened labor cost. Based on this cost component, the proposed minimum hourly rental rates are approximately $60 for Magnolia Pool, $85 for Gary Hall Pool, and $95 for Woodbury Park Pool. These proposed rates are generally at or below those charged by neighboring Orange County cities. The second fee adjustment relates to the removal of city trees. From time to time, residents request removal of city-owned trees located adjacent to their properties. The Public Works Department utilizes an on-call tree service contractor to perform this work in a timely and cost-effective manner. The current tree removal fee had not been updated for several years and no longer reflect the city's actual costs. In addition to increased contractor pricing, the current fees do not recover staff time associated with evaluating the requests, coordinating the work, and administering the contract. The proposed fee schedule incorporates the fiscal year 26-27 contractual rates for tree removal as well as the city's direct administrative cost. The fee structure will continue to be based on tree size, with the proposed rates increasing by approximately $300 on average. These adjustments will help ensure that the cost of these optional services are borne by the users who directly benefit from them, rather than by the general taxpayer. Accordingly, staff recommends the City Council to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving the proposed aquatic pool rental fee and the city tree removal fee. This concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Song. Appreciate that. Any questions of staff before I open the public hearing? All right, at this time, I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, I am going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And is there any discussion or a motion on this item?
I'll move it.
A second.
Okay, motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
All right, that takes us to public hearing, item 23.
Item 23 is adoption of resolutions approving the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and the 2025 Water Shortage Contingency Plan. And Public Works Director Sam Kim is here to provide the report.
Madam Mayor and members of City Council, tonight the City Council is being asked to hold a public hearing and adopt resolutions approving the city's 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and 2025 Water Shortage Contingency Plan as required by the California Department of Water Resources. State law requires urban water suppliers with more than 3,000 customers or supplying more than 3,000 acre-feet of water annually to update and adopt an urban water management plan and water shortage contingency plan every 5 years. Last October, the City Council approved an agreement with the Municipal Water District of Orange County and Corollo Engineers to assist with the preparation of these documents. The Urban Water Management Plan evaluates the city's long-term water supply reliability, projected water supply and demands, water use efficiency programs, strategies for managing future water resource needs, and strategies for addressing water shortage conditions. The water shortage contingency plan establishes a framework for responding to water shortages through 6 defined shortage levels, response actions, communication protocols, and monitoring procedures to help maintain water supply reliability and minimize supply interruptions. Notices were distributed to surrounding agencies, and both plans were made available for public review on the city's website. The water shortage contingency plan must be adopted before the urban water management plan to comply with the requirements from the Department of Water Resources. There is no environmental or financial impact associated with this action. Staff recommends that the City Council hold a public hearing, adopt a resolution approving the 2025 water shortage contingency plan, and then adopt the resolution approving the 2025 urban water management plan. This concludes the staff's report, and staff is here to answer any questions.
3 minutes.
We're just going to keep it with 2. It's
Well, that's not enough
almost
time
11.
because you got 2 items here. One is the water shortage contingency plan. I have some important concern is to be prepared, as the Boy Scouts say. I used to be a Boy Scout. Be prepared. So we need to have more education or community outreach to inform the citizens, but also, or have a link at the homepage of the city so that people can easily report this stuff. And it's important that we do more, I think, on our outreach to the community to let them know to have water stored. You know, when you don't have it is when you really notice it. Mark Twain used to say, or did say, whiskey is for drinking, but water is for fighting. Well, people will fight over water if there's not enough of it. So we need to do everything we can to conserve water, but also it bothers me that businesses and residents sometimes run their sprinklers and there's extra water going down the gutter. And so we need an effective way, a better outreach on that so people can report those abuses. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? All right, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Colleagues?
Sam, I would just like to thank you and your staff for writing such thorough reports. They can be found on our city website for those who want to see a final draft, ggcity.org/PW, that's for Public Works, /water-conservation. These are very thorough, very well done documents. I did very much enjoy reading through them. You know me, I love water. And I think these are very informative for all of our residents who are curious about where we source our water and how we go through all of our planning and how we intersect as a city with other agencies like MET and MODOC and all that. So thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
All right, that concludes our public hearing items. We move into items for consideration. Item 24.
Item 24 is adoption of resolutions amending fiscal year 2026-27 budget.
1 year into our biennial budget cycle, this mid-year review provides an opportunity to assess our financial performance, update our outlook for next year, and ensure we remain on track to achieve the City Council goals and long-term financial priorities. Tonight, I will begin with a brief overview of the Orange County economic outlook and discuss how economic conditions are influencing the city's general fund. I will then review the proposed amendments to the fiscal year 27 budget and conclude by highlighting several initiatives included in this mid-cycle review that are helping prepare us for the next biennial budget. With that, let me begin with the regional economy. According to the April 2026 UCLA Anderson forecast, Orange County's economy is expected to continue grow over the next several years, although at a much slower pace than experienced during the post-pandemic recovery period. Key sectors driving economic activity include technology, artificial intelligence, healthcare, tourism, and new development projects throughout the region. While unemployment has remained relatively low at approximately 4%, job growth has slowed since 2024. The forecast noted increased layoffs in certain sectors, particularly retail and technology, as businesses continue adapting to changing consumer behavior, automation, and advancements in artificial intelligence. The tourism sector remains stable and is expected to experience modest growth through 27-28. Several major development projects are expected to provide positive economic benefits throughout the county, including OC Vibe, Disneyland Forward, and Tustin Legacy. For local governments, the forecast suggested continued growth in economically sensitive revenues such as property tax, sales tax, and hotel tax. However, growth rates are expected to be much slower than those experienced in recent years. Economists continue to identify inflation, global uncertainty, and housing affordability as challenges that could impact future growth. Overall, the outlook for Orange County remains positive, with steady economic expansion expected over the near term. And what does that mean for our budget? This slide presents the city's 5-year general fund forecast. The general fund is primarily the primary operating fund and supports most of the city services to our residents and businesses. While the proposed fiscal year 27 budget remains balanced, our long-range forecast indicates a temporary operating deficit over the following 3 fiscal years. These projected deficits are primarily driven by expenditure growth outpacing revenue growth. On the expenditure side, we anticipate continued inflationary pressures affecting commodities, contractual services, and maintenance costs. We are also planning significant capital investments in streets rehabilitation, facility improvements, park infrastructure, maintenance of new public safety facility, as well as growing personnel costs and pension obligations. On the revenue side, we are projecting modest growth consistent with the Anderson forecast. Our assumptions include annual growth of 3% in property tax and hotel tax revenues, 2.5% in sales tax revenues, and 2% in program revenues. Based on these assumptions, we project general fund operating deficits of approximately $5 million in fiscal year 28, $3 million in 29, and $2 million in 2030. Fortunately, our general fund currently have sufficient reserves to absorb these temporary shortfalls. Nevertheless, these projections reinforce the importance of disciplined financial planning and thoughtful expenditure decisions to ensure long-term sustainability. Turning now to the proposed fiscal year 27 amended general fund budget. This slide is only on the general fund. The proposed budget increased general fund appropriations by approximately $3.4 million from the originally adopted amount. The 2 primary drivers of this increase are the implementation of a citywide cost allocation plan totaling $1.9 million, and departmental supplemental budget requests aggregates about $1.6 million. I will discuss both of these items in greater detail later in the presentation. As shown in the green shaded table in the middle of the slide, the increased appropriations are supported by several offsetting revenue sources. The cost allocation plan generates about $1.5 million in reimbursements from the other operating funds. The police department anticipates a little over $1 million in additional parking citation revenues. And in addition, the city's investment portfolio continues to benefit from a favorable interest rate environment, resulting in an estimated $700,000 increase in investment earnings. Combined with previously approved one-time funding source, included in the adopted budget, these resources allow us to maintain a balanced fiscal year 27 general fund budget. With that overview, I will now discuss the major budget amendments proposed for fiscal year 2027. A total of 23 supplemental funding requests are included in the proposed amended budget. These requests address critical infrastructure needs, enhanced public services, and advance several council priorities. Some of the more significant investments include a $4 million investment in street pavement projects, primarily funded through gas tax and CDBG funding, $3.5 million in additional capital improvement for the water utility system, $2.5 million for the first-time home buyer assistance program funded through the Cal Home and permanent local housing allocation grants, $900,000 for streets and transit-related improvements within the Garden Grove Tourism Improvement District, $800,000 for city facility improvements, including enhancements to the council chamber and a condition assessment of the municipal service center, $658,000 for the operation and maintenance of the new public safety facility, and $340,000 to extend the park security pilot program. In total, the supplemental funding requests add about $15 million to the amended budget. These investments support both new and ongoing initiatives and align closely with City Council priorities. So the question is, where does this funding come from? All right. The majority of the supplemental funding is supported by grants, restricted revenues, and enterprise funds rather than the general fund. For example, nearly $3 million of the street rehabilitation funding is supported by gas tax revenues. The California Department of Housing and Community Development awarded the city approximately $2.5 million in grant funding to support housing programs. All newly added water utility capital projects are funded through the Water Utility Fund. In addition, several transportation and tourism-related improvements are supported through dedicated special revenue sources. The general fund contributes, again, about $1.6 million and is primarily allocated toward the maintenance of the new public safety facility, the continuation of park security program, and several citywide operational enhancements. By leveraging grant funding and other dedicated revenue sources whenever possible, the city continues to maximize service delivery while preserving general fund resources for the core municipal services. In addition to the supplemental funding request, staff is recommending several other budget amendments for fiscal year 27. These adjustments are primarily driven by operational and business process changes, as well as evolving fiscal conditions. One significant change is the implementation of a citywide cost allocation plan, which more accurately distributes administrative and support service costs among city funds. We are also proposing adjustments to address mandated cost increases, including additional contributions towards the city's unfunded pension liability, and a reduction in administrative cost recovery revenues from the Redevelopment Property Tax Trust Fund. In addition, the proposed amended budget includes a $1.2 million reduction in both grant revenues and corresponding expenditures related to the Organized Retail Theft Prevention Program. This adjustment reflects updated funding allocations recently confirmed by the state and ensures that the budget accurately aligns with available grant resources. Staff has also completed a comprehensive review of the capital improvement program and is recommending several project adjustments based on funding availability, project readiness, grant requirements, and operational priorities. These changes help ensure that resources are focused on projects that can be successfully delivered within the planned timeframe. When combined with the $14.7 million in supplemental funding requests discussed earlier, the total proposed amendments result in a net increase of $13.9 million over the originally adopted fiscal year 2027 budget. As a result, the proposed fiscal year 26-27 amended budget totals $413 million across all funds, including the Housing Authority, Successor Agency, and Sanitary District we just discussed earlier tonight. Despite these adjustments, the amended budget remains balanced and continues to reflect the city's commitment to long-term financial sustainability, strategic investment, and responsible stewardship of public resources. Finally, I would like to highlight several initiatives the budget team has been working on to strengthen the city's financial management practices and further align our budget process with industry best practices. Last year, we successfully implemented the position budgeting, which significantly improved the accuracy of labor cost allocation and personnel budgeting. Building on top of that foundation, we took the next step during this mid-cycle budget process by implementing a citywide cost allocation plan. The cost allocation plan enables the city to more accurately distribute administrative and support service costs to funds and programs that benefit from those services. This includes recovering eligible overhead from grant-funded programs, such as Housing Authority Section 8 voucher program and other federal and state grants that allow overhead reimbursements. Equally important, the plan promotes greater transparency and accountability by ensuring that administrative costs are budgeted centrally in the general fund. Another area of focus has been our capital improvement program. The fiscal year 26 and 27 biannual budget marked the first time in the city's history that our capital improvement program budget met the Government Finance Officer Association's recommended best practice for budget presentation. We are continuing to build upon that achievement by enhancing project-level tracking within our ERP system and establishing citywide standards for budgeting and managing capital projects. These improvements provide better project oversight, strengthen financial reporting, and help ensure that capital resources are aligned with the city's long-term infrastructure priorities. Our goal is to continuously improve both the budget process and the budget document so that it serves not only as a legal spending plan, but also as a strategic financial management tool that supports informed decision-making, operational accountability, and long-term fiscal sustainability. I would like to thank the City Council, the Budget Committee, and all department heads for their partnership throughout this process, and this concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Song. This presentation truly shows your expertise, both you and your team. It's very impressive and important. Thank you very much. Colleagues, comments, questions?
I'll echo your statements right now, Mayor. Patricia, thank you so much for presenting such a robust budget presentation. I want to make sure I commend you and your team because our ability to obtain grant funding at this point in time, I want the public to understand that grant funding requests are very competitive, and you and your team put a lot of hard work to make sure that all of these requests have all the T's crossed and all the I's dotted. So I want to make sure to commend you guys because in this environment, you guys are really going above and beyond to make sure that we're getting funding. And we literally would not be able to accomplish so many of the things that we are able to accomplish at this time without your tenacity and that of your team. So thank you.
Thank you.
Very well said. You know, there's so many times I hear other cities talk about how they have to go outside or seek resources and help in other places, and yet our city staff is able to lift and do so much in-house. It's quite impressive. Yes, we'll go down the line.
I'm exactly what you're saying here, and you know, to stay balanced is nice. You know, I think that's what the community really cares about. We look at our neighboring cities; they're all circling the drain financially, and while we're not rolling in money, at least we're in the black. We're not hemorrhaging. So that's thanks to you and your team, Patricia. We really, like I said, it's kind of the unsung heroes. You're in the back. You know, you don't get a lot of the glory. You're in the rear with the gear, so to speak, right? So, but it much appreciated to you and your whole team, and the city really is thankful to have you folks as part of our staff. So
thank you.
Very similar feedback. We appreciate you. Everywhere I go, when I talk to people, always say, you know, you're very conservative, and so we're happy to have you. And thank you for the hard work from the team put in. You know, the award, you know, say for itself, right? Great job that you guys do. I have one quick question. So one of the chart that you saw with, you know, the shortfall for 5 million, etc. I know that you talk about the reserve and everything. My question to you that how confident are you that there will be no negative impact to our city as a whole?
Great question. So we have, as you mentioned, that we have always been very conservative in forecasting the future spending. So we're using what we know, and we are maintaining the service levels, and that is why we have a temporary budget deficit. That's because we're not reducing the cost. What's being committed is going to be going continuously so that we can achieve what's being intended in the long term. And what needs to be watched is the reserves level that we have, is the fund balance, is the existing resource could weather us through the storms and any predictable or manageable challenges that we are facing.
Yeah, so in the future, there will be time that we make decisions that will be impact to the budget. So when that comes, please make sure that you remind us to watch that. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Director Song, a very complete report tonight. I am a little bit concerned about our budget, as I have been in the last couple of years. Our surplus, if any, is really shrinking. We haven't gone into the red yet, but we don't want to be like other cities having to raise sales tax to cover additional expenses. We did vote up a few $100,000 in amended or supplemental expenditures, so that's very concerning. I know that we've had a couple of crises in our city. Most impactful was GKN recently. There may be financial fallout to our city. So I want you to track that. I know we've already mentioned it and you're already on top of it, but costs in terms of staff time, of having allocate more resources to deal with the crisis as it's developed in real time, of which we haven't been reimbursed. We have damages. We have economic and financial impact from the chemical tank crisis. And at some point, we have to be reimbursed as a city for those costs. So we have to keep track of all that. And also, there are added needs, added demands for services. For example, the SB 54 with the IT upgrade and resources we need to provide to our community and residents so they can Zoom in or call in during the meetings. So that's another added expense. How are we going to budget for that? We had not anticipated that 2 years ago. It's coming down, and there are going to be numbers associated with providing that service. It's mandated by the state, and it starts as early as our meetings in July. And the third is, as you know, we are going past 11 o'clock tonight, and we may be doubling our meeting times due to a lot of public comments, which is welcomed, but it also means that our staff and our whole council needs to stay here much, much longer. I did talk to our city manager about visiting the compensation for the council members. I'll bring it up in matters, but I want to alert you and the rest of the council that we didn't sign on to this job like it's a full-time job, but we end up working practically full-time. And out of concern for other council members who have young children, they need to be home. They need to provide babysitting services or childcare while they're extending their meetings, maybe even past midnight, like tonight, or in future meetings. So out of a concern for my colleagues as well as myself, I just welcomed a new grandson. And so our time are very, very taxed in terms of having to be able to attend all the meetings, and we've had to attend a lot more meetings than normal. So maybe this is the new normal, where we have to have multiple meetings in a month, and our meeting times are doubling and doubling again. So we have to find the budget to provide staff time. Staff have to be here. Look, they probably started this morning at 7 o'clock, and they're still here. So all this has to be worked into the budget, and I don't know how you can keep track of all that. I think you have to create a system. And the damages and liability that has been caused by a responsible party, we need to be able to demand a reimbursement. That's part of the accountability that we've called for, not just GKN, but any actors in our city that has caused expenses beyond what has been anticipated, expected, and budgeted for, we need to keep track so that we get reimbursed and compensated, because that's our residents' taxpayer dollars, and those dollars belong to our residents. It doesn't belong to us, and it doesn't belong to some bad actors who caused the damages. That's all I have to say for now.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments, or questions, a motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the budget. Call for the vote, please.
Dovin, are you having technical issues?
There we go.
I want to add one more note before I vote, because I haven't had an answer from Patricia, but I do want a report back sooner than a half a year, or wait for the next retreat. So hopefully we'll get more reports from you, and if we have to go into closed session or emergency session on our budget, we will do that.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
All right, that takes us on to item 25.
Item 25 is introduction and first reading of an ordinance to adopt the paramedic override rate for fiscal year 2026-2027. And Finance Director Patricia Song is here to provide that report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council again. This item before you is an ordinance establishing the annual paramedic tax override rate for the next fiscal year. This voter-approved property tax override was originally authorized in 1974 to help fund emergency medical and paramedic services for the Garden Grove community. The measure established a maximum tax rate of 10 cents per $100 of assessed valuation. For fiscal year 26-27, staff is recommending that the city maintain the current rate of 8 cents per $100 of assessed value, which has remained unchanged since 2017. The paramedic tax override continues to serve as an important funding source for emergency medical services provided to our residents. The revenue generated support the city's contractual obligation with the Orange County Fire Authority, which currently provides paramedic services throughout the city. Based on the statistics provided by OCFA, more than 90% of the calls responded to by OCFA in Garden Grove during the past year were medical related. This shows how important the community is relying on emergency medical response and paramedic care. For the upcoming fiscal year, the paramedic tax is expected to generate about $16.7 million. These revenues would help fund a portion of the city's current $29 million annual payment to OCFA. State law requires the City Council to establish the tax override rate annually through the adoption of an ordinance. Therefore, staff is requesting that the City Council introduce and conduct the first reading of this ordinance. And this concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much
Mayor,
for the report.
If, for the record, I can enter the title of this ordinance.
Of course.
This is an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Garden Grove establishing the amount of money for paramedic services that must be raised by an ad valorem tax override and the setting of the tax rate of said override. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Comments, questions?
Move it. Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
All right, on to 26.
Item 26 is award of contract to RJ Noble Company for the 2026 various streets rehabilitation projects, city project number CP 1502000, and Public Works Director Sam Kim is here to provide the report.
Madam Mayor and members of City Council, tonight City Council is being asked to award the contract to RJ Noble Company for the 2026 various streets rehabilitation project number CP 1502000. This project includes rehabilitation improvements along multiple street segments throughout the city totaling about 6.2 miles of street segments. A list of the street is provided in the report. Each street will be addressed with different rehab measures to properly manage the unique circumstances, and will involve some or most of the following elements: removing and replacing trees, removing and reconstructing failed pavement areas, coal milling, asphalt rubber aggregate membrane, full depth reclamation with a cement treated base, asphalt paving, slurry seal and microsurfacing, replacement of a concrete curb and gutters, cross gutter, local depression, driveway, sidewalk, and curb ramps, adjustment of utility covers, tube finish grade, repairing catch basin and parkway drain tops, restoration of traffic striping, signing, pavement marking and markers, and reestablishment of center line ties and monuments. 6 bids were received and opened by the City Clerk's office on May 7, 2026. The lowest responsive bidder is RJ Noble Company with a total bid of just over $6.8 million. This bid amount is within the current project budget. Should the City Council approve the contract today, the construction can begin in June 2026 and be completed by November 2026. This project is included in the fiscal year 2026-27 adopted capital improvement plan budget and is funded with a gas tax, drainage fees, and Measure M2. This concludes the staff's report, and staff is here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Sure.
As they're doing the projects, doing the curbs, the thing that keeps coming up repeatedly, the ADA ramps as we go around, for the wheelchair accessible folks, those are going to be cut into the curb as well?
If we're doing any work around that area, it will be to the conformance with the ADA.
So that, do you know approximately how many they'll be doing, or?
I don't have that number top of my head, sir.
Can you get that for me at some point?
Yes, sir, we'll find out for you.
I'd appreciate to kind of get an estimate, because I know there's a lot of curbs in Garden Grove, and as we get to doing maintenance around them, we want to make sure that we start hitting those, because we do have a lot of folks in wheelchairs and whatnot, and elderly folks and so it'd be nice to be able to articulate what kind of progress we're making towards that end. So
Sure, yeah, we're touching it, and we'll make it a compliance.
Thank you. And I'll move it.
We have a motion.
Just a quick question and comment for Director Kim. So RJ Noble, they're already under contract with us for other services, correct?
Yes, sir. So they worked on some of our previous construction projects.
And they're known to be dependable, and in this case, they're also the lowest responsible bidder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they're not known to come back to us, circle back for amended or revised supplemental expenditures. They haven't done that to us in the past, right?
No, sir. Yeah, we haven't had that experience with them.
So we have some confidence that they will provide for up to the amount we're going to allocate and authorize tonight.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Just really excited to see that so many of these segments are going to be through some very frequently traveled parts of District 6. I think we've been needing some help on Trask, and then on New Hope, where we do get a lot of wear and tear. That's one of the arteries that goes into our public works yard, and I know we have some pretty heavy vehicles that go up and down that street, and I think our residents are going to feel pretty good about seeing some improvements there, and also some improvements in our Buena Clinton neighborhood streets. So thank you so much, Sam.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, I believe we have a motion.
Second.
Couple of seconds. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
All right, item 27, we heard this item and had a staff report during our sanitary district. So can we waive another reading of that staff report and vote on the item if everyone's comfortable with that?
I'll move.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Okay, and that takes us into matters, item 28.
Item 28 is discussion on naming the Eastgate Park building in honor of Pastor Eric Williams, as requested by Mayor Kloppenstein.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. As many of you know, Pastor Williams was tragically taken from his family, friends, and his congregation far too soon. The Eastgate Park building holds a great deal of meaning. Not only was it his church, but it was also a teen center where he was a valued mentor to the youth in the community. I believe naming the building after him cements his legacy as a community leader, and obviously I know would be so appreciated by his family and all of his loved ones. Obviously, what a plaque or what type of moniker, what that looks like, I think that is ongoing, but I would appreciate your support very much to solidify just naming this building after Pastor Eric Williams and all that he's done and meant to so many in the community, especially in the West Garden Grove community.
That Pastor Williams was a very, very well-respected person in District 1. I can't go on about the kids that he mentored over there, the teenagers and whatnot, and when we were at his, celebration of life, just the amount of support from the community that was there. So be honored to give you the second.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to bring it forward and to support the family and his legacy. I guess let's just call for a vote then.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, we will go around the horn. We'll start in District 6 this evening.
Let's commit to getting out of here before midnight, guys. I'm going to keep this as brief as possible. I hope you all try your best to do the same as well. I'm going to start off with some upcoming events. The most pressing upcoming event that we have here in District 6, we have our Thomas House Walkathon in honor of the 40th anniversary of our Thomas House shelter. I will be there. I'll be giving some remarks. I know the mayor will be there as well. And I want to encourage folks that if you have not signed up to join us at this wonderful tradition, I want to encourage you guys to visit thomashouseshelter.org and sign up to be a part of one of the walking teams. I'm going to be walking with one of my favorite community member groups and one of our Garden Grove District 6 staples, the wonderful team over at Sabroso. They created a team, the Sabroso Striders. All the members of the Sabroso Striders team will have some pan dulce and some cafecito for doing the walkathon. So if you want to join me and the good folks at the Sabroso family, make sure to go to thomashouseshelter.org. There's a $25 registration fee to join us and be a part of the walkathon. Thomas House helps so many families in Garden Grove, in the Central Orange County region as a whole, being able to gain independence, to find permanent housing, to be able to make a living, and their work is really invaluable to our community. And celebrating 40 years, may the 40th be with you is the theme. So I hope that I will see you guys there. I want to also touch upon some of the things that we discussed earlier today with the having a representative from GKN here. I think it's going to be really important for us in the conversation about accountability and about transparency. I think it's going to be really important for our community to also know some of the implications of what us having had all of these emergency declarations means for us as a city. I want us to have an understanding of, are we going to be getting any federal government reimbursements as a city for anything? Are our residents going to get any reimbursements for anything? And what does that mean at the state level? What does that mean at the county level? I would like to see some reporting with regards to what that looks like for us. As some of my colleagues mentioned earlier in their own comments, we also incurred losses. Our teams were working really around the clock. Our first responders, but also our city staff, they were working really, really long hours. All of that is resources from the city. A lot of our guys at the Public Works Yard out there helping us set up all those evacuation zones and all those, the perimeters and all that. They put in a lot of hard work out there. I want to make sure that our city also sees reimbursement for all of the additional expenses that it cost us, because we still don't know how much this entire situation is going to cost us down the road. So I want to hopefully see some numbers or some, at least an idea of what types of line items we can expect to see reimbursement for from our different levels of government as a result of all of these emergency declarations. We also had a vote today with regards to the Nickelodeon development going forward. I want to reiterate what I mentioned earlier. You know, I expect to see conversations happening in good faith from between our developer, all the parties involved, to make sure that we're seeing real benefits for our community and for the people that are going to be working in building this building and working in this building, so that our residents and the people that come visit our city are really getting the best experience down the road. So that's going to be it for me. I'm going to pass it down the horn.
I'd like to start, like to wish all the fathers in our community a very happy Father's Day. Thank you for all the many ways you support and strengthen our families in our city. Due to the hectic past weeks, I forgot a very special shout out, and I wanted to congratulate class of 2026, especially the graduates of our local Garden Grove high schools. This is a tremendous achievement, and we are proud of all of you for what you have accomplished. Best wishes to all as you begin your next chapter. And finally, as excitement continues to build for the FIFA World Cup, I look forward to the excitement that will be lit up in our local restaurants and eateries. As fans of the game know that the World Cup does not come around often. I know that many residents are looking forward to being part of the excitement and celebrating this global event. So thank you all, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mayor, and my distinguished colleagues. I missed the last meeting because I was out celebrating my grandson's arrival. His name is Ace Reeves. I want to shout out to my daughter, Anna Michelle. The grandson is the firstborn of my firstborn, so very proud of him, and my daughter as well as her husband. I want to send them the best of our wishes, and thank you everyone for affording me a missed meeting, and I came late tonight, but I think we got a lot of work done tonight. I am concerned about our budget, just like George. I mean, it leaves a bad taste when you have to have uncollectibles that basically comes at the expense of our taxpayers. I'd like to be able to track that kind of uncollectibles, and from year to year, it should be reduced and diminished to zero. Now, if you're going to have a traffic accident, especially a DUI, in our city, you are going to reimburse our taxpayers. We will subrogate, and we will extend not 1 or 2 years, but as long as it takes to collect those outstanding debt. So don't come into Garden Grove and have a DUI. Don't come in here, be a bad driver, have accidents, and make our taxpayers or residents pay for your mistakes. That's just not fair to everybody. So I'm going to be watching very carefully every dime, as we have been, to make sure that that kind of a loss is not borne by our taxpayers. We're already going through a lot, and I want to share with all the residents who are hurting, not just the 50,000 people who had to evacuate and was suffering for more than a couple of weeks when all of this went up. But I have to thank our first responders and the Unified Command and everyone who pulled together and got us out of this without further incident. It could have been really bad. So we barely got out of this with the minimum damage, but that means GKN and anybody else responsible need to step it up. They have to be held accountable, and there was some good movement in that direction already. I think their representative came tonight, and that's at our demand. We put in a letter, and we are ground zero. The other cities are watching us. I thank my colleague. I'm very proud of being counted among you. We've come together as a council. Our message has been consistent, coherent. We've been here for our community. We've worked overtime just like our staff. And I want to agendize a review of our compensation. It's almost insulting what we're collecting for the time we're putting in. This is a volunteer job, it is. But in order for us to dedicate that much time, almost full time, and this is the new normal. So let's revisit that. Lastly, I appreciate Mayor Kloppenstein for recognizing one of our most celebrated pastors, Eric Williams, who passed tragically in an accident at a very young age. I was his age 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and he's full of life. He could have survived into his 80s had it not been for that tragic accident. So to honor him with the naming of a building that the name Eastgate Park, how could that hold a light to celebrating a community leader who gave his all for his fellow citizens? So I am very happy that we're able to vote on that. It's my honor and privilege, along with the rest of the council, to do that. So I want to end on a note, and I often tease our assistant or deputy city manager, Matt West, for his invocation. So I'm going to steal his thunder a little bit tonight and put in an invocation of my own for all the people who's hurting out there, and for my newborn grandson. Our Father, the one and only true God, to whom we commit our souls and from whom all blessings flow. Bless us now in our hour of need. Give us strength and goodness, will and wisdom, that we may overcome weakness and wickedness. For we are the children of God, made in your image, for your glory and for our sake. Amen. And happy Father's Day to all the fathers. We'll be celebrating much, much more after we overcome all of the troubles we've been in lately. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor.
So last week I have a great ride along with Public Works. I want to take the opportunity to say thanks to Director Sam Kim, Supervisor Raul, and all the Public Work employees for the support and for giving me a great experience. The first one, I got to stop at Reading and Broadcast, where our Public Work transform a street with all the crack, and the street was really bad, and become a very smooth surface for people to try, plus addressing some of the homeless issue. And then the second stop was where our Public Work were doing, the pothole. That kind of remind us for the resident, if you see any pothole or you see the sign that need to be fixed, you could use our app, Garden Go app. In that app, there's so many options. You could report graffiti, coyote, so many things. So just a reminder for residents that you would be able to report that, and so that our Public Work would be able to take care. And the last stop was at the Harbor and Garden Grove, where our employees were putting the stoppage and listening to the thing that they're sharing, and got to participate or observe while we have our lunch. It feels so great that we have great staff. The atmosphere was like a family, and then hearing the story from the supervisor, Raul, he started a part-time employees and became a supervisor. It's just amazing to hear that story, making people dream come true and make you feel like great to be a council member for Garden Grove City. So thank you so much to the team, and I cannot wait to come back again just to learn more about all the things that you guys do. Second thing, I just want to say thank to the people that came here, talk about, the GKN and the speaker, etc. One thing that I want to ask our staff, or actually I mentioned it to staff before, that we're gonna do something to recognize the people that are businesses and volunteer who support during that, couple of days. Many businesses that, donate food, but also volunteer that went with me 2 a.m. for a couple of days just to bring food to the volunteer and to our staff. And then, so this morning, this morning, Mayor, that we have, so the Orange County Supervisor will go into the budgets, and there were 3.7 mil that original was allocated to District 1 for Supervisor Janet, and we are in that group under District 1. And so I just want to say thank to Mayor and our staff, Lisa and Matt, came to speak during that, during the mayor's speech. She mentioned also were asking to get 500,000 to be dedicated to, the GKN resident who got impact from that incident or crisis. And last but not least, well, because it's so late and I just want to be quick. So we're gonna have a free food distribution tomorrow at Hope Nonprofits, right at the corner of Acacia and Main Street. I just want to say thank to the mayor and all my council members here. Each one of us actually contribute our own money, so that way we could do a little thing for our residents or the people that got impact. So everyone is welcome. You don't have to provide any kind of document. Just come, and the direction that you're gonna come from Euclid on Acacia and park in Coastline College there and walk over to pick up the food. The mayor and many of the council members will be there to greet you. So come and join us. That's it for me. Thank you.
Yes, as tonight, I see a lot of residents come here to express your concern and demand about the KGN. And as we request, the AGN representative are here today to provide us with their company operation procedure. It might not exactly the answer that we are looking for, but we, as council, will continue follow up with the concern and the demand that you are asking for. We will, and we ask for your patience and time. In the 5 days of the evacuation, I went around the city. I saw first responder, I saw OCFA, I saw police department, I saw our management, Garden Grove management and staff working relentlessly to help the people evacuate secure and safe. I want to thank you for that. And my compliment is also for the resident, that they will cooperate with our first responder with such a, I like to say, calm and collective. More than that, I also saw a lot of good heart residents. They actually opened their home to provide utility need for the needs. So for this incident, I would say incident averted and neutralized, love, humanity found. For today, the one issue that I see there's a lot of controversy. Like, I see the United here, Local 11, opposed versus with Western Capital support. And as we know, as City Council, we look into to do employment development. We want to do city financial strengthens. And that's part of the reason I hope the opposed resident understand we do this for the best interest for not just the city, but for all of us. Thank you.
Well, we're going into our 7th hour of this meeting. The meeting earlier with the GKN folks, I mean, it was great that he'd show up, but honestly, I was not happy with any of the answers. And I don't know if I expected to get better answers. I probably should have known better. The legalese all come in and they gotta walk their tightrope and everything, but I was not happy with any of the responses given. Patience is a virtue, and for us, it's hard because you got a community demanding action now. They want something done now. We, as a dais, actually have very limited. We're a general law city. We're not a charter city. We're very limited in what we can actually do. That doesn't mean we're powerless. But, we have to be careful. We got to do things legitimately, correctly. And we have to think of our community as a whole when we're making these decisions, because, we do something knee-jerk, trying to be just to make everyone feel good. We're going to, we might open a door for the city to get sued and bankrupt the city. So you got to balance that. We're waiting for all these investigations and reports and histories to be compiled so we can make reasonable, grounded decisions and not knee-jerk decisions that make people feel good but might not have any real teeth behind them. And again, we're limited in what we can do. People were in here complaining about a permit that was given. It wasn't a permit for a chemical tank. It was a break room for their employees, right? We're limited into basically the building kind of stuff. Building permits is what we're talking about, right? With that being said, we need to explore what can be done. We're talking about accountability, and I think every one of us want to see a true accountability happen. And quite frankly, GKN's response to our businesses, our community, and our city. As a city, we're out too. The way they deal with that is going to dictate, if they're being a good neighbor or not, and, it's going to influence our decisions one way or the other. And they need to know that. If they don't step up and move fast and take care of business, what limited authority we do have, we're going to use it. And quite frankly, we need to start reaching out to the state agencies and putting our weight behind getting them to hold GKN accountable. You know, these agencies that regulate those tanks. You know, land rights and land usage, and, you know, Omar can talk to you all day about, you know, the laws with that. There's very limited what we can do. And I think we understand that. But that, again, we are not totally powerless. So we want to make sure they're held accountable, but, you know, is the Garden Grove City Council the agency or the body to do that? Probably not. Probably not. Realistically, it's probably not going to happen from us. We have very limited powers as a general law city. But that doesn't mean we can't lobby and make sure the state holds them accountable, or the county holds them accountable. So anyway, thank you for bearing with me. I know, like I said, we're going into hour 7 on this, and I know staff is ready to get out of here. So I'll keep it quiet and end it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tonight was a long meeting, but obviously an important one. We covered a lot of ground, but I want to thank my colleagues and all the staff that was here in the Garden Grove Police Department. Thank you for shouldering all this with us and for all the hard work and due diligence and keeping us all safe. We really appreciate it. We have an incredible team. So thank everyone so much. I will be closing the meeting in memory this evening, but first I'll ask if there's anything from our city manager and our city attorney.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I have full notes of all the follow-up items that we are tasked with, and I will touch base with each of you respectfully on some follow-up items. But thank you again for always supporting. I know the special meetings that we've added the last couple weeks was intended to provide additional information and clarity to the community, but also provide information to the collective council. I do appreciate your patience when we do add those meetings, and we'll try to contain them to our regularly scheduled meeting as more you know, information comes to light. So thank you again.
Thank you, city manager.
I need less than 3 minutes. We did have a closed session earlier. We don't have any reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you, city attorney. So before we adjourn this evening, I will adjourn the meeting in memory of Peggy Frances Broadwater, who passed away on May 30th. Peggy was the beloved wife of former Garden Grove Mayor Bruce Broadwater. She shared more than 54 wonderful years of marriage with Bruce and was a devoted and loving mother to their 2 sons, Josh and Jeremy. Peggy's greatest joy was her family, especially her grandchildren, who brought immeasurable happiness to her life. She lived a life grounded in faith, love, and selfless service to her family, friends, and community. Her gentle spirit, compassionate heart, and Christ-like example touched the lives of all who had the privilege of knowing her. Peggy is survived by her husband Bruce, her sons Josh and Jeremy, her 4 grandchildren, and 5 siblings. On behalf of the Garden Grove City Council, we extend our deepest sympathies and heartfelt condolences to Peggy's family and loved ones during this difficult time. And with that, we stand adjourned.